This is something that happened when I was 14 years old. Being an only child, I was fairly used to being home alone by myself from time to time. It usually wouldn't happen for very long periods of time though, but every day when I would get home from school for a few hours, I would typically be at home by myself. One Friday in the fall, I went to school and arrived back as normal. My parents were still gone at work, and they would be gone for a lot longer that night. I can't remember if it was my mom or my dad, but one of my parents had a work dinner event thing to go to. So both my parents were going straight there after work, and they would be gone until that night at about 9 or 10 o'clock. And they told me this beforehand and left me money to order a pizza to have it delivered if I wanted. So I was kind of excited for that. I was also excited to be able to just watch TV and play video games all night, or at least until my parents got back. After arriving home from school, I went directly up to my room and started gaming. Eventually, I went downstairs and hung out there for a while. Then when I got hungry, I ordered pizza. I would guess at around 7 o'clock that night, the pizza guy arrived. I answered the door, got the pizza, paid him, and then went up to my room. I started eating pizza and playing video games, which was a dream night for me back then. However, about an hour into this, and I heard the main front door to our house open downstairs. It surprised me right away, because other than my video games and the TV on a low volume downstairs, the house was completely quiet. At first, I thought that it had to be my parents, obviously, but two things were off. Number one, my parents were not supposed to be back this early, and if they were, they probably would have texted me. Number two, I didn't hear them unlock the door. It had simply just opened. As I was thinking these thoughts, I listened and heard somebody now walking into the house, although I could not hear very well being upstairs and in my bedroom. I thought back to when I had picked up the pizza from the delivery driver. That's when I realized that I thought I forgot to lock the front door. I think I just got the pizza and then went back inside and closed the door but didn't lock it. I felt terribly nervous now because I couldn't honestly remember locking it. Meanwhile, I heard footsteps downstairs going closer towards the staircase. I thought about yelling, asking if it was one of my parents, but decided not to. I also thought about trying to yell something threatening or fight whoever was in the house if it was not my parents. But I had no fighting skills. I was a skinny 14-year-old kid and didn't have anything really to use as a weapon either. Now the footsteps had reached the stairs and they were starting to walk up. I got even more nervous. As whoever was in the house was walking up the stairs, I sat there in my gaming chair basically frozen with fear. My bedroom was the second door on the left once you got up the staircase to the second floor, and my door was not closed all the way, it was open about a foot. After the person reached the top of the stairs, I finally had the thought to close my door, but I felt like it was too late, so I didn't. My door had no lock, and the person would see me closing it, giving me away if I did. So what could I do? I couldn't really think of anything. I looked to the door, and the way the door opened was opposite where the person was, so even though they were now in the upstairs hallway, I couldn't see them and they couldn't see me. They continued walking closer at a slow but steady pace. I was still sitting in my chair. I'm not sure if I was just frozen with fear and too scared to move, or if I didn't move because I knew I would make a sound. Because obviously I wanted to hide under my bed or in the closet, anywhere that would be out of sight from this person if they chose to enter my room. But moving now would make too much sound. However, the one thing that I did have going for me was that the lights in my bedroom were off. I liked gaming in the dark. I should also mention that I had paused my game shortly after hearing the door open and the person enter the house, so that wasn't making any sound. The only noise I heard was the footsteps and the very low volume of the TV downstairs in the living room. The person walked right in front of my doorway. Then, for a moment, I saw somebody come into my view in the open crack of the door. I looked away out of fear. I was sure that the person would open the door the rest of the way, and who knows what would happen. But it didn't. I heard the footsteps moving away. I looked back over and now saw nobody there. The footsteps were now going back down the stairs. Whoever it was leaving, and they were also walking a little bit faster. Eventually, they reached the bottom of the stairs and then went towards the front door. Then they left. When I heard the door close, I ran downstairs and locked it. I looked out the windows but didn't see anyone. They must have gone out of sight. I didn't see any strange cars or anything. It was really weird. I then called my parents, who came home. Whoever had entered the house, though, was long gone. Nothing was stolen or out of place, and I never got a good look at them. I think that it was a man based on the little I saw, but that's just a guess. Overall, I have no idea why this person entered our house. Did they know that the door was unlocked? And what did they want inside? After that, I did not want to stay home alone for a while, but I did. I would have to stay at home after school while my parents were at work, but I didn't stay home alone at night for a while after that. I went to Walmart one night many years ago. This was back when Walmarts used to be open 24 hours. It was always interesting to go to Walmart in the middle of the night. The store would usually be very quiet. Sometimes you would see the employees stocking the shelves. Other times you would see some of the craziest customers. And other times it would be very quiet and peaceful. I've always been a night owl, and I often used to work late as well. On this night I had worked sort of late, but I went back to my apartment after work and then decided to go out shopping to the nearby Walmart. It was like a 5-minute drive from my apartment, and I left to go there probably a little after midnight. But when I needed to do a little shopping, I enjoyed going so late. There would be no traffic on the roads and hardly any traffic in the store as well. So I remember that when I got to the Walmart, I parked kind of in the far back of the parking lot. I walked inside the store and started shopping. I didn't need to get that much stuff, and I think I just had a shopping basket and not a cart. Mostly, I was in the grocery department of the store getting food that I needed. When I was inside the store, I saw only a few other people. Most of them were employees, and I saw a couple of other people that were shopping, but not very many. After being in the store for maybe 10 minutes, I remembered that I heard my cell phone start to ring. I was confused as to why somebody would be calling me so late at night. I took it out of my pocket and answered. When I did, I said hello, but heard nothing on the other end. Then I heard someone breathing. Multiple times I asked who was there, but no one said anything. So at that point, I hung up, thinking that it was probably a wrong number or somebody called me by mistake. I looked at the number, and it was not one that I recognized at all. I was a little creeped out from hearing the breathing but nobody speaking at all, but I just carried on with my shopping. But then, surprisingly, like 5 minutes later, that same number called me again. I answered once more and said hello. There was once again silence. I asked who was there, but heard nothing. Then they hung up on me. I was even more confused and also creeped out now. I continued my shopping and finished up. Then I went to the front of the store and checked out. When I did not receive any more calls. After checking out, I walked to the exit doors and stepped out into the parking lot. When I did, I could see my car parked a long ways away. I remember that it was a cool and sort of foggy night. When I saw my car, though, I noticed that there was a man standing next to it. He was literally leaning on my car, but facing in the opposite direction, and there were no other cars parked directly around mine, so I didn't know why he was there. The man was wearing dark pants and a hooded sweatshirt, so I couldn't make out any details about him at all. I couldn't see any part of his face with him standing in the opposite direction. I had started to walk to my car, but now stopped just about 20 feet into the parking lot. It seemed really creepy. Then I suddenly heard my phone start to ring in my pocket again. I took it out and looked. It was the same person calling. I answered it again and this time said, "Why do you keep calling me?" There was still no answer. However, I looked to the man that was standing next to my car in the parking lot. I saw that he was now holding a cell phone up to his ear. Was this the guy who was calling me? I asked him, "Are you standing next to my car right now?" When I said this, he did not answer but hung up on me. Then I saw the guy standing by my car put the cell phone back in his pocket. The man then started to turn around and face me. When he did, I saw that he was wearing sunglasses, but I really couldn't make out any other details. He was far away and it was dark out. I was so creeped out that I turned around and walked back inside the Walmart. I just started walking around the store, hoping that when I went back out, the man would be gone. A short time later, the guy called again. I declined the call and then shut my phone off completely. I started wandering the aisles of Walmart aimlessly, just wondering to myself who that guy was and what was going on. After walking around for like 15 minutes, I was somewhere in the back part of the Walmart near the auto parts area. I came around a random aisle and saw the man now inside the Walmart. He was kind of far away and walking down another aisle. He was still wearing the hooded sweatshirt and sunglasses. I quickly turned the corner of another aisle and was out of sight of the guy. Then I walked to another aisle as fast as I could and started quickly making my way to the front. A short time into that and I just started running. I didn't look back and sprinted to the exit doors. When I got there, I ran out into the parking lot and went for my car. I made it there, got inside, and looked around. I saw the creepy guy just walking out of the Walmart and into the parking lot. Then I quickly drove away. I got home and wasn't followed or anything. I never saw that guy again. I turned my phone back on and saw that he had tried to call multiple times. I blocked his number. But I still have many unanswered questions. How did he get my number and who was he? Had he been following me or stalking me somehow? The whole thing was very strange, but I'm happy that I never saw him again after that. This happened back when I was in high school. It had to be either my freshman or sophomore year, because those were the only 2 years that I rode the bus. School started at 7:45 a.m., but the bus would come by my stop to pick me up at 6:30. Well, it was supposed to be 6:30, but the bus would often show up at more like 6:50 or even 7. To get to the bus stop, I would walk down my street to the end of it. Then the bus would stop there and I would get on. I was the only kid at that particular stop who rode the bus, and there weren't any other stops in the immediate area. It was a pretty quiet area because in my neighborhood, the yards were a little bigger and the houses farther apart. There was less traffic on the roads as well, especially at those hours. Across the street from the bus stop were some woods and houses spread out pretty far. So one morning, I walked down my street to the end where the bus stop was. I got there at about 6:30, but figured I would probably be waiting for a good 10 or 20 minutes like normal. I'm not sure why the bus was always so late, because my stop was only the third one of the morning. Every now and then the bus would show up perfectly on time though, so you could never depend on it to be late. So I stood out there in the dark because the sun hadn't come up yet. It was very quiet and there were no other cars on the roads at all. I waited and waited. I was pretty tired from having to get up so early like I often was in high school. Then I noticed headlights in the distance. I figured that it had to be my bus. When it came closer, I noticed that it was in fact a bus, but not mine. It looked different. It slowed down when it got closer to me. Then I noticed that this was not the typical bus. My bus was the normal standard yellow school bus, but this one was like a really light yellow, almost white. It was slightly shorter than usual and looked older and more beat up. Now, in the past, one time we had a different bus for whatever reason, and I had a substitute bus driver once as well, so I thought that maybe that was the case. But when that happened, the bus had actually looked newer and in better shape. Something about this just gave me a bad feeling. The bus slowed down even more, and then came to a stop right across the street from me for me to get on. I did not cross the street. I started to get a bad feeling like I should not get on the bus. I looked and could see the driver. It was not the usual bus driver that we had. This guy had a dark gray and also part black beard. He was wearing a hat as well and looked over at me. I just kept standing there. Then he waved at me to get on the bus. I almost went. I think I might have even took a step, but I thought better of it. I stayed where I was and then waved for the bus to go forward without me. It did not. The bus driver had the door open and he shouted for me to get on. I looked in the windows and could see that there appeared to not be any other kids on the bus at all. Normally there would be 3 other kids on the bus at that point, as I was the third stop and one of the stops before me had 2 kids at it. So this was just really weird. I said no and then turned around and started to walk away. I was going back towards my house, and then something unexpected happened. As I was walking back down my street, I heard the bus turn onto my street behind me. I looked back and it was indeed going onto my street, something that had never happened before. At that point, I started to run. That's when the bus stopped. I then heard the beeping as it backed up and then turned around and went back onto the busier road in the direction that it had come from. I was so confused. I stopped and then went back to the bus stop feeling really creeped out now. That bus was nowhere in sight anymore as it had drove away. I stood there in silence wondering what had just happened. I was glad that I didn't get on that bus though. I figured that if it was somehow the bus I was supposed to be on, I could tell my mom that I missed it and she would drive me to school. That's something that happened a few times before, and even though it took my mom out of the way to get to her job, she could still do it. I stood there at the bus stop and the time approached 6:50. Then I saw more headlights. Another bus drove down the street. I thought at first that it was the same bus coming back, but it wasn't. This was actually my correct bus, the same one as usual. I saw a few students on already, and the bus stopped for me. I crossed the street and got on. It was the normal bus driver and students. I don't think I was ever so happy to see them before. I got on the bus, went to my seat, and then rode the bus to school, wondering what would have happened had I got on that other bus. I never saw that other bus again. To this day, I wonder who it was driving it and why he drove to my stop. Was it something innocent, like a substitute bus driver who just got lost or got his route mixed up or something? Or was it something terrible, like a kidnapper trying to pose as a bus driver? I'm not sure, but I'm so glad that I listened to my instincts and didn't get on that bus. A couple of years back, I attempted to sell my car on Craigslist. I was told by a friend it was a good place to buy and sell cars. and I knew that if I wanted to get the most money I could for the car, I would have to sell it that way. I listed the car at what I thought was a fair price. It was a 2009 Ford Fiesta with a little over 100,000 miles on it. Nothing was really wrong with the car, but I wanted something newer and I also wanted something a little bit larger. So I took some pictures and I listed it on Craigslist. I hadn't had any experience on Craigslist to that point. I thought that the website looked kind of archaic when I first went on it, and for some reason it made me think that it was kind of sketchy. But I thought, hundreds of people use this every day and it works fine. So I went ahead with the listing. After posting the car online that I was selling, the next day I got a response. The way that it would work was that your phone number would go on the listing at the bottom. People who are interested would then text you. The first text that I received asked if the car was still available. I said yes. Then whoever this was asked to come over and look at it. I knew better than to invite some random stranger to my house though. I said that we should meet someplace else. The person responded saying no, they wanted to come to my house and look at the car. Immediately that seemed suspicious to me. Why would it be such a big deal? There were several businesses nearby. I said that I would feel a lot more comfortable meeting in a public parking lot. The person once more said that I could just give them my address and they would come over. At that point I stopped responding. They weren't seeming to get it that I did not want them to come to my house. If somebody was that insistent on going to my house, then maybe they had bad intentions or something other than to look at my car. They texted again, but I ignored it. So I didn't get any other interest in the car that day. The next day, however, I did get another text regarding the car from a different number. This person said they were interested in the car and asked if they could look at it. I said yes, and right away suggested a local shopping center parking lot to meet at. The person said yes. We arranged for that night at 7 o'clock for them to look at the car. The person didn't really give me any information about themselves. I finally asked what they looked like and a name so I would know who I was meeting with. He said his name was John, and that was it. So when the time came, I drove the car to the local shopping center, which was about 5 minutes away. When I got there, the parking lot was mostly empty at the back, so that's where I went. I was a little nervous meeting someone from Craigslist for the first time, but I figured that we were in a very public place and the guy probably wanted to buy my car. A few minutes later, and I saw another car pull into the parking lot. It was a new-looking vehicle and it drove right over to me. After parking, a man got out. I got out of my car and I went over to meet him. I asked if he was John and he paused for a moment before saying yes. The guy seemed sort of sketchy from the start. I thought that maybe I was just paranoid. He then walked over to the car and started looking at it. Within 2 minutes, he said to me, "I don't want this car." Then he started to walk away. I was thinking that it was really weird, but whatever. I said bye to John and he walked back to his car and then got inside. Then I went back inside of my car. I was so confused at the whole thing. Why did he want to look at the car? He didn't test drive it or anything. He could have seen online everything that he saw in person. So at that point, I started to drive home. I noticed that John started leaving at the same time as me. He drove behind me out of the parking lot. Then, as I drove down the street, he was also driving behind me. We went in the same direction for a while, and when I turned, he turned. I got suspicious at that point. I drove around a little and paid attention to John behind me. Every time that I would turn, he would turn as well. It seemed very suspicious. Enough suspicion for me to not want to drive home anymore. Instead, I just started making random turns and going down random streets. John did everything that I did. I didn't know what to do or where to go. Then I had an idea and I just started honking my horn constantly as I drove. I don't know why that's what I thought to do, but I did. He followed me for a good minute and then decided to stop. John turned at a random street and I kept going. Then I carefully drove all the rest of the way back home. Thankfully, I did not see John for the rest of the way back. When I got home, I felt lucky to have made it home all right. And that's when I remembered the other number that had texted me about the car, how they wanted to go to my house so badly. I realized that maybe it was the same person. Maybe John simply got a new number or phone and texted me with that. Then he would just follow me home to see where I lived. And that would also explain why he seemed sketchy and seemed to have no real interest in the car. I'm also guessing that John was not his real name. What that man's true intentions were, I don't know, but I'm glad I don't have to find out. I took my car off Craigslist after that and sold it to a dealer. I may have not made as much money as I was capable of, but at least I stayed safe. This happened when I was much younger, and it was back way before the clown trends of like 2016 where everybody was dressing up as clowns. I was about 10 years old, and I lived with my parents and my older sister. One night though, I found myself home alone. I can't remember exactly where my sister was, but my parents were at family's, but it was something where I would have been really bored. I didn't stay at home by myself too often. Our house and neighborhood was pretty normal for the most part. We had a small-sized front yard as well as backyard. The neighborhood street was generally pretty quiet, but we had a good amount of neighbors. After my parents left, I probably just watched TV in the living room and hung out. I don't remember exactly what I did. A few hours in though, at maybe 9 p.m., I remember that I heard this noise. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it sounded like it was coming from the front door area. Like maybe it was somebody knocking on the door but quietly, or maybe they were trying to unlock the door or open it. I couldn't quite make out what exactly the sound was, but for a moment I thought that maybe my parents were home already. After not hearing anything for the next few seconds, I decided to get up and look. I walked over towards the front door. As soon as I was walking past it though, I saw a clown standing there. I noticed through the little window on the front door. There was a guy wearing a clown mask just standing there, literally staring right into the door. I was not expecting to see it at all. I jumped back and then ran all the way upstairs. Then I found a phone and I called my parents. However, they did not answer at the time. I was really scared from seeing the clown man. I didn't hear any more noises or anything, so I went over to an upstairs window where I could look outside near the front door. When I did, I saw that the clown man was now gone. This made me feel a little bit better. I didn't know why he had been there in the first place, but it seemed as though he was gone now. So I went back downstairs and then looked around out the front window. I still didn't see the clown anywhere, so I returned to the living room couch and resumed watching TV. Sometime later, maybe like 30 minutes, I got up to go into the kitchen. When I was doing this, I passed by a back window, and that's when I saw him again. The guy dressed as a clown was standing right on the other side of one of the windows and looking into the house. As soon as I saw him, I immediately turned and ran away. This time I ran upstairs and went all the way to my bedroom. I was really scared and did not want to leave my room at all. However, not long after this, as I was hiding under my blankets, there was a call on the phone. I left my bedroom and went out into the hallway and answered it. It was my parents calling back. I told them what was going on, and they said that they were on the way home now. I went back into my room and hid there for the rest of the time until my parents returned. When they did, the clown was gone. My dad searched the entire property, but the clown was nowhere to be seen. I was glad that he was gone, and I'm not sure why he was there in the first place. Maybe it was just somebody trying to be funny, but going into the backyard and looking through a window is a little too far for a prank if you ask me. After that night, I didn't want to stay at home alone for a long time. I remember my first ever school lockdown that I was a part of. It happened my freshman year of high school, and I was about 14 years old. I was sitting in geography class, and the teacher told us that there was a lockdown and it was not a drill. I remember that he locked the door to the classroom and then turned out the lights, and we were told not to get up from our desks. Now, nobody knew what the lockdown was for, but very quickly kids started to speculate. Nobody seemed to think that it was that serious, and most kids were just joking around. They were saying things like the school probably got locked down because a man was seen jaywalking nearby. Most people thought that the city our school was in was pretty boring and nothing crazy would happen. I personally was very curious, but I was also not too concerned and figured that it was nothing really that bad. As more time went by, us kids were talking a lot, and the teacher told us to be quiet a few times. The lockdown ended up lasting quite a long time. The more time went by, the quieter the classroom became, and the more worried I became. After over an hour, it was finally lifted. I remember feeling very relieved. We had just one class left for the day, and I remember noticing several police officers standing around in the hallways. The final class period went by pretty normal, and then we were let out of school for the day. I continued to see several police officers throughout the school, and out front were a bunch of police cars next to the buses, and more officers standing outside. I still didn't know what the lockdown had been for though, but the police presence made things feel safer, but it also made it seem like something serious was going on and they were trying to protect the students. Now, I personally did not ride the bus home because I lived in a neighborhood behind the school. It was like a 10-minute walk past the school grounds and through another neighborhood to get to mine. So after school, I went around behind it and then went past the tennis courts and football field. Then there was another field before some grass and trees and residential houses. When I made it off school property, I walked down the sidewalk past these rather large yards to the houses there. One of the yards had quite a bit of trees in it and was basically a woods. I remember that as I was walking home and passed by this, I saw a man who was sort of hiding behind a tree. I noticed him and he noticed me as well. He looked very suspicious, and I instantly wondered if he had something to do with the lockdown. I tried to just ignore him though, and I kept walking. Luckily, he did not try to follow me or anything. I was able to make it back several minutes later and then arrived home from a crazy day of school. At this point, I was home alone because both of my parents were still at work, and it was like this on most days. They'd usually get back a few hours later. So I was hanging out around the house, and like an hour after I had gotten back, I was in the kitchen, which is at the back of the house. I remember looking out the back window to the yard. Just when I did, I saw a man come into view walking into the backyard. The yard was completely fenced in and was not very large, but we had a few trees and a shed back there. The man walked around the yard and then went behind the shed between the wooden fence. I recognized the guy to be the same one who I had seen on the way home from school. I was very creeped out by this, and I felt like the right thing to do was to call the police. So I went over and dialed 911 and reported the guy. Thankfully, he hadn't seen me looking at him through the back window. I kept an eye out back as I waited for the cops to show up. The guy stayed hidden back there between the shed and the back wooden fence the entire time. After police went out to him, he briefly tried to run away before he was caught. The police stayed at my house for a while, and my parents soon got home. I ended up finding out that that man was wanted. He had been seen inside of our school and had entered without permission. That's when the school went into a lockdown. The man fled the school and was able to get away from police. After it was confirmed that he was not on school grounds, classes resumed, but with heavy police presence. They were also searching for him in the nearby area, and that's when I had seen him behind the tree, and then in my own backyard. That was a really crazy experience, and I'm glad that everything turned out okay. Years ago, a store called Blockbuster Video used to be a really popular place. The stores were everywhere, and it was the best place for renting movies and DVDs when they were popular. The stores were always fun to walk inside, and I used to love going there when I was younger. I could probably spend hours inside of them when I was a kid, just looking at all the cool movies and stuff. Well, this story takes place in the early 2000s. I was a young adult at the time and living by myself in an apartment building. I lived pretty close to a Blockbuster Video store, and I would go there all the time. I probably rented movies there at least once a week. One night, I went there like any other. After work, I stopped at another nearby store and then went to Blockbuster. It was quiet inside the store because it was getting kind of late. I was looking for a couple of movies to watch over the weekend. After getting inside the store, I walked around checking out the different categories and new movies that were out on DVD. I slowly made my way around the store, looking at movies and reading the back of the DVD boxes to learn more about the films. I was inside the store for probably a good 20 or 30 minutes. Then, I had finally made my selections, picking out, I believe, 2 DVDs. I don't remember which ones though. After I went to the front of the store, I checked out with the cashier and then I left. Now, like right after I stepped out of the store, I remember noticing this guy kind of standing around. He had big glasses and kind of longish hair, and also had dark hair, a goatee, and was fairly tall. He was holding a VHS movie in his hands and stopped me when I was walking by. The man went on to say that he had to buy the movie in his hands and asked me if I wanted it for free. Apparently, he took too long to return it, and with the late fees, he was better off just buying it. He had already seen the movie and didn't want to keep it, but didn't want to give Blockbuster the satisfaction of getting it back. I understood and I said sure I would take it. I was always down for a free movie. I didn't even look at it and took the movie and went to my car. The man then walked away. When I got inside of my vehicle, I looked at the movie for the first time. It was a film called Shanghai Noon, and after seeing the box, it looked interesting and I was happy to get it for free. So I went back home, and over the weekend I watched the movies that I had rented myself. Sometime the next week though, I didn't have any new movies to watch and I remembered Shanghai Noon. I put the VHS in to watch, but it was not what I expected. The movie was not Shanghai Noon. It looked like a home video. Clearly the guy had put a different actual video in the case of the movie. But why would he do that? I was curious, so I kept watching it. It appeared as though the man was filming with his own video camera outside in a parking lot at night. He also appeared to be filming from inside of his car. Then he focused his camera on another car in the parking lot. I quickly recognized it to be my car. Then it showed me getting out of the car and walking inside the Blockbuster store. When I saw that, I was really freaked out. Then the man walked inside the store while still filming about a minute later. As the video went on, it showed him walking around the store. Then I saw myself on camera again. The man had walked into the store and started filming me. I had never noticed this at the time, and he was filming me from a couple of aisles away. I was too busy looking at different movies and stuff. The man walked away from me a couple of times, but kept returning. It was extremely creepy to watch. After a while, the man walked out of the store and the video stopped. I was shocked at what I had seen. I hadn't known any of it was taking place. After that, I did not go back to that Blockbuster for a while. When I did, I luckily didn't see the same man there again. I still wonder about it sometimes. Was it just a random prank, or was the man trying to scare me or stalk me? I really don't know. It's always creepy when somebody's filming you, but today everybody seems to have phones. Back then, you really needed an actual video camera, and for some reason it seemed a lot scarier then. Nothing else strange happened, so I really don't know what exactly that man's deal was. A few years ago, I was selling my bike on Facebook Marketplace. And when I say bike, I mean bicycle, not motorcycle. This one was nice though. It was like $1,000 bike and in great condition. I live near the city and I had just got it a few years prior. I used it a lot, not only to get around, but also for exercise. However, I now had a car and the bike was taking up too much space. So I listed it at $700, but was realistically going to accept as low as $500 for it. For the first couple of days, there was not much interest. Then finally a guy messaged me and said that he would take the bike. I found it interesting how he didn't ask if it was available still or try to negotiate. All he said was, "I'll take it." This was good though, because maybe he would pay the full price. So I arranged a time and location for us to complete the sale, and he agreed to it all. I chose the location as a shopping center parking lot not too far away from my work that was kind of on the way home. I told the guy when I usually got out of work, and I said I would let him know when I was off and he could head over then. He said he was not that far away and that was fine with him. So I got off work a little late but was done by about 6 o'clock. Then I texted the guy and I drove to the location. I had the bike in the back of my car, which luckily fit because I have an SUV, but I did have to take the front wheel off. So when I got to the shopping center, it was very quiet. The parking lot was huge, a lot larger than is needed for the few stores that are there. The main store is a grocery store, and there weren't really any cars that were near me. I got out, and as I waited for the man, put the wheel back on the bike. He said he was on his way, but I was still waiting a sort of long time. Then, kind of out of nowhere, I saw this guy come walking through the parking lot. He was about average height, skinny, pretty young looking, and had a buzz cut. His clothes were baggy, and overall the guy seemed a little bit sketchy. I wasn't quite sure where he had come from, but he introduced himself to me and shook my hand. He seemed really friendly right off the bat, and it put me at ease. After a little bit of small chit-chat, the guy saw the bike and said that it looked great. He said how he had been looking for a nice bike to ride around the city. The guy told me that he needed a means of transportation. He said he had the cash on him, and he just wanted to sit on the bike and see how it felt. I told him to go ahead. I trusted him. Well, the guy got onto the bike and said that he wanted to test it out for a second. Then he very quickly started riding away through the parking lot about as fast as he could. I realized that he was stealing my bike. I very quickly ran to my car, got in, and started it up. I saw the guy still going through the parking lot. Because things were so quiet, I was able to quickly drive through the parking lot after him. I saw which street he was going down. Now, this area is a little outside the city. This meant that there were not as many places the guy could go, and the roads were not quite as busy. So it would be easier for me to follow the man, and he didn't have a lot of alleyways he could ride down or sidewalks. It was pretty much just roads and some businesses, but off the roads was either parking lots or grass. There were some sidewalks, but they just went along the roads. So, as nice as my bike was, I could obviously go much faster than the guy in my car. I caught up to him as he rode my bike to the end of that street. I honked at him, but he ignored me. Then he turned and I turned as well. I thought about calling the cops, but I figured I would follow him for a while and see where he was going and hoped that maybe he would give it up. After turning, the guy looked back at me and then tried to go faster. I was still able to keep up with him though. We went down that street for a while and then turned again. He turned quickly a couple of times and I nearly lost him. I obviously couldn't make quick turns like he could. Then he also went through a red light, which luckily he didn't get hit by a car, but I had to wait for the light. When it turned, I kept following him. I caught back up, and a while later he turned off into a neighborhood. This neighborhood was not very nice, but it was very large. The whole chase had been going for like 5 minutes now. He rode down one street and then turned. I nearly lost him. Then he went down another street, and just as I turned on it, I saw him going up a driveway. I watched him ride the bike into the front yard, and then he got off, opened the front door to a house, and brought the bike inside the house. All the houses and yards on this street were small and not very nice, and there were quite a few of them. I drove down the street and kept my eye on the house, and then I pulled into the driveway. Then I got out, walked up to the front door, and started knocking on it. There was no answer at first, which did not surprise me. I kept banging on the door though, and I yelled at him to open. I threatened to involve the police. Nobody answered still, but I was not going away. Then, finally, after like 5 minutes, I heard someone inside. They walked over to the front door and then opened it, but the man was not there. It was a different guy who looked annoyed and asked me what my problem was and why I kept banging on the door. I told him that I saw a guy who stole my bike enter the house. He claimed that he didn't know what I was talking about. I asked him if he lived there, and he said yes, this was his house. I asked him who else lived there, and he claimed no one did. I told him that I knew I saw a guy go into the house there. The guy claimed that he knew nothing about it and that I had to leave. I didn't want to, but I couldn't barge into the house. The guy slammed the door in my face and locked it. I knew that guy probably was just the other guy's friend and obviously was covering for him. I walked back to my car in the driveway thinking of what I should do next. I could stay there and keep harassing these guys, or I could call the police. Right as I was arriving back at my car though, I heard something behind me. I looked and saw the guy who stole my bike. He was coming out of the small backyard that the house had. Then he stopped and threw a rock at me. It missed, but I quickly got back in my car to protect myself. He then threw another rock which hit my car. Then he threw another. I backed out of the driveway, and when I was leaving, I saw the guy turn and run off into the backyard and out of my sight. Then I called the cops. I wasn't going to sit there and let him throw rocks at me. The cops got to the house like 10 minutes later. I told them everything that happened, and they knocked on the door of the house. It turned out that the guy who answered the door for me did live there, and he rented the house with a roommate. But neither of the people on the lease was the guy that stole my bike. He was a friend of them though, so the guy was lying to me. I guess the guy who stole my bike was just staying at the house or something, or maybe he was just friends of theirs and decided to go there after stealing it. Nevertheless, he was gone now and he left on my bike. I went home disappointed and figured that I had lost out. I was hopeful that the police would find my bike, but I didn't really think it would happen realistically. I mean, the guy could be anywhere by then, and it was just a bike. It's not like it was some $1 million car. However, as a try, I scoured both Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist as well as eBay for my bike over the next few days. I thought there was a good chance he might try to sell it quick, seeing as though it was hot. But there was also a good chance that he would use it to flee the city, or he would hide it. However, 4 days later, I saw a listing on Craigslist. It was 100% my bike. The city was the same one that the guy had been in, and it was the exact same make and model that my bike was. I told my friend Jake about it, and he texted the guy saying that he wanted to buy the bike. The guy was selling it at $450, which would guarantee to sell quick. When Jake texted him, thankfully he hadn't sold it yet and agreed to sell it to Jake. So the next night was the arranged sale. I drove Jake there and we knew what we had to do. The meeting point was another parking lot across town. When we got there, sure enough, there the guy was with my bike. It was the same man who stole it. I parked kind of far away and made sure that he wouldn't see me. Jake got out and I was really nervous. I saw them shake hands as I stayed hidden in the car. Then Jake pretended to look at the bike. At once, he hopped on it and took off. The guy started running after him, but Jake was gone. I started the car and began driving out of the parking lot. Jake went down the street and the guy could not keep up. I saw him stop running and the man was now walking along the side of the road. I drove by the guy, honked my horn, and waved goodbye as he gave me the double bird. Then I drove a few blocks over and picked up Jake and my bike. I'm glad that I got it back, and I decided not to sell the bike anymore. I still have it, and I can't believe that we were able to steal it back. However, I would not recommend doing something like that. It could have been dangerous. Looking back, it probably would have just been a better idea to notify the police of the bike being for sale. Either way, I'm glad that the man didn't get away with it. A few years ago, I went to see a movie with my girlfriend. We went there one night and there was a decent amount of other people around, but not really too many. The theater was quiet for the most part. So I remember that we got to our seats and started watching the previews. After a couple of them, my girlfriend said that she was kind of hungry. Being the gentleman that I am, I offered to go get us some food and she could stay there. So I got up from the seats and left the theater to go back into the lobby. Now there were a few other people standing around in the lobby and in line to get food. So I got to the back of the line and started waiting. Not long after I got there at all, this one guy came up to me. He seemed to be about my same age, but I did not recognize him. The guy said my name though, which surprised me. He was acting all friendly like he knew me, and he said something like, "Remember me?" I said no, I didn't, and he said that he was good friends with Lucas, who was one of my old friends from high school. Now, I hadn't seen Lucas for at least a couple of years, but in high school we were pretty good friends. We played football together, but went to different colleges, and we just didn't stay in touch for whatever reason. When this guy told me he knew Lucas, I then felt much better about the situation. He said that Lucas was there at the theater and that I should say hi to him quick. I wanted to say hi, so I told the guy sure, but I had to be fast because I was getting food for my girlfriend. The guy told me Lucas was just around the corner, so I followed him and we went to the end of the lobby into one of the hallways with theaters in it. Now this was the opposite hallway from where my movie was. It was the quieter side of the theater and had less rooms in it. We went down the hallway and then took a right. This led to a very quiet hallway with just one auditorium in it, and then exit doors at the end. There was really nobody over there at all, except I saw a small group of about 3 or 4 guys standing around. The strange thing is that they were all wearing ski masks. I thought it was really weird, and this guy that I was with was leading me right for them. Now, even though the guys had ski masks on, I knew Lucas well enough to tell that he was not one of them. All the guys looked over at me directly, not the guy that was leading the way, but me. I felt like I was being set up for something. When I made it within like 50 feet of the guys, I had a bad feeling and I stopped and turned around. I instantly started walking in the opposite direction. I heard the guy tell me to come back, but I ignored him. I went back to the lobby where it was more crowded and then quickly got back in line for food. As I was waiting in line, I saw the same guy come from around the corner and look around. He spotted me but did not do anything. In fact, as soon as he saw me, he quickly disappeared back around the corner. I then got the food and headed back to the theater. I got back to my girlfriend just in time before the movie started. I tried to forget about the crazy experience that I had and just watch the movie. And soon I was able to. However, at one point, kind of towards the end of the movie, for whatever reason, I randomly looked around. I looked behind us and happened to notice the doors to the theater. Standing just inside of them, there were 2 guys wearing ski masks. Right after I started looking at them, they turned around and walked out. I was pretty creeped out to see them in the theater that I was in. I looked to the doorway a few more times during the film, but did not see them. After the movie, I told my girlfriend about the crazy situation. When we left, I was very careful to look around. Thankfully, though, I did not see the guys, and we were able to leave. After that, I've been back to that theater quite a few times since. I haven't seen any of those guys at all. I also contacted my friend Lucas and told him about what happened. Lucas said that he had no idea about it, but thought that he knew who the guy was who had been talking to me. I considered trying to talk to the guy or something and ask what he was doing, but I decided not to and just move on. I'm not sure exactly what was going on with the masked men, but I'm glad that I walked away. About 25 years ago, I used to work at a gas station. It was one that was somewhat off a country road and only like 5 minutes from where I lived. I would work the overnight shift because the station was open 24 hours. This is something that was both creepy and easy typically. There wasn't a whole lot that had to be done overnight. The store part of the gas station was pretty small. It had a good amount of snacks and drinks, so I would do some stocking of the shelves and organizing here and there. Most of the time, though, I would just sit behind the counter. We had this TV that was hanging from the ceiling in the corner that I used to watch at a really low volume. Without that, I would have been truly bored out of my mind most nights. But the TV was amazing, because this was before smartphones, so I couldn't just go online or whatever. During the day, a lot of people would drive on the road that the gas station was on, and they would stop. At night, though, it was kind of the opposite. We would seldom get any customers. An occasional car would drive by and sometimes stop in for fuel, but normally if they did, they wouldn't come inside of the store. In fact, the gas station stopped being open 24/7 sometime in the late 2000s, and about 5 years ago it was converted into a smoke and vape shop. But back to the story. To be honest, when people did stop there at night, I always hoped that they wouldn't come inside, because being by myself in the middle of the night, whenever anybody came in, it always seemed kind of sketchy. There were a few strange people, but overall not that many scary experiences. One really stands out though. It was a night like any other. The time was roughly 2 o'clock in the morning, so this was among the quietest times of night for me. I was just sitting behind the counter and looking around the empty shop. To my right was the door to go inside, as well as 2 very large windows looking out to the gas pumps. Surrounding the station all around was pretty much wildlife. There was a dense woods right across the street, and next to the property was some tall grass and quite a bit of trees scattered around as well. We hadn't had any customers in the gas station in well over an hour. I don't think that I had seen a car in a long time either. I remember glancing out of the windows though and noticing what appeared to be a man. He was walking slowly from the sort of wooded field area next to the gas station and making his way towards the gas pumps. It was really strange to see because there was no real place that he would be coming from. After making his way to the pavement, he just kind of started standing around for a while. It was very strange. I kept watching him because I was very curious as to where he had come from and what he was doing. The man was bald, looked to be maybe in his 40s or so, and had a slight beard on his chin, I remember. He was also wearing sunglasses. After standing around and looking the other way mostly for like 2 or 3 minutes, he started to walk towards the gas station. I thought at that point that he was going to go inside. He walked all the way towards the doors. Then the man stopped, took out a cigarette, and started smoking it. He did not go inside the store. After smoking for a couple minutes, he then started walking away and crossed the quiet street. Then the guy literally walked right into the woods, which had me really puzzled. It was very strange because there was no path to go into the woods or anything. It was just like dense forest all around. That alone was one of the strangest things I had ever seen. But it got weirder. So maybe 30 minutes later, we still hadn't had any more customers. Out of nowhere, I saw movement outside and I looked up. I was just on time to see the same man emerging from the woods. After that, he walked across the street and back onto our property. This time, though, he walked all the way to the front door and actually went inside. When he was in the shop, he started walking for the counter. I said hi to him, and the man said that he needed $1,500. I had a bad feeling when he said that, but hoped that I was misunderstanding him. I asked what he meant. The man then demanded that I give him $1,500. His voice was now angry. I looked at him, and he wasn't holding any kind of a weapon or anything, but he was leaning in fairly close. I didn't know if he had one on him, but I always kept a bottle of pepper spray just behind the counter in case. When the man demanded it again, he leaned towards me even closer and shouted. That's when I took the pepper spray, pointed it right at his face, and let it rip. The man was instantly blinded by it and moved backwards. He grabbed his eyes, and I yelled at him to get out of the store and that I was calling the police. The man backed away and thankfully left. When he got outside, he walked around covering his face, then crossed the street again and went back into the woods. It was very weird. I kept an eye out for the rest of my shift, but I didn't see the guy again. In fact, I never saw him for the rest of the time that I worked there. It was one of the weirdest situations I've ever had. This happened back many years ago. I was in high school in the early 2000s, and one night my parents went out. They left me and my older sister at home, so it would just be the 2 of us at the house for dinner. Now, at the time, my older sister was 17 years old, and I was 14. We lived in a house in a pretty typical neighborhood. Our parents left us some money to order a pizza or something, and that was the plan. When it got to be like 7 p.m., I told my sister that I was hungry and we should order from this one pizza place that was my favorite. She agreed, and then she called the store with our order. Around 20 minutes later or so, we were just in the living room watching TV, and the doorbell rang. My sister got up and answered with the money that our parents left us. I was like half paying attention as I was more focused on the TV. I heard my sister answer the door and the pizza guy say hello and stuff. I remember that I heard the pizza man ask my sister if she was home by herself, and she replied just saying no. The man said something like, "Oh really?" He couldn't see me from where I was in the living room. The guy said something else, but I couldn't really hear it. I heard my sister respond, but couldn't really make out what she was saying either, but it sounded like she was talking in a kind of rude way. I looked over at that point and saw that my sister appeared kind of annoyed. She handed the money to the guy, and then as he was still saying to have a good night, she slammed the door in his face. Then my sister locked the door as soon as it was shut, sighed, and started walking back over to the living room. I asked her what that was all about. She said, "I forgot about that creep." She went on to say that she was at her friend's house like 2 weeks prior, and the two of them had ordered a pizza. The same delivery guy was the one to show up. I guess that he acted really creepy, trying to flirt with my sister and her friend, and he even asked to come inside the house. They practically had to yell at him to leave and slam the door in his face. She said that she was planning to not order from that pizza place anymore because of him, but forgot about it. I thought that was weird, but I was glad that he was gone now and we had the pizza. I remember that just about 20 or 30 minutes later though, I heard a noise outside. It sounded like a car door closing. I looked out of the living room window and I saw the same pizza guy walking up to the house again. He had a small box in his hands and I wondered why he was at our house again. We hadn't ordered anything else. I warned my sister and she got up and said that she was going to call the police. Before she could though, the man started ringing the doorbell again. My sister and I ignored it at first. Then there was a knock on the door. My sister walked over to the door, did not open it or anything, but yelled at the man to go away. He yelled back from the other side, saying that he brought her a free brownie. She said she didn't want it and was going to call the police if he didn't leave now. What the man said next really creeped me out. He said that he knew my sister was alone and asked for her to let him in. That's when I knew I had to do something. This guy apparently really thought that she was home alone. I stood up and walked over to the door. Then, trying to sound tough, I yelled really loud in my manliest voice that I was also home and that I was going to come out and beat him to a pulp if he didn't leave. At first, I thought it didn't work. The man said something like, "Who's this tough guy?" He still stood around on the front step and didn't seem too affected, as my sister was now dialing the police. The guy laughed a little, as if trying to sound like the whole thing was a joke to him. Then, he finally turned and started walking off. I remember that he walked back to his car and then got in and drove away. The police still came to our house a while later though. My sister made a report and then the cops went to his work. I heard that the man later got fired. Thankfully, he did not come back to our house again after that. I'm glad that I was home that night and was able to help out my sister. The guy was a total creep, and hopefully he didn't harass anyone else like that. When I was young, for a while, I was driving this old junk car from the 90s. The thing had like 200,000 miles on it, and the engine didn't sound very good most of the time. A couple of times it didn't start right away, but usually after a few tries it would. I had got it extremely cheap, and I didn't even know what exactly was wrong with it. I really don't know that much about cars. It never left me stranded or in a bad spot though. That is, until the night of this story that I'm about to tell you. So I worked late one night and was on my way home. I lived with my roommate Maggie in our apartment, which was about 20 minutes from work. It wasn't the country, but it was a little bit of a quieter area. As I was driving home, I was on a quiet road still about 10 minutes from our apartment. My car started to die, and I didn't know what I could do. It ended up coming to a stop on the side of the road, which was surrounded by woods on both sides. I hadn't seen another car in this road at all because it was about 11 o'clock at night, and this road really wasn't that busy at any time. I waited for a minute or two and then tried starting the car again, but nothing happened. Then I called my roommate Maggie and told her of my situation. Thankfully, she was still awake, and she said that she would come and pick me up right away. I then popped the hood and got out of my car and walked over to the engine. I looked at it as if I knew anything about cars. Really, I'm not sure why I did that. It's not like I was going to see something obvious. As I was doing that though, I noticed a car coming down the road towards me. For some reason, I got nervous at the sight of it. I expected it to just pass me by, but the car was going pretty slow. Then when it got about even with me, it stopped. The window rolled down, and a man was inside. He asked me if I needed a lift. I looked over and saw that the guy was maybe in his 50s, and he had a beard with kind of long hair. I said no thanks and that I was fine. The man said that he insisted, saying that it was late and I shouldn't be out here by myself. I told him that it was okay because my roommate was coming to pick me up. The man asked me if I was sure, and I said yes. The guy kind of creeped me out. He didn't really seem like a normal guy based on the first impression. After that, though, he rolled up his window and started to drive away. But he did not drive completely away. Instead of going down the road, he went a little bit in front of my car and then pulled over to the side of the street. When I saw his car stopping again, I had a really bad feeling. I thought about running to my car and trying to start it again, and I probably should have, but I didn't. Instead, I just kept standing there by the hood. I thought that maybe I was wrong about the guy. Maybe he was not a creep or anything. And maybe he just knew a lot about cars and wanted to see if he could help me fix it or something. The guy got out of his car and then started walking over towards me. He got within maybe 5 feet of me and started to look at my engine as well, but he didn't say anything. It was really awkward. This guy and I were just standing there on the side of the road looking at the engine of my car. I wanted to ask him, "What are you doing here? I said I was fine, so go away." But instead, I just asked the man if he knew much about cars or engines. He replied and just said, "Nope." That was not what I wanted to hear. I just hoped that Maggie would hurry up and get there soon. As we were standing there, the man moved closer to me. Then he told me that we should get going. I turned to him and said that I did not need a ride. Then I closed my hood and I started walking towards the driver's door of my car. The man followed me and was walking really close behind. Just then, I saw headlights off in the distance, and I really hoped that it was Maggie. I did not get into my car, but I just looked to the road. The man was standing super close to me and it was really uncomfortable. As the car driving down the street got closer, I recognized the headlights and the shape of the car to in fact be Maggie's. I didn't wait around, and I ran to the road straight towards Maggie's car. The man did not run after me. Maggie saw me running and stopped her car in the road. I sprinted to her passenger's door and quickly got in. She obviously did not know what was going on, but when I got into her car, we were facing the man and it gave me a chance to see where he was. The guy was now walking from my vehicle towards his own. I told Maggie to make a U-turn right there in the road. It was kind of a narrow road, so she tried, but she had to back up a little. As she did, I watched the man, and he was getting into his car now. Then Maggie got it going the other way, and we quickly started driving off. I told her to turn at the first opportunity, and she did. We drove around randomly for a while, and while we did, I explained what had happened to her. Luckily, the man was not able to find us, or else he didn't try to follow us, because I didn't see him. Then we were able to go back home. Later on, I called AAA to tow my car. That ended up being the last straw for me, and I got a new vehicle a short time after that. For a stretch of about 6 months a long time ago, I worked at a Chick-fil-A. I was a 17-year-old girl at the time, and was just about to graduate from high school. So the story really starts one time when I was working on a Saturday. I had started work in the morning and was working until sometime in the afternoon. I don't remember exactly when. But towards the end of my shift, I was working at the front counter taking orders. I saw this man start to approach me and I greeted him. Instead of ordering right away though, he just started to talk to me. The man asked me how I was doing and how work had gone. At first, I thought he was just being friendly and I was happy to answer his questions, although I did get a sort of bad feeling about him for some reason. The man continued to talk to me though and ask me more questions. He asked when I got off, and I told him that I would be off in just a few minutes. Then he started asking more personal questions. He asked if I had a boyfriend, asked if I lived around there, and he asked if I was in school. By like the 5th question, I was getting kind of weirded out by it and wondering if he was going to order. After talking to the man and answering his questions, giving as little information as possible for like 2 minutes, I asked him what he wanted to order. By now, another man had already entered and got in line behind the first guy. The man then started asking me about the menu like he had never been there before. He asked me what my favorite thing was and what the best sellers were and stuff. He talked to me about the menu for about another minute or two at least. He was asking tons of questions, and by that point somebody else was also waiting in line now, so he was holding them up. The guy was now seeming creepy to me and not just friendly. Some people are very talkative, but they're just friendly. This guy didn't come across that way. Finally, after talking to me about myself and the menu for a total of at least 5 minutes, he ordered. The guy just got a Diet Coke, and that was it. It almost made me wonder why he even came to Chick-fil-A if all he was going to do was order a Diet Coke. So the man got his order pretty quickly, and then I continued with helping the next customers. A line had formed because of the man taking so long. I was kept busy for the next 5 minutes or so taking orders from these people, but at one point I looked up and I saw the guy was still there. He was just standing by the doors drinking his Diet Coke and kind of looking at me. I kept an eye on him and he still hadn't left like 5 minutes later after that. Then I thought that maybe he was waiting for me. I got off in just a few minutes from now, and I had told him that. Why else would he just be standing by the doors? It definitely looked like he was waiting for someone. I just hoped that wasn't the case. I kept working until I was finally off a very short time later. I went back and clocked out and stuff. When I went to leave the Chick-fil-A, the man was still standing right by the doors. As soon as I walked out, he turned and started walking out with me. He asked me if I was glad to be off work. I said yes, and then told the man to have a good night, indicating that we were going our separate ways. But the man did not seem happy with that. He asked if I needed a ride home, and I said no thanks, I drove. Then he asked me if I lived around there. I completely ignored his question and just said good night, and it was only like 3 p.m. Then I went to my car and didn't look back. The man thankfully did not follow me to my car or anything. When I had made it inside, I felt very relieved and could not believe how strange that was. Then I started to drive home. But when I did, the guy started to follow me. I never had the idea that he would try to follow me home. I figured he had already left. But when I began driving back, I noticed a car behind me. It was daytime, so I could sort of see pretty good who was behind the wheel, and it was the same man. I just hoped at first that it was a coincidence, but the closer I got to my house, he was still behind me. I lived in a very large neighborhood. There were tons of streets with many houses on each of them. It was a neighborhood that was easy to get lost in if you had never been there before. So when I entered the neighborhood, I did not go to my house, but just started driving around instead. I kept randomly turning and going up and down just about every street. The man stayed with me for probably the first 5 minutes or so. Then he eventually turned off and left me alone. After that, I finally went to my house and was very careful to make sure that I didn't see the guy and he was not following me. I think that the man must have realized that I knew he was following me and that I wasn't going to actually go to my house, so he gave up. That was pretty crazy looking back. I'm just thankful that I never saw him for the rest of my time working at Chick-fil-A. He was a really creepy guy. It was our 10th anniversary, so my husband and I decided to go camping, just the two of us, and of course our dog. There's a big national park and camping area near where we live, a little less than an hour's drive away, so that's where we were heading. It's basically a large forest with many small lakes, ponds, trails, and camping sites around. Pretty popular place during the summer, but we still saw some people even though it was late September and the weather was cold. We found a good spot next to a lake and set up our camp. It was a beautiful day, so we wanted to hike a bit in the forest. There was a nice long path that was going around the lake where we had our camp, so we chose to go that way. The lake was quite small, and there was another camping site by it. You could see from there a camp, and from there you could also see our camp, and the camps were almost on opposite sides of the lake. We walked past the other camp and saw a man there alone, just standing and staring at us, not answering when we greeted him. He was maybe in his late 20s, around the same age as us. I thought at that point that maybe he was just shy and a little weird. He had a small tent set up and some other stuff all around the place, so I figured he had been there a while. We just continued walking and didn't think much of it. Eventually, we got to our camp and started to set up our tent before it got too dark. We made some food by the fire and just sat there enjoying the peace. Suddenly, our dog started barking like crazy. She was tied to a long wire around a tree. We immediately realized that she wasn't just paranoid and there was really something in the woods and it was near. It had been very dark for hours at that point. I took the dog and leash and my husband started to look around with his bright headlamp. Our dog just kept barking. We were confused and sure it was some kind of animal, maybe a bear or a moose, but we couldn't understand why it wasn't scared of us and why it wouldn't run away. My husband went ahead to the path that leads to the other camp. Right when he got to the path, which was less than 30 feet away from our camp, he saw something on the ground. I told him to go check it out and followed with our dog. He stopped, turned to me and said, "It's a human laying on the ground." The first thing I thought was maybe they were hurt or dead or something. They just laid there not moving, facing the ground. We asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" And then they suddenly just stood up. It turned out to be the guy from the other camp. He was very scared of our dog and told me not to let her near him. I was kind of relieved that it wasn't some bear or something that was going to eat us, but I soon learned that a bear might have been less scary than this guy. After he stood up, he walked straight to our campfire and sat down. My husband tried to ask multiple times why he was sneaking in the dark forest without any light. He didn't give us any answer. We even laughed a bit and told him how we thought he was a bear or some wild animal, but he didn't even smile. He just stared at the fire, looking annoyed. His right leg was soaking wet. He had probably stepped off the path and dipped it in the lake on his way to our camp. He sat with us for 30 minutes, not talking much. He also clearly wanted to know where our dog was always. I saw he had a knife hanging from his belt, but I guess that's not that weird when you're in the woods. Every few minutes he put his hand in his pocket and just peeked at whatever was in there. It was kind of like checking the time on your phone without taking it from your pocket, but it didn't look like he had a phone in there. I felt very uncomfortable and anxious by the whole situation. So when the 30 minutes had passed, he again stood up and mumbled about going back to his own camp and left. He never gave us any explanation as to why he came to our camp or why he was stalking us in the dark. He had tried very hard not to be seen when we found him. When I thought he was far enough, I told my husband that there was no way I was sleeping in that tent. Fortunately for me, he agreed and said that the guy might come back when we were sleeping. I just wanted to leave as soon as possible, so my husband started packing things up and I was standing with the dog and looking around with the light if he decided to come back. Just when we almost had all our stuff in the car, I saw a quick flash of light on the path from the guy's camp towards ours. He was coming back. Maybe he thought that we went to sleep because he couldn't see our campfire anymore. So yeah, we got into the car and left quick. I don't know if we overreacted, but I had such a bad feeling about him. Who crawls in the dark, wet forest alone just to talk to some strangers? I'm just glad we had our dog with us. This trip made me realize that people are probably the scariest thing to find at night when you're camping. This happened last fall in early October. I'm a manager where I work. I had just locked the doors at 10 p.m. and was beginning the usual closing tasks when I got a call from my little brother. He's 17 years old and recently has really gotten into exploring abandoned buildings and climbing large structures like radio towers. I will be honest, his new hobby fills me with anxiety, but despite being a dumb teenager, he's still somewhat smart about his ventures. When I answered the phone, he was asking for my help and told me that he had been out exploring an abandoned house he'd come across. He was just about to leave when he said his car wasn't starting and the battery was dead. He also told me that he was alone. Usually he will be with a buddy, but he's got the kind of fearlessness where he doesn't bat an eye at a solo adventure. He didn't want to call our mom either because she was under the impression that he was at a friend's house, but instead he was a whole county away in the middle of nowhere alone. I was angry about his carelessness, but I decided to spare the lecture until I was actually with him. I told him to send me his location and I would be heading there soon. I got done closing around 10:30 p.m. and started speeding along the route the GPS took me. Usually I never speed, but the idea of my little brother out in some Alabama back road broken down alone didn't sit right with me. It took me about 40 minutes to get there. I started off on a pretty busy highway, then turned off onto a very remote highway and rode down that one for a long time. There was nothing but trees, fields, and the occasional tiny church. Eventually, I turned right down a very narrow dirt road that I nearly missed. I had to drive slowly. It was very unkempt and bumpy. The tree line on each side was so thick with darkness, and to be honest, the whole vibe of the place made me uneasy and gave me a bad feeling. I took an extremely sharp turn around a bend and saw my brother's car about a couple 100 feet up ahead. Not even 3 seconds after my headlights had shined onto his car, I saw him throw himself out of his car in complete hysterics. He sprinted towards my car, screaming at the top of the lungs for me to unlock the doors. I came to a halt and he jumped in. Not even giving me time to process his distress, he started shouting at me to get us out of there and that someone else was there. I immediately turned around and floored it off of that road. I'd never seen my brother in such a panicked state before. He was sobbing, having a full-blown panic attack. I sped down the road, and by the time we made it back to the main highway, he had calmed down. I asked him what happened and why he didn't call me sooner, but I realized that he had been too panicked to think about it. He said that about 20 or 25 minutes after he called asking for my help, he'd been sitting in his car listening to music and just staring off, when way down the road up ahead, a figure of a man or human appeared. He said he was worried at first that maybe it was a landowner coming to yell at him, but instead, the figure just stood in the middle of the road, seemingly looking towards him. It was too dark to make out anything about the figure, other than that they were clearly a person. He said that the person just stood there not moving for a good 3 or 4 minutes before they very slowly shifted to the right and vanished into the trees and darkness. At this point, pure panic had already set in for him because he was sure they were staring at his car and because of the unusual behavior of the figure. He said that they didn't pop up out of the trees until another 5 minutes had passed, but this time they moved a good distance closer. He was fully freaking out now, thinking that this person had to be messing with, or even worse, threatening him. He said he froze, his body not letting him do anything except stare out of his car windows in terror. The figure continued to stand in the middle of the road, and then they shifted back into the tree line once again. He said that the figure did that 2 more times, and each time they had inched a couple of feet closer to his car. He said they had been hiding in the trees again for about a minute when he saw my headlights behind him. The security of knowing that I was there gave him the courage to leap out of his car and make a break for it. The poor kid was so petrified he even left his phone behind in the car. We went back the next day around noon to jumpstart his car. My paranoid self even brought a weapon. The area was less threatening in the daytime. The abandoned house could be seen through the trees to the left of the road, and to the right, a couple hundred yards behind us, was a smaller road that led to a small radio tower. Given that it was bright out and my urge to know what happened, I poked around with my brother. Other than the house, the thick trees along the road, and the tower, there was nothing but fields to either side of us, no sign of a barn or farm or anything. I even looked around the ground floor of the house. My suspicion was maybe a squatter he missed in his venture was messing with him, but there was no sign of anyone living in the house. What unnerved me even more was the fact that around back of the house, a good stretch of the ground was littered in bones. They looked like cow vertebrae. There were hundreds of cleanly cut vertebrae everywhere. There weren't even cows in any of the fields nearby. I went back to the road and trekked past his car down the stretch where he said the person had been standing. It was a dusty dirt road, so I was looking for footprints or any evidence that something had been there, but there was nothing. After that, we jumped into the car. I dug into him a little bit and told him to never go exploring alone again. Then we left. I'm honestly at a loss for what he saw that night. He's not the type of kid to make up stories like this, and the level of distress that I saw him in, I don't think anybody could fake either. This happened during my freshman year of college. I was taking a theater appreciation class, and we had to attend some of the plays the theater department put on. Normally, I went with friends, but for this one, I had gone alone since I had another event when my friends went. The play started at 6:30, so I set out on the short 10-minute walk to the theater. When I arrived, I saw a man standing by the entrance. Out of habit, I smiled at him as I tend to do that with strangers. He smiled back, but there was something about him that made me feel uneasy. He got in line right behind me, and when we waited, I overheard him muttering to himself about his car and where it was parked. I really wasn't paying attention until I heard him say, "Where are you sitting?" I thought he was talking to someone else, so I didn't respond. Once my ticket was scanned, I went around and found my seat. But then, to my surprise, the same man sat down next to me. I heard him mumble, "I can't believe it, right next to me." His tone sent a chill through me, but I tried to ignore it. He was probably in his early 30s, and soon enough, he turned to me and started asking questions. Too many questions. He asked, "Do you come to these plays often?" And I told him no. He quickly launched into how he was a regular and loved them, and mentioned that his girlfriend was in the play that night. I was still creeped out, but I felt a twinge of guilt for judging him so quickly. Maybe he was just being friendly. But then, something strange happened. Everything I said, he had the same interests, the same experiences. It was unsettling. When he asked what kind of music I liked, I decided to mention a lesser-known artist thinking he wouldn't know her. However, he said that was his favorite artist. It was too much. He was agreeing with everything I said, and the more he did, the more uncomfortable I felt. Right before the play started, a woman around his age sat on my other side. The moment she sat down, he went quiet. Then, oddly, the woman struck up the same kind of small talk with me. She even asked me similar questions, almost as if they had compared notes. As she talked, she touched my arm a few times in this weird, too familiar way, just like the man had done earlier. I felt trapped between them. Thankfully, the play started, and everyone went silent, but I could still feel their eyes on me, watching me the whole time. At intermission, the man offered to get me something from the concessions. I declined, but he kept insisting. I kept saying no, but he seemed frustrated and eventually got up to leave. As soon as he was gone, the woman picked up right where he left off, asking me about singing because she thought my voice sounded pretty. I told her I used to sing in high school, but I had stopped. Again, she touched my arm while she talked, more than once, and it made my skin crawl. When the man returned, he brought back some M&Ms and Milk Duds, both of which looked like they had already been opened. He offered me the Milk Duds, and I declined. He didn't eat them either, just placed them on the floor like he wasn't sure what to do next. Then he started asking me more personal questions about my family and whether I came to college alone. I lied, telling him that I lived with my brother in an apartment far away from where I really lived. That's when he leaned in and told me he was an amateur music producer and that I had a great voice. He said I should come by his place sometime to record. He just happened to live where I said I lived. It was all too much, and the tension in my chest wouldn't go away. Then his phone buzzed. He quickly looked at it and tried to hide the screen, but I saw the message. It said, "She's really cute. Do you think she'll work? My heart was racing, and I wanted to bolt right then and there, but I didn't know what to do, and I needed to watch this play for my class. The woman beside me suddenly touched my arm again and whispered that she was going to the bathroom, suggesting I come with her. At first, I thought maybe she had noticed the man's odd behavior and was trying to help, but then I saw her phone light up too with a message that read, "Yes." It was from an unsaved number. I declined her offer, and she never went to the bathroom. We all just sat there as the second half of the play dragged on, tension thick in the air. They both kept glancing at me, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. The moment the play ended, I got up and climbed over the woman, making my way to the exit as fast as possible. Once outside, I darted into the bathroom trying to collect myself. When I finally came out, I saw the man and woman standing in the corner of the foyer, having what looked like a heated whispering argument. When the woman spotted me, she immediately stopped talking, and the man began walking towards me. "I can give you a ride to your apartment," he offered. I told him no, that my brother was picking me up. Just then, one of my classmates ran over, calling out to me saying hi. The man backed off when he saw my friend. We left together, and as we walked out, I didn't look back. I just ran home, staying on the phone with my mom the whole way back. Now, I can't stop wondering about what was up with those people. Why did they act like they didn't know each other when they clearly did? Why did they both ask me the same creepy questions, touching my arm like they were trying to establish some weird familiarity? And what was with the texts? Were they communicating with each other about me the whole time? Where did the candy come from, and why was it already open? Why didn't he eat any of it? And why did they keep acting like they were trying to separate me, asking if I wanted to go to the bathroom or ride with them? I don't think I'm being paranoid when I think something was seriously wrong with those people. To make things worse, a girl had also been abducted, trafficked, and murdered in my college town about a year or two before I was there. The whole situation made me uneasy. I worked at a dollar store for a while. This was years ago now. Sometimes shady characters would come in from time to time. I was never too worried though, because nothing ever really happened. But one time I was working by myself one evening. The dollar store would be closing soon as it was approaching 10 p.m. I was the only one working and by myself. Typically this time of night was very quiet, and we hadn't had any customers come in a while. I had checked out a customer maybe 10 minutes prior, and nobody else had entered the store since. So I was all by myself up at the checkouts. I was just on my phone, bored, and waiting to get off of work. But it wasn't too bad, the fact that I could just sit there and play games on my phone and stuff. I was completely fine with nobody else being there. It was very quiet inside the store for a while, only the small sound of the low volume from the game that I was playing on my phone. Then, out of nowhere, I suddenly heard a sound. It was coming from somewhere in the store. It sounded like something had fallen off a shelf. The way that it broke the silence kind of spooked me, and I felt a little nervous. I looked in the direction but couldn't see anything. Our dollar store was about an average size for one, so the store wasn't that big. However, I could only see a few aisles, and there were many places that were out of my sight. After looking in the direction for a little while, I still couldn't see anything. I didn't hear anything else now either, so I stayed where I was. I chalked it up to maybe just an item that was placed too close to the edge of a shelf or something. I continued with my game, but I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit nervous now. Then it happened again. I heard another item fall off a shelf seemingly. This time I knew something was up. I looked over, but this was out of my sight as well, so I got up and decided to investigate. I was pretty nervous, but I made my way over towards where I had heard the noise. As I quietly walked, I didn't hear anything else at all. I got closer, and soon I saw what fell. There were two products in the same aisle that had fallen down. Nobody else appeared to be inside of the store. I looked at where the items had fallen from, and I had no idea how they could have fallen on their own. So I put them back, and then I started to walk around the store. As I was doing so, I heard another noise. Something fell from a shelf on the other end of the store way out of my sight. Now I was super creeped out. I called out, asking if anybody was in the store. There was no answer. I slowly walked over to where this next noise had come from. When I got to that aisle, I saw something else on the ground. I didn't see anybody though still. I looked around and then called out again, asking if anybody was there. Still nothing. Now I was in the far back corner of the store, and at that point I suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. It was not very loud, and I could only barely hear it, but it sounded like somebody running. They were making their way up towards the front of the store. I started walking over there. By the time I got within view of the front, I actually saw somebody. There was a man up at the check lanes, specifically the one that I had been at. I really couldn't believe it. I had no idea that anybody else had been in the store. The man was trying to get into the cash register at my check lane that I had been working at. Thankfully, I had locked the cash register because I hadn't used it in a while. It was a habit for me to not leave it unlocked. The man saw me come into his view. He continued trying to open it and then tried picking it up and then started banging on it. He looked over at me and I kept my distance but yelled at him to stop. The man didn't say anything. Then he jumped up and moved to another register. That one was also locked. They all were. I yelled that I was calling the police and then I got out my phone. The man messed around with that one for a while and then he got up and ran away. He left the store running off into the night. I quickly went over to the doors and then locked them. We were closing early now and I didn't care if anybody else showed up. Then I waited for the police. When they got there, I spoke with them, giving my account of what happened and so forth. They said that they would go look for the man. After that, though, I don't think he was ever located. He didn't come back to that store, though, I know that. He must have been really good at keeping quiet, because I had no clue that anybody had been inside the store. I'm not sure when the man got there or how he stayed out of my sight for so long. That was the scariest experience from working at the dollar store, though. I live not too far away from a very large mall. It's nice because I can do almost all my shopping there. Really anything aside from basic stuff and groceries I will get at the mall. I remember that one time last year I went there sometime in the late afternoon. I went around and did a good amount of shopping. The mall was pretty busy, but it usually is. There's always tons of other people there doing stuff. So it was probably sometime at night when I left, and it was dark out. The mall was much quieter now than it had been several hours earlier when I had arrived. There was a large parking garage connected to the mall, and there's other parking outside of that as well. I had parked in the parking ramp at I believe the 3rd level that day. So I walked out, and when I was approaching my car, I remember seeing a young woman in crutches heading in my direction. She called out to me saying hi, and I turned around and I said hi back to her. I did not recognize her and didn't know why she was greeting me. The woman slowly made her way closer to me in crutches. As I was about to get into my car, she asked me if I wouldn't mind driving her to her car. She said that she had parked on another level but mistakenly thought she parked on that floor. It was difficult for her to move around with the crutches and just wanted me to help her find her car. She didn't seem sketchy and I felt compelled to help her. If I said no, I would have felt like a big jerk. So I told the woman to hop in. She put her crutches in the back seat of my car as I put my bags in. Then I got into the driver's seat and the woman got into the front passenger seat. I asked her if she remembered the level that her car was on, and she said no, but she thought that it was lower. She said that she had never been to the mall before and was from a small town or something, so she wasn't used to large parking lots. At first, she was pretty nice and friendly. I continued to drive around slowly and then went down a level. We drove all around the 2nd level to the parking structure, and the woman didn't really say anything. After I went up and down every single aisle, I asked the woman if it looked familiar, and she said no. So then I went down to the ground level. After driving around there for at least 5 minutes, she still couldn't find her car. I was surprised because to me it seemed impossible to lose a car that bad. You would think that she would know at least the general area that it was in, and there were not that many other cars around with it being late, so it was easier to see all the ones that were there. Eventually, the woman told me that she thought she actually parked outside of the parking garage and just nearby it. That's when I thought it seemed really weird. How could she think that she was in the parking garage when she actually wasn't? I didn't say anything though and just kept driving. So we left the parking structure and then she seemed to magically remember. She told me to drive around the corner and to the right. There was a smaller, sort of secluded parking lot there. It was between some trees and the parking structure. Mostly, it was used as overflow parking if the mall was super busy. I drove over there and it was not very well lit. There, sitting alone, was a black 4-door sedan that looked to be about 20 years old. It was parked in the far corner next to a tree and was the only car in this particular parking lot. The woman said that that was her car and that I could just drive up and park right next to it. She said thanks for driving her around. I was relieved that she found it, but I was also very confused. I was thinking, how could she forget that she parked out here? But I was just glad to finally be on my way after I would drop her off. I parked next to her car, and the woman opened up the door and then got out. She went to the back door and opened it up to get her crutches out of my back seat. Just as she was grabbing them though, I suddenly heard footsteps from behind the car sort of. I saw movement in my mirror, but it was really dark and it happened fast, so I didn't know what was going on. The next thing I knew, someone was opening the back door to my driver's side of the car as well. I knew this was a problem, and my reaction was to hit the gas pedal. I was parked up against a curb with some grass and trees out front and not much space. I turned the wheel and accelerated. My car shot up the curb and briefly into the grass. I immediately went to the left and away from the guy who tried to open the door, and the woman as well. I barely saw that a guy was hanging onto my door, sort of trying to stop me or else get into the car. He ran with me for a while, and after I made it off the curb from turning, I was back into the parking lot and I was able to go much faster. The guy had to let go and I was able to drive away from him. I went pretty fast until I was a good distance away. The parking lot did not have an exit on the way that I had driven to though, so I had to go back. I turned my car around and saw the man running towards me. I also saw the woman jogging behind him, and she was not using crutches at all. Her injury had been fake. She set me up. I hit the gas again and quickly drove for the exit and was able to make it out before they reached me. I heard them yelling and cursing as I drove away. Right after I made it out of there, I called the cops and told them about what happened. I'm 90% sure that they got out of there though before the cops arrived. Looking back, I'm just happy that I made it out of there safely. I'm not giving any random strangers a ride again. I had a really creepy experience at the airport a few years ago. So I was waiting to board my flight and I was sitting down reading a book. There was probably about an hour or so until boarding time. I was traveling by myself, going back home from visiting my best friend, Allie. We had been best friends since we were very young, and she lived a few states away from me for work at the time. She has since moved back, but we visited each other a few times when we lived far apart. So as I was waiting there, I remembered that this guy came up and sat down right next to me. The airport was busy, but not that busy. There were still plenty of other places for this guy to sit that were not right next to me, or next to anybody for that matter. It seemed a little weird for him to sit down in that spot. However, when he sat down, he did not say hi or anything. He didn't even look at me. He just sat down and started pretty much just staring straight ahead. The man was maybe in his 30s, wore dark clothing, and had a hat with sunglasses. He seemed to have a very serious look on his face, or at least what I could see of his face minus the hat and sunglasses. I just ignored him and continued reading my book. As the time went by, it felt more and more awkward. The guy did not get up once, and he just kept sitting there staring straight ahead. But for the most part, I was able to drown it out with reading. Finally, it was time to board the plane. I was more than happy to get up as soon as I heard that we were boarding now. The man got up right after me. He still didn't say anything. I moved ahead of him and got on the plane and to my seat, which was a window seat. Then, a short time later, I saw the man come and sit right next to me again. I couldn't believe it. This guy apparently had the seat right next to mine. Once more, he sat down and stared straight ahead, looking very serious, and didn't say anything to me or even look at me. The flight was only 2 hours, but it felt like it was going to seem much longer now. Soon we took off. The man was sitting in the seat next to me, but the seat next to that, which was an aisle seat, was empty. The flight was not completely full, and there were a number of open seats. This guy could have easily moved over to the aisle seat, giving us both more space. But no, he instead stayed sitting right next to me. I put on headphones and tried to sleep for the whole flight. So I wasn't bothered or anything, but every now and then I would open my eyes to see the guy in the exact same position. It was really weird. Finally, the plane landed. After we had landed and the plane came to a stop, the man finally spoke. He turned to me and looked at me right in the face and said, "See you later tonight." Then he stood up and walked away. Now, we were in like the 10th or 15th row of the plane, something like that, and the plane had just stopped, so you're supposed to let the people in front of you get off first. The guy broke every rule in the book, budging in front of multiple people and squeezing through the crowd. He disappeared out of my sight and seemed to be in a hurry to get off the plane, as I waited in my row to leave like a normal person. I was so confused as to why this man said that. I did not want to see him tonight at all. I had no idea who he was, and he shouldn't know who I am either. Eventually, I got off the plane and did not see the guy anywhere at all, which I was more than happy about. After getting off the plane and back into the airport, I called my friend Audrey, who was picking me up. She was already on her way, and I had texted her when we took off and landed. I didn't have to get a bag or anything, so I walked straight for the exit where Audrey was parked waiting for me. In the time that I walked out there, I didn't see the weird guy at all. I got in the car and Audrey drove me back to my apartment and dropped me off. I told her about the weird guy on the drive and she agreed that it was very strange. So after getting back, I should mention that it was only the early afternoon. I didn't have anything going on that day, so I just unpacked, cleaned my place, and then went to the gym. By the nighttime, I had forgotten all about the weird guy. However, that night when I was home by myself in my apartment, there was a knock on the door at about 10 o'clock. At first, I had no idea who it could be, but then I remembered the guy. I quietly walked over to the door and looked through the peephole. There he was, standing right on the other side. I have no idea how he found me or knew where I lived. I ran away from the door and didn't know what to do. I was freaking out and felt like I was in danger. I heard him knock again, but I just ran into my bedroom and closed the door. I didn't come out for a while. When I was in there, I did not hear any more knocking. Eventually, I decided to go back out. I went to the door and looked again. He was now gone. I was really creeped out though. It took a long time for me to fall asleep that night. Since that night though, I never saw the man again. I was a truck driver for years and have a few creepy stories from my times on the road. But one that sticks out is something that happened a long time ago back in the late 1990s. I was driving a semi-truck across the country on another long trip. I don't even remember exactly what state I was in, but it was nighttime and I was on a quiet highway. With it being pretty late at night, there were not many other cars on the road. It was a typical 2-lane highway with mostly woods and wildlands surrounding me on both sides. Occasionally, I would pass by an exit that would lead to a small town or a truck stop. I was going to be driving for several more hours though before I would stop. Back then, the hours would be crazy for me at times. So as I was driving, I remembered that a few cars came up behind me. It was weird because I remember thinking that it had been so quiet and now there was suddenly not one, not two, but 3 cars approaching. But overall, it seemed to just be a random coincidence to me. As I was in the right lane, one of the cars went into the left lane to pass me. The car then got into the right lane in front of me once it had passed. At this same time, another one of the cars went into the left lane to pass. But the car that passed me and was now in front of me started slowing down. This annoyed me because now I had to slow down. I had been going maybe 65 miles per hour, and now I had to slow down to like 55. But it didn't stop there. The car continued to go slower. I could see that it was braking. There was nothing up ahead on the road that would cause us to slow down. The road was completely straight, and there was no cop car on the side of the road waiting for speeders, no animals crossing the road, nothing. But the other weird thing was that the car in the left lane that was about even with me did not speed up. That car was slowing down with us as well. Meanwhile, the other car behind me was not even bothering to pass. It was like these cars were all boxing me in. There was nothing I could do unless I wanted to run over the car in front of me. We went slower and slower. These cars all around me were just regular-looking sedans. We were slowing and coming to a stop, and I pulled over to the side of the road wondering what was going on. When I stopped, all 3 cars that were around me stopped as well. I had a bad feeling about it. The one car that had been next to me pulled over in front of me next to the other car, and the car behind me pulled over right behind me. Then I saw the front doors to the 2 cars in front of me open. A man got out of each one. Both of the guys were wearing dark clothing and also had winter hats on. They instantly started speed walking over to me. One guy went to each side of my cab. Without saying a word, they both tried opening my doors, but they were locked. Then the guys started banging on the windows and doors. I really didn't know what they wanted, but this was no way to approach me. I yelled at them to leave me alone, but obviously they did not care. When they continued to try to get in and bang on the windows and stuff, they left me no choice. I put my truck into gear and started driving forwards. Obviously, my truck took a little bit to get going, but it was very powerful. Much more than these little cars that the men were driving. I went forward and ran into one of the cars. As I got going, I pushed the car forward and out of the way. I also scraped the other car that was parked next to it, but I didn't care. The men stayed at my cab for the first few seconds as we got going. Then they jumped off, and one of the guys ran to his car, and the other had to stay out of the way. After I ran into the cars and they were pushed to the side, I just kept driving and went even faster. 2 of the guys got back in their cars and drove right up next to me again. The other guy couldn't get up to speed with the damage on his car. They tried doing the same thing to me, but I kept going at my pace. When the guy in front of me slowed down, I simply ran into him. Then he moved to my left and tried to run me off the road. He swerved right in front of me, but I didn't move. He briefly hit me and then backed away, realizing that his car was no match for my large truck. Then all the cars slowed down and were quickly out of my sight. I wasn't even going that fast. I continued driving until I made it to the next truck stop. Then I called the cops from there and had to report the incident to my boss as well. The truck wasn't damaged too bad, thankfully. I never found out if the cops located any of those guys, and I don't know what would have happened had I opened the doors for them. This is something that happened a long time ago. I worked as a police officer for a few years when I was younger. It's a job that I will never forget and can be very intense at times. It's not for everyone, and it wasn't for me. Overall, it was too stressful for me to do for more than a few years, and so I ended up choosing to change careers. I'm feeling much better now in the career that I currently have. Nothing really that crazy happened in my time as a cop, but I had some friends deal with some really crazy situations. I certainly have a lot of respect for all the officers out there. But one memory in my short time in law enforcement stands out as the most strange thing that ever happened. I worked in a small town. It was way out there and in the country, and normally very quiet. Not a whole lot happened typically in the area that I patrolled. Mostly it would be speeding cars and other traffic violations, occasionally other calls and a little bit of everything, but I'd spend much of my time patrolling the roads. I also worked a lot of night shifts, and so the roads would be very quiet generally. On one night it was very late. I don't recall exactly when, but the roads were dead. It had been dark out for hours, and the road that I was on had no streetlights. Most of them didn't in that area. There would maybe be one here and there. I was just driving down one road surrounded by woods and coming up to an intersection. When I got to the stop sign, I was headed north, and I saw a car going towards the west who was also approaching the intersection. As I came to the four-way stop, I saw the car not slow down at all and completely blow through the stop sign. It was a silver four-door sedan, and the windows were very tinted. But also what stood out to me was that the headlights were completely off. I'm not even sure how this car was seeing the roads, because there was like nobody else out there at all. Almost immediately, I turned on my lights, and I took a left to conduct a traffic stop on the silver car. There were two obvious violations, possibly more. Running a stop sign, not having lights on, and maybe even windows that were too tinted. When I turned left, I sped up to catch up to the car. It was not speeding at least. The speed limit was 55, and the car was probably going about 50. I quickly caught up to it, and the car was almost hard to see in the dark because of it having no lights on at all. However, the car did not pull over. I then noticed that the car also didn't have any back plates on it. Another violation. A wave of adrenaline started to hit me, and I felt myself getting a little bit nervous. It seemed like the car was not going to pull over. As I continued driving right behind the car, we went for another 30 seconds or so, and they still didn't pull over. I turned on my siren to make it more obvious that I was there. There was no way that this person did not know that I was behind them trying to pull them over. But still, they did not move to the side of the road. They just continued driving. They started going faster though, and then suddenly the car made a right down a more quiet and narrow road. I took the right as well, and I radioed in that I was trying to perform a traffic stop and the vehicle was not pulling over. I informed dispatch where I was for possible backup. But in the town where I worked, it was sprawling and very rural, so it would take a little while for anybody else to get there. The car still did not pull over. They drove down the quiet road and then took a sudden left. It was clear that they were trying to lose me. I kept following the best I could. The car soon took this really narrow dirt road. I had never been on this road before, and it was very winding. The trees were growing very close to the road, and we drove down here for a little while, and I continued to try to pull the car over and relay information about what was happening on the radio. As we kept going, I thought about trying to perform a pit maneuver, but I couldn't get to the car and the road was too narrow. The car then turned on another dirt road very quickly and at the last moment. I almost didn't make the turn and I had to slow down. I saw another road shortly after the one that the car took. As I made my way onto that road, I lost a little bit of ground, but I saw where the car went. It turned on another road and was briefly out of my sight. I quickly drove down that road and turned to the one that the car was on. I was just on time to see the car making another turn on a street up ahead. Somehow the car seemed to be navigating these streets insanely well. I sped up and then made the next turn. I saw the car far up the road. As I went faster, the car quickly turned again. I turned onto the next road and noticed that the car was turning once more. This road was another dirt road surrounded by woods. I honestly had no clue where I was anymore. I drove down that road trying to catch up to the car after it had turned again. But when I turned to the next road where I thought that the car went, it was gone. It just wasn't there. I went up and looked for more roads or a secret driveway, but I didn't see anything. I went straight, looking left, right, and forward. I couldn't find the car at all. Its lights had been off, so that gave it a huge advantage, but still, I could not believe that it was gone. I radioed in that I might have lost it. Within 5 minutes, I had help from several more police cars. We all drove the area searching for the next hour or so. We didn't find the car at all. I was left extremely confused. I have no idea how the car got away from me. After that, for the rest of my shift, I was wondering about it. We were not able to locate the car or find out who was driving it. To this day, I don't know. Whoever it was, though, really knew how to drive well. I think the car was also modified and handled really good. Maybe it was somebody who runs from the cops as a sport or kind of a hobby. I also don't know how they saw so well with no lights, but that one's still a mystery to me. About 5 years ago, I worked in an office building in the city. I lived in an apartment building pretty close by, and so I would walk to and from work every day. This was good for me because the walk would be easier in my opinion than driving. Parking in the city can be difficult, and my office did have a garage, but you had to pay for the spot, which was stupid. Also, I hated driving in the city, and the walk was only like 20 minutes and the exercise was nice. So I would have the routine of making the walk every day. The city was usually pretty busy, with lots of people on the sidewalks and cars on the street. It was also common for me to stop along the trip to get coffee, or sometimes some food on the way back. One time I arrived back home from work to my apartment, only to realize that I did not have my phone. I wasn't sure exactly where it was. The possibilities were that I had lost it on the walk home, or that I had forgotten it at work. I was hoping that it was the latter. For the rest of that night, I just went without my phone. I knew there was nothing I could really do. If I had lost my phone walking, then I was pretty much screwed, because somebody would have surely picked it up. So the next morning, I got to work hoping that my phone would still be at my office desk. Unfortunately, it wasn't. I was very disappointed. So I logged onto my work computer and was wondering if I needed to buy a new phone that day after work. But when I logged onto my email, I saw something. There was an email from this woman named Emily who I did not know. I clicked on it and her email had her picture and she said that she had found my phone. In her email, she said that she found the phone on the ground and that she had it with her and wanted to give it back to me. I was really happy to hear that. Emily said that she worked that day and was busy, but I could come over that night to her house and pick up the phone. I responded to her email and said that I could come by that night. We emailed back and forth a little bit and arranged for me to pick up the phone at 8 p.m. and she gave me her address. So after work, I went back home and then later on drove to the house. I had to write down the directions to get there because I did not have my phone, of course. But when I finally arrived, I realized that I was not in the best of neighborhoods. It looked kind of sketchy, but whatever. I figured it wasn't that big of a deal. So I got out of my car and I walked up to the house. It was a smaller, old-looking 2-story house. It looked similar to most of the places in the neighborhood. After I walked up to the door, I knocked on it. I was right on time as to when I was supposed to arrive. I looked around though, and none of the lights appeared to be on inside the house. This confused me a little, but overall, I didn't give it that much thought. After about a minute, I finally heard somebody approaching the door from inside. When it opened, I expected to see the woman who had emailed me, but I did not. I saw a man there who was a bigger-looking guy with a neck beard and was balding. He invited me to come inside the house. I said that maybe I had the wrong address and I was there to pick up my cell phone. I added that a woman named Emily had emailed me. The guy said that Emily was his wife and she was inside and I could come in. Feeling better, I entered the house and went inside. It seemed like most of the lights inside were off for some reason. There were just a few dimly lit lamps around here and there. Overall, the house was not very nice. It was messy and cluttered inside. The man led me into the kitchen where all the lights were off. He told me to have a seat and I sat down at the table. Then he said he would get his wife and let her know that I was there. I said okay and he walked off. I sat there and was confused as to what was going on. For the next couple of minutes, I became more and more uncomfortable. I just wanted to run out of there. I had a bad feeling. And if Emily knew that I was coming over to get my phone at the agreed time, why would she not be there? What was she doing? I would have hoped that I didn't even have to come in the house and she could just hand me the phone and I could be on my way. After sitting in the decrepit kitchen for like 5 minutes with no signs of Emily, I thought about getting up to investigate. But that's when I heard footsteps coming back towards me. The man with the neck beard was back. He told me that Emily was actually in the basement and I would have to go down there to get my phone. Then the man simply just walked away out of the room. I wasn't able to ask him why because he walked off so fast, but this was seeming way too sketchy. I got up and instead of looking around for the basement, I just left. I mean, why would I be forced to go down into the basement of this sketchy old house? Was Emily so important that she couldn't simply just give me the phone? Or the more important question, did Emily even exist? I walked to the front door and left. Then I ran from my car and drove back home. The next day at work, I emailed Emily again. I told her what had happened and said that it seemed really sketchy. I told her that I really needed my phone though and asked if she could please meet me at a public location. I even offered to pay. I said, if this is an inconvenience to you, I will pay you. She never responded. I ended up going to the Verizon store after work and got a new cell phone. I'm glad I didn't go down into the basement of that house. I think that the guy with the neckbeard is the one who found my phone. He probably created the fake Emily account. That's why he never responded to my last email. What I am curious about is how he got my email. If he was somehow able to get into my phone, it all makes sense. But I had it locked and my password was pretty secure. Either way, I'm glad that I did not stay in that creepy house any longer. I worked at Target as a cart pusher a long time ago when I was younger. I worked mostly night shifts or afternoon to night shifts unless it was the weekends. Then I would work mornings. One time I was working until sometime a little bit later at night. I was out in the parking lot by myself collecting carts from the returns and bringing them back in the store. The store was usually busy in the early evening and there were a lot of carts in the parking lot for a while. So, as it got later at night, things quieted down. I could relax a little more as I had gotten the carts pretty full on both sides. I went to the grocery side of the store, which was always more busy. There were still carts out in the parking lot, so I started going out and getting them by hand, because the machine died and was charging. One time I brought the carts in and I noticed a man sitting by himself in the Target cafe. I don't know if you remember, but many Targets used to have cafeterias where you could get food and snacks. There would also be tables that you could sit at. Ours was closed by now because I think it closed at 9 p.m. So the lights were off and it was empty except for this one guy sitting inside. I remember that he was wearing black pants and a jacket with a black hood. He was just sitting there kind of looking around but mostly downward, and he had no Target bags or food or anything. I just thought that it looked kind of sketchy, but mostly thought nothing of it at all. I went back outside and got more carts. Over the next hour or so, I pretty much got in all the carts from the parking lot. The man was still there the entire time until the end. Every time that I would come in, I would see him still sitting there. Then, when I brought the last of the carts in, he was gone. Still, I didn't think much of it at all. At that point, I was basically ready to go home. I only had about 10 minutes left of my shift, and the carts were good, so I went to see if anything else needed to be done. The baskets were fine, but I saw that there was a flat at the end of the check lanes, so I decided to put it back. The flats all went in the back room area of the back side of the store near receiving, so I took the flat and wheeled it all the way there. When I got into the back room, there was nobody in the immediate area. Things were very quiet by this hour. I put the flat back in its spot and started heading back to the doors to go clock out. But before I left the back room area, I heard somebody approach from behind me around the corner. They were probably about 50 feet away, and I was curious as to who it was. I was friends with a couple of the guys who worked back there sometimes. I looked and saw that same sketchy guy wearing all black. He was just standing in the back room looking at me. As soon as I was looking back at him, he quickly dipped around the corner. I knew that he didn't work there and was not supposed to be in the back. It was clearly an employees-only area. I did not go after him, but I left the back room area to find my manager. He was up at the front end of the store, and I told him what was going on. Before I clocked out, he asked me to show him where the guy went, so we both walked towards the back room again. When we got there, I went around the corner to where the guy had gone. We did not immediately see him. I wasn't sure if he had left or what. We walked a little farther though, and then heard somebody moving. He was in one of the aisles back there. In a Target back room, it's hard to explain how it looks. There are aisles, but they're not like in the store. They're much higher, and it appears way more cluttered, even though it's very organized. So we could sort of see the guy in one of the upcoming aisles, but just barely. He was moving farther down it. My manager called out and said, "Hey, you're not allowed to be back here. It's for employees only." The man cut him off, and what he said really shocked me. He said, "Don't come any closer or I'll shoot you." We both froze in our tracks. It was very unexpected. My manager said, "Okay, we're not coming any closer. We're going to walk away." The man said nothing. We both slowly moved back, and I was terrified. I didn't know how legit of a threat it was, but obviously we had to take it serious. We still couldn't see the guy hardly at all, just enough to tell that he was a few aisles up. We walked back, and when we got to the corner, I felt a huge relief. Then we practically sprinted back out into the store. My manager called on his walkie-talkie what was going on. There were hardly any shoppers and not many employees there at that hour either, so they ended up evacuating everybody from the store and calling the cops. I went out into the parking lot and waited with everybody else. The cops got there and were inside for a while. Eventually, the man was arrested. He did not turn out to have a gun, so I guess he just made it up to threaten us. I'm not sure what he was trying to do or why he went in the back room, but it was by far my scariest experience working at Target though. I used to work as a custodian at a high school. It was a fairly average-sized school. I was the overnight custodian and would be by myself for a majority of the shift. During the school days, there would generally be 2 or even 3 working at a time. That's because during the day there were more tasks to be done. Overnights, things still needed to be done, but I would be the only person in the building, plus many of the earlier tasks had been completed. So I would start at 10 p.m. and get off at 6 a.m., a true overnight shift. Most of the time I would be alone, but I didn't mind. I preferred it because I'm a bit of an introvert, and I found it to be more relaxing to work by myself most of the time. So on this one night, I was in the hallways in the north wing of the school. I was just mopping the floors, and out of nowhere I heard a lockdown announcement, which made no sense. I heard the beep come over the school intercom and then heard the announcement. The only explanation to me that made sense was that it was some kind of a mistake. I thought that I was the only person in the entire school, so how could there be a lockdown? And what would it even be for? Maybe the intercom system had malfunctioned or something. I thought that I would go over there as soon as I finished mopping the area that I was in. However, as I was finishing, I heard it again for a second time. Now I was really thinking something must be wrong over there. The intercom system was controlled from the main offices of the school. I stopped mopping and then started to walk over there. It was a ways away, but as I was walking in that direction, I did not hear anything else, until I got much closer. As I approached the offices, I heard footsteps. They were not within my sight and kind of far away. I couldn't tell exactly where they were coming from. I also didn't know where they were going, but they were not that close to me. I thought that maybe somebody was in the school that I didn't know about, perhaps another faculty member. However, when I reached the offices, all the lights were off and everything was quiet. I went inside and turned on the lights. Everything seemed fine. Personally, I didn't really know much about how the intercom worked. That wasn't really my department, but nothing seemed out of place or broken. Nothing seemed like it had been messed with either. And I hadn't heard a lockdown announcement in a while now. So by this point, I was very confused. Then I heard the footsteps again, still really far away. In my mind at the moment, I felt that the footsteps had to be related to the lockdown announcement. Maybe somebody was here working on it without my knowledge. I was supposed to know if anybody else would be working in the school overnight, but I wasn't told anything. I mean, there were a few times when a sports game or something ran late, or a team arrived back late from an away game. Then sometimes people would linger around until after midnight, but never this late, and I had not seen anybody else. There were also no late sports games or events that night. So I called out asking if anybody was there. I yelled pretty loud, but not in an angry tone or anything. I didn't hear anything in response. However, I did hear the footsteps seemingly going farther away. I walked in that direction for a while. I couldn't tell exactly where they were coming from though. I'm not going to lie, I was feeling creeped out. However, I was really curious as to who was in the school. After walking around the school for like 10 minutes, I didn't hear or see anything else. I turned around and went back to where I originally was. When I got back to my mop, there was suddenly another announcement. It was a beep of the intercom, followed by an announcement that the lockdown was now over. This creeped me out so much that I literally took off running for the offices. When I got there, I didn't see anybody. The lights were still off and the doors were still closed and locked. I went in and looked around anyways. There was nothing in there, and when I got out, I walked up and down a bunch of random hallways, calling out, demanding to know if anybody was there. But I got no response, and I didn't see or hear anybody at all. I didn't hear any more footsteps or anything. I did the rest of my tasks that night a little bit on edge and feeling nervous of what could happen. But there were no more lockdown announcements or footsteps. When the next custodians arrived at about 5:30 a.m., I told them of what happened. We searched the entire school up and down, but didn't see anyone or find any trace of anyone either. They said they would brief the principal and staff of what happened overnight for me because I left at 6 a.m. After that night, I never heard anything more of it other than that nobody was ever located, and nothing else like that ever happened again in my time working there. This is still something that makes me wonder. Somebody was definitely in the school that night. I heard the footsteps, but why was there a lockdown announcement? I don't know. It was really weird. Two years ago, I took a road trip to Dallas, Texas. It was a long drive, and I planned to do as much as I could each day. One night, I was driving, and it got to be really late. I was tired, but I knew I could keep going. I just needed a quick pit stop. I had literally no idea where I was. The only thing I knew at that particular time was that I was on some random highway in either Arkansas or Oklahoma. It was a little after midnight, and the roads were very quiet. I started looking around for a city or a place to stop. I was sleepy and also had to use the restroom. I had nothing left to drink and was out of snacks, but I knew if I could get some caffeine, I could drive for several more hours. Finally, after driving for like 10 more minutes, I saw a sign for a rest area up ahead. When it came up, I took the exit to the right and entered it. The rest area was very quiet and small. There was no other roads connecting to it. The rest area was just directly off the highway, and then the only option was to get back onto it. As for the rest area itself, it was just one long parking lot and then a small building. Surrounding it was a grass area and then lots of woods. There was also a wooded area between the rest area and the highway, so you couldn't see it from the road. I pulled into a parking space right in front of the building. I thought that this rest area looked pretty sketchy. It had just a few dimly lit streetlights going along the parking lot, and then one other one next to the building. The building also looked old and outdated. I considered just moving along and trying to make it to a town for another stop, but I thought about the drive. For like the last hour, I hadn't really come across any cities or much else. There was no telling how much farther I would have to drive before reaching something, plus the cell phone signal around there was spotty at best. And I knew that I needed something to drink, and this place probably had a vending machine at the very least. I looked around and saw that no other cars were in the parking lot at all. I didn't know whether to feel good or bad about this observation. On one hand, it was nice to have the place to myself and nobody else around, but on the other hand, it felt more creepy this way. As a smaller woman traveling alone, I was always trying to keep my guard up a little at night. I sat in my parked car and looked around. I didn't hear or see anything at all. I decided that it should be fine. I took my pepper spray just in case. So I got out of my car and then walked up the sidewalk into the building. I felt creeped out, but told myself not to be a wimp and there was nothing to be afraid of. After making it inside the building, there really wasn't much in there. The men's restroom was to one side and the women's to the other. Then there was a small lobby with a couple of vending machines and a few benches. I went in the restroom and was in there for maybe a minute. As I was washing my hands, I thought I heard footsteps inside the lobby. I realized that somebody else must have got there. I heard the footsteps go closer to the women's restroom that I was in, but the door did not open. The footsteps stopped right outside of it. Then someone started banging on the door very loudly. This was strange because the bathroom door did not lock. It was a bathroom where there were several stalls and sinks inside of it, so the door just swung open and could not be locked at all. I thought they would enter, but instead they just banged on it very loudly. I was very confused. For some reason, I didn't say anything though. The banging went on for maybe 30 seconds and it was really strange. Finally, it stopped. Then I heard footsteps walking away, and based on the footsteps, I guessed that it was a man. I'm not an expert, but they were louder and heavier and almost like work boots. I sort of heard the door open and realized that whoever was there was leaving. I was pretty creeped out by the whole thing. So I waited in the bathroom for about another minute and then left. I walked out of the bathroom with my pepper spray in hand. I looked around but didn't see anybody. When I left the rest area building and got back out into the parking lot, only my car was there. It was strange because I hadn't heard another car come or go. Even though I was in the building, I thought I would have heard that. Nevertheless, I walked out to my car and got back inside. I realized that I hadn't even gotten anything to drink or eat, but I felt that I no longer needed an energy drink. I was wide awake. Plus, I just wanted to get out of there at this point. I started my engine and began driving out of there. Now, the rest area parking lot narrowed at the end to a one-lane road. This went between the wooded area on both sides and then merged directly back onto the highway. As I was going to the end of the parking area and the road started narrowing, I suddenly saw something up ahead. I continued to drive, but then saw a man come out of the woods and go right onto the road in front of me. He was a good 50 feet ahead, but I had to slam on my brakes to avoid hitting him. The man had sort of long hair and a beard and was wearing a brown jacket, jeans, and what looked like work boots. Could this have been the man who was banging on the door? He stopped right in the middle of the road and now stood there, completely blocking my way. I stopped on the road and he just looked at me facing my direction. We were just staring at each other for what felt like a long time. It was probably about 30 seconds. I wanted to go around him, but there just wasn't enough space. The man started walking towards my car. I put it into reverse and began backing up. He didn't say anything or make any motions to me. He didn't wave or ask me to go around him or anything. As I backed up, he started walking faster. I realized that he was coming after me and I hit the gas harder. As I reversed more, the man started to run after me. I backed up all the way until I was in the parking lot. Then I turned the car around and started driving away. The man stood there back towards the end of the lot. If I wanted to leave, I would have to go past him. But then I decided to just go out the wrong way. I drove to the entrance and went along the one-way road there, going the wrong direction. If anybody had tried to enter the rest area from the highway in that moment, I would have possibly hit them head on. Thankfully, nobody was. I made it to the entrance and then did a sharp right turn and merged back onto the highway from there. Nobody else was on the highway at the time. Then I drove past the rest area. When I passed by where the rest area merged back onto the highway, as I was getting up to speed still, I saw the man again. He was standing on the side of the road just past the rest area exit, looking at me. I was so creeped out. I drove a ways and then called 911 and reported the guy. I was told that a police officer would go to the rest area and check it out. I never heard anything more. Looking back, I'm still wondering who that guy was and what he was doing. He definitely seemed to be up to no good. With just him and I alone in the rest area that night, it was a very creepy encounter. In 2010, when I was 15, I became interested in urban exploration photography. I absolutely loved seeing the beautiful, eerie photos of abandoned shopping centers and hearing about all the awesome vintage stuff people would find at these places. I was originally thinking of going to a famous local abandoned mental asylum. There are many creepy and weird pictures of this place online, and many stories of paranormal stuff happening there. About a week before my best friend Anna and her boyfriend Garrett and I were going to go, I was talking to an acquaintance, Selena, at a party who warned me off. She told me how she and her cousins went there a while back. Nobody else was there that night except them, and apparently they got horrible vibes as soon as they walked in. While they were exploring upstairs, one of her cousins felt an overwhelming force pulling him towards a room. Just before he opened the door, he fell through the floor and slashed one of his wrists very badly and lost a lot of blood. She said she would never go back there, but if I found a cool house to let her know. Because of that story, Anna, Garrett, and I mostly gave up on the idea of urban exploring. I just didn't think about it for ages until I found an abandoned house one day. I was going for a bike ride and decided to take a different route than my normal one. This one ended up running through this weird little pathway at the bottom of a dead-end street. I kept riding down it until I ended up at this park. I had never been there before and was very disoriented at this point. I was basically lost in my own suburb. Anyway, I rode through this park and tried to find a water fountain. I ended up going through this long path which led me to nothing except this high stone wall covered in dead vines. The stonework on the wall was a unique design, and it just seemed odd and out of place, so I felt the urge to see over it. I stood on my bike, and even then, I was only just able to look over this wall. What I saw was a very, very weird mansion. The garden was overgrown, a sea of green weeds broken only by Greek marble statues poking out. The bottom floor windows were all broken, but I could see that there was black and white checkered flooring and more statues inside. The windows at the top floor were boarded up, except for one that had curtains. There was also a fountain in the garden that was all cracked too. It was the oddest and most out-of-place house I'd ever seen, and my instant urge was to photograph it, but I didn't have my camera or my phone. So I rode back through the park and picked a house number to remember, and managed to make my way back home, even though I got really, really lost. I instant messaged Anna and Garrett, as well as Selena, the girl I met at the party. I told them I found this incredible abandoned house and we needed to check it out. My best friend immediately got super excited, because the plan was we were going to start a blog and she would write about places we explored and I would take the photos, and her boyfriend was excited because he was super into horror movies and wanted to film stuff. Selena was a bit reluctant. She said that the statues sounded kind of creepy, but eventually she decided she would come. We planned to go on a Saturday night because Garrett wanted to film at night, and we were all scared of being seen by people in the park, so it seemed logical. We met at Anna's house, and Garrett brought his dad's trailer to bring a ladder so we could get over the wall. I was nervous because it hit me that we were breaking in and trespassing, and if we got caught, my parents would flip out and never let me go out again. So we left Anna's house at midnight and made it smoothly to the house number I'd remembered. This is where we encountered our first problem, because I led us down the wrong street, and it took us a half an hour to find the park, and Garrett was carrying this heavy ladder and getting really angry. We finally found the park, and I just remember feeling a bit uneasy. It was very, very dark. No lights in the park or street lights were on, and it was very still and quiet. We found the path and walked down, and sure enough, we reached the wall. We were ages away from the car by now. I had assumed it was quick, but I'd been biking the last time and not carrying a ladder and a camera. We climbed the wall and then sat at the top, pulled the ladder up, and climbed down it into the garden. As soon as we set foot in this garden, I was just filled with dread. I think we all were. The statues were very creepy and human-like. Up close, their faces were just wrong-looking, like features were weird sizes, and they looked really unsettling, like their arms were twisted weirdly. We were completely silent. Garrett was filming, and I was taking pictures. We reached the back door, and it was unlocked. Anna mentioned to us that it was strange that the door was unlocked, and we all agreed, but we went in anyways. Once we stepped inside, we were in this huge empty room filled with objects, clearly statues covered in sheets. Garrett pulled a sheet off one, and we all screamed. It was a Greek statue with a horrible human-like face painted on, grimacing. Selena wanted to leave at this point, and I didn't mind that idea, but Garrett convinced us to check it out a little more. He said that probably other kids had been through there as well, exploring the unlocked area and painted on the statue. We weren't going to split up and walk back through the garden alone, so we continued. We kept walking through the house, and I was shaking too much to take pictures. We passed empty room after empty room, all filled with sheet-covered statues. We reached the bottom of a marble staircase. Once we got to the top of the staircase, it was clear that something was very, very wrong with the house. There were no doors except for one at the end of a hallway, but every room was filled with odd, wrong-looking furniture. Chairs were painted red in a pile in one room, and tables that were too high and painted odd colors as well. Something was really off. We opened a cupboard in one room and screamed at a horrific life-size mural of some sort of bizarre person with inhumanly long teeth and hands. At this point, even Garrett was freaking out. He was like, let's just check out the last room and then get out. So we all walked slowly towards the door. Inside was a nursery which had a black crib with old wooden toys. I can't recall what the toys were, maybe puppets. There were strange paintings of horrifying clowns like the other mural we had seen earlier. We didn't even step inside the room. Garrett said that we should leave right now and that the place wasn't safe. As soon as we all got downstairs again, we froze because one of the statues had moved up against the wall. We dropped our stuff and ran to the door. Garrett had to kick the door open because somehow it was locked now, and we ran through the horrible garden to the wall. I remember that when I was nearly at the wall, Selena just screamed, and we all turned to see a light was now on in the nursery room. We scaled the wall and jumped down, not even bothering to grab the ladder. I sprained my ankle on the jump, but I didn't look back as we all ran through the park. We got into the car, and everyone was crying and covered in cuts and scratches, and my ankle was swelling already. Selena already didn't know us that well, and after that night, she deleted us all off Facebook, and I never saw her again. I had horrible nightmares for a month afterwards, and my ankle has never been the same. Honestly, I feel like we were in the presence of someone or something very evil. This happened a few years ago when I was 20. I lived in a mid-sized college town with a pretty low crime rate. The apartment complex I lived in primarily housed students. Given that it was early August before fall classes officially began, The complex was empty. To make matters even worse, it was the brief period of time between August 1st when the leases ended and August 15th when it was move-in day. So the only people at the apartment complex would be the people that not only stayed in town for the summer, but also had renewed or extended their leases. That being said, the complex was empty. I think there was maybe a handful of people living in this complex, which normally housed about 250 to 300 people during the school year. That night, I was just chilling in the living room playing video games and doing whatever. All my roommates had moved out a few days prior, so I was completely alone. Around 11:30 p.m., I was in the kitchen cleaning when I went to throw something away, and I noticed that the garbage can was almost overflowing. I took the bag out, immediately noticing whatever fruit I had thrown away the other day was definitely starting to rot. I went to open the front door when suddenly I was overcome with this feeling of dread, I suppose. I don't quite know how to explain it, but I just remember a cold feeling washing over me. My intuition was telling me that I shouldn't go outside. Of course, I decided to ignore that intuition, primarily because the trash bag stank, and I didn't want to have to smell the thing in the morning the next day. Plus, the dumpster was right outside my building. It would take me 1 minute tops to take out the trash. So I gathered up the bag and headed outside. Since it was a short walk, I decided not to put on any shoes. So there I was, walking barefoot down the steps and into the parking lot, carrying a trash bag and a box of recycling, wearing shorts and a tank top, when I noticed something off. The parking lot, which would have 25 to 30 cars in it normally, was empty except for my car and 2 other cars. The odd thing was that one of the other cars was on, idling, with the headlights turned off. It was a white truck, kind of beat up and old, with a ladder on top and some boxes maybe. It was hard to tell because the parking lot had a grand total of 1 street lamp in the back. I thought it was odd, and it definitely looked like a work truck given the ladder. There was no reason for that truck to be parked here at night, especially not with people in it. I was about halfway to the dumpster when I finally got close enough to see who was sitting inside the truck. From what I could tell, there was at least 2 men in their late 20s or early 30s sitting in the truck. The guy in the driver's seat closest to me didn't notice me initially until the guy next to him pointed in my direction. As soon as that man turned towards me, my blood ran cold, and I briefly paused. My instincts were telling me to run back into my apartment. Of course, I didn't do that. I reasoned that perhaps they were waiting for someone, or maybe waiting for a drug deal. I thought it would look worse if I suddenly bolted instead of just throwing my trash away. So I continued walking towards the dumpster, trying to make it look like I didn't care about them and I was just casually taking out the trash. All the while, the 2 guys in the car continued to talk to each other and pointing and gesturing towards me. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the window was rolled down so I could hear them talking. When I finally reached the dumpster, the 2 guys had gone silent. They were now just staring at me. I slowly lifted the trash bag above the dumpster. As soon as I let go, the truck immediately reversed. That's when I said screw it. I dropped the box of recycling and I took off running. I heard the tires of the truck literally squeal behind me as I was sprinting across the parking lot. I hardly even noticed the sharp pieces of rock and other debris that were stabbing into the soles of my feet as I ran. I made the quick decision to run up a different staircase than the one I had come down in an effort to throw them off. I got back to my apartment, slammed the door and locked and deadbolted it. I ran to the sliding glass door that leads out to the balcony to make sure that it was locked, and then I closed the blinds. I took a second to catch my breath before I realized that the blinds of my bedroom window were most likely open and my lights were on. I jogged to my bedroom, turned off my lamp, and then approached the window. That's when I noticed the truck, still no headlights, creeping through the parking lot. This time, a different lot on the other side of the building where my window faces. It stopped right underneath my window. I hit the ground as quickly as possible, hoping that they didn't see me. It was silent for a few moments before I heard someone shout something that sounded like curse words in frustration. I didn't look out the window again. I just sat there, curled into a ball on the floor of my bedroom. After a few minutes, the sound of the truck's engine faded. I peeked out the window and thankfully was met with the sight of an empty parking lot. I didn't sleep that night. I have no idea what those guys were doing in the parking lot that night, nor do I have any idea why they chased after me. I live with my wife in a 2-story home, and we've been living here for almost 5 years now. I will never forget the scary thing that happened last year, though. The day had been pretty normal. My wife and I had both gone to work, and had been gone for most of it. We got back home and had a pretty normal night as well. When it was time to go to bed, we both went upstairs where our bedroom is. I remember that after getting into bed, my wife forgot something downstairs. I don't remember what, but she told me that she would be right back. By this point, all the lights in the house had been turned off. The next thing I knew, like a minute later, I heard my wife running back up the stairs really fast. She came into the bedroom with a scared look on her face. Then she told me that she thought she saw a man downstairs in the kitchen. I honestly didn't believe her at first. I mean, she hadn't turned on any of the lights. There was a little bit of light that would come in through a few windows so you could sort of see, but it was still very dark. I didn't know why she would think that she saw a man though. It just seemed so crazy to me. I told her that I would go downstairs and look around. She told me to be careful, but I was feeling confident. I left the bedroom, went down the hallway, and then walked down the stairs. Now, I'm not sure why I didn't turn the lights on as I went, but I didn't. When I finally got downstairs, at first I didn't see anybody and I didn't hear anything either. I walked over to the kitchen thinking that I was just going to confirm that nobody was around or anything like that. But when I approached the kitchen, I thought I heard a noise. It sounded like it was coming from the basement area. There was a door that was usually shut in the kitchen that led to the basement. I finally turned on a light and looked to the door. It was still closed, but I thought I heard somebody now at the bottom of the stairs in the basement. Now I was starting to believe that my wife might have actually seen somebody. I carefully went over to the basement door, now feeling kind of nervous. I opened it up and it was very dark down there with no lights on. I hit the light switch, which was really just a dim bulb at the bottom of the staircase. This didn't provide too much light, but of what it did, I couldn't see anybody. I called out asking if anybody was down there, I don't know why. And of course, I did not get a response. So then I decided to go downstairs. At this point, I wasn't hearing any kind of noises at all. I slowly went down one step at a time, looking around. When I had made it about halfway down the stairs though, I heard another sound. This one sort of sounded like it was coming from behind me, which was really strange. Then I realized that it was coming from under the stairs. Like many basements, ours was mostly for storage and was somewhat cluttered. There was some junk next to the stairs and underneath the stairs, which would have been a really good hiding place. As I looked to the side of the stairs, I was sure that someone was hiding under there. I did not panic and slowly walked back up. Then I left the basement, shut the door behind me, and then took out my phone and called the police. After that, I went back upstairs to our bedroom with my wife, and I told her about the guy that was under the stairs. I locked the door to the bedroom, and then we waited for the cops to get there. In the time of waiting, we did not hear anything else. I was nervous that the guy would come upstairs to our bedroom or something like that, but he did not. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived. They came inside and searched the basement. There, they found a man hiding behind the stairs, just like I had heard. The crazy thing is we don't know when or how he entered our house. We never really used the basement much and hadn't been down there in days, and there was no signs of forced entry like a broken window or something. He could have maybe snuck in at some point while we were outside, or maybe one of us forgot to lock a door. I still don't know. When I was about 12 or 13, I used to play a lot of video games with my best friend, and we often played shooter games together. As you can imagine, it's easy to get frustrated, and at one point I ended up breaking my PlayStation controller. Since I didn't have a spare and couldn't continue playing, I told my friend that I had to stop. He said I could come over and borrow his second controller since he didn't live far away, just a short walk. I said all right and told him that I would be over soon. So I grabbed my keys and started walking to his house. It was already dark, and since it was winter, it was snowing and very foggy. While walking, I had a strange feeling, like I was being watched. I kept looking around, but didn't see anyone. When I arrived at my friend's place and picked up the controller, I saw through a window that a man was standing in the middle of the street. I pointed it out to my friend, and we both wondered who it was and why he was standing there. It looked like a person, but we couldn't make out any details, just a silhouette. Eventually, we decided to go outside and see if the person needed help or if something was wrong. We stepped out and asked what was going on, but there was no response. The person just stared at us and then walked away. We were both confused and told his parents, but they just brushed it off, thinking we were imagining things because we play too many video games. After a while of hanging out, I figured it was time to head home, since there was plenty of night left and we wanted to game together more still. I almost forgot about this strange encounter, but when I was walking back, I started to feel that same eerie sensation of being watched. I saw a few people on walks with dogs, but they all seemed normal, nothing strange. But just before I got home, I looked behind me one last time, and I saw that person again, this time standing behind a tree staring at me. Then they started walking towards me, and eventually they began running. I could tell that it was an older man, probably around 60, but I was surprised at how fast he was running. He was shouting something in a language I didn't understand, and he didn't seem happy. I ran for my life, clutching my keys, and tried to unlock the front door as fast as possible. When I got inside, I quickly glanced back, but the man was gone. I rushed to my room and immediately got on the game and told my friend about what had just happened. He suggested I call the police, which I did. But since my description wasn't very detailed, the police took a report, but didn't seem to take it too seriously. My parents were visibly shocked when I told them later, but nothing ever came of it. In my village, 4 other people reported similar experiences, saying that someone was watching them or following them. No one was ever caught by the police. To this day, no one knows who this man is, whether he's just trying to scare people or if it's something more sinister. Nobody knows for sure, but everyone agrees that it seems to be a man around 60 years old. Beyond that, nobody can give a detailed description. I had just started a summer job where I was basically a custodian cleaning the classrooms in preparation for the upcoming school year. My dad worked for the town's district, so he was able to get me this job. I was the youngest one there, as I was only 20 at the time, and there were a handful of people who worked with me. They were usually off doing other tasks like waxing the floors and whatever else they did. The school was completely empty besides the staff who were cleaning. Things were going fine for my first couple of weeks. For the most part, I was on my own, wiping down desks and cleaning while listening to music. It was nice, and I enjoyed not having someone with me all day telling me what to do. A few weeks had gone by, and I finished cleaning a couple hallways. It was time to move to the basement where the robotics and woodworking classes were. When I first got down there, I noticed a light was peeking through under the doorway of one of the classrooms. The windows of the classroom were covered with shades. I found this odd since it was summer and nobody was in the building normally. I walked over and peeked in the door window. The lamp was on at the desk, but no one was inside. I proceeded to knock, but no answer. After turning the knob, I realized that the door was locked, so I used my key to open the door. I decided to scope out the room. Maybe somebody had forgotten to turn the lamp off. I disregarded that idea when I noticed the computer at the teacher's desk was on. The screen looked weird. I'd never seen this layout before. The website was all black with red writing on it. It also had a chat box. I didn't have time to see much more than that because a sudden voice came from the doorway. It was the woodworking teacher returning from the bathroom or something. I realized I had been caught looking at his computer, so I stammered through the conversation, saying how I was just cleaning the classrooms and I didn't know if anybody was in here. He told me that I could skip his room since he would be woodworking all summer, and he said that sawdust would get anywhere anyway, so there was no point in cleaning it. As he said this, he walked over and sat at his desk while closing the browser. Less cleaning was fine by me, so I went to leave the classroom. But before I left, he brought up that he was doing a petition for more funding for the arts and woodworking department. I agreed and signed his petition. The petition required a full name, phone number, email, and address, and there were only 2 other people that had signed it so far. I had never signed a petition before, so it all seemed normal to me, so I just added my information. I went on working for the rest of the summer and would see him around the hallway by his classroom every now and then, but I never talked to him more than just a hello as we passed by each other. One day, the boss let everyone out early since it was almost 100 degrees. I got home and decided to hang out with some friends. It was a group of us, about 5 or 6. My boyfriend's brother joined us at the time, which was unusual since he's not really a social person. He's really into technology, so he's always on his computer, which he built by himself. He's also good at hacking and stuff like that. Anyways, on this day he told me that he needed to talk to me and it was serious. I wasn't close with him at all, so whatever he had to tell me, I felt like it would be legit. He brought me into my friend's living room and pulled out his laptop. To my surprise, he was on the deep web, and he went on to show me that I was up for bid on the dark web. I knew how the deep web worked. I had heard horrible stories about it, but I'd never been on it, so how would my information even be out there? It suddenly clicked though. The web page matched with the one that I saw in the classroom about a month back. I had also given my information to that teacher for his petition. I explained this to my boyfriend's brother. He advised me to call the police immediately, which is what we did. They did an investigation on the teacher and found the activity on his computer. Not only that, but he had several other girls' information along with pictures. Some of the girls were minors too. There were also wooden contraptions they found in his home, which he had made in the shop. He probably planned to use them on these girls, or even me. I was disgusted, but relieved that he was caught. I often wonder what would have happened if the page was never discovered. Would he have kidnapped me and killed me online? I changed my phone number and moved since that incident, but I learned to be more careful with who I give my personal information to. This is something that happened a couple of years ago. During this time, I was working a part-time job, and then I was also delivering for Uber Eats to earn extra money. It's a pretty easy thing to do. I live in an area where there's a lot of restaurants as well as people living there, so there's always work in that. But it's not directly in a major city or anything. It's more of a suburb, where some more areas around the town can be busy and others really quiet. I would deliver all over, and I would take any order that I had a chance to get. Sometimes I would get great tips, and other times they would be terrible, but I didn't care that much because it all seemed to even out, at least in my experience. Most of the time I would work at night for obvious reasons. When I worked my other job, it would be during the day, and also there's more food orders at night. Plus, I'm naturally a night owl. There were many times that I would work until like midnight or so. So anyways, on one night in particular, I was working late. At about 10 p.m., I took a delivery order from someone. For the story, I'm just going to say that his name was John M. So I picked up the food, which was from a local restaurant in town. I drove it to the address, which was a little ways out in a much quieter area. I got to the neighborhood and to the address. When I got there, I realized that I had delivered there before. I hadn't really recognized the name, but that's because I do tons of deliveries and I forget them all. I also hadn't remembered the address for the same reason, but I knew that I had been to that house before recently. I couldn't recall if it was the night before or a few nights ago though. I parked at the end of the driveway and then walked up to the front step. When I was walking up, I noticed something. It was a pretty average looking 2-story house, but there was a man in the top floor of the house looking out of the window at me. I couldn't make out much because also all the lights in the house appeared to be off, so I could just tell that there was a guy there. I didn't find it that odd though, as he was probably just seeing that his food was arriving. Neither of us waved or anything, and I had just glanced up and saw him. Then I went to the front step, dropped off the food, and then headed back to my car. As I was walking back, I looked over and saw that the guy was still there. I didn't think much of it though, and went back to my car and then left. Then I went on with more deliveries. As the night went on, it got later. I made a few more deliveries, and now things were starting to quiet down. At 11-something, I decided to take one last order before heading home. So I took one and then realized that it was to the same address as before. But the name was different than before. It was not John M. The food was from a different restaurant too. My thought was that it was weird, but maybe multiple people lived in that house that were ordering. I got to that same house, and when I got out of the car, I saw the same man watching me in the same window again. I did the same thing as before and dropped off the food on the front step. As I was walking back to my car, I looked back again, and the guy was now gone. I got in my car and then was planning to just drive home. Before I drove away though, I saw the garage door open to the house. A car started to back out of it. I began to drive away through this quiet neighborhood. Then I saw the car leave the driveway of that house and pull out onto the road behind me. Soon I realized that the car was following me, because after I got out of the neighborhood and I was back on a busier street, the car did the same thing. When I was halfway home, the car was still behind me. It was like a 15-minute drive back to my apartment. When I got within 5 minutes, I was starting to get really nervous. The same car was still behind me. I couldn't tell for certain, but it looked like the same man might be driving. As I approached my neighborhood, I started to just take random turns. I would turn at a street, and then turn again, and then turn again. I was turning at just about every chance I got, and I was driving around going nowhere. The car behind me started to make all the turns with me. After about 5 minutes of this though, the car finally stopped following me. I made a few more turns and then stopped seeing the car. So at that point, I went home wondering what had just happened. Somebody from that house followed me home, and it seemed really suspicious. I should have reported it, but I did not. The very next night, I was working again. Once more, I was working late, and it was kind of the same as the night prior. When it was getting late, maybe 10-something p.m., again I got an order that I took. I didn't recognize the address, although I should have. It was a bunch of numbers though, and I made tons of deliveries, so I would instantly forget the addresses. If the street was an actual name and not something like 119th Street, I might have remembered. Plus, the name on the order was different again. It wasn't until I got there that I realized it was the same house. So I got there regretting taking the order. When I got to the house, I didn't see anybody in the window. I carefully left my car and walked up with the food. When I got to the front step, I saw a piece of paper taped on the door. It said, "Please bring food inside," and I saw that the door to the house was cracked open. I obviously was not going to listen to that. I put the food on the front step and literally ran back to my car. I drove away and was not followed. After that, I reported what happened the previous night. Thankfully, I never got another delivery to that address again. I was on a road trip by myself a few years ago. Fast forward through most of the trip, nothing notable happened regarding this story. But on the last day, or I guess second to last day, I was on my way back home. My plan was to try to drive through the night, or at least for as long as I could. I had Red Bulls and coffee throughout the day and night for caffeine. I was feeling pretty good, and as it was after midnight, I was not tired yet. I had been on road trips before, so I was pretty experienced with driving and stuff. My car was also very experienced, and I had taken it on several trips before. Unfortunately, it wore down, and as I was driving a little after midnight on the highway, it started to break down. I remember it started sounding real bad, and before I had a chance to pull over at the next exit or anything, it lost power. The car ended up slowing down, and then it broke down and came to a stop on the side of the road. I was frustrated, but then started going through my options. I was on a quiet highway that was surrounded by mostly woods and wild land. I didn't really know where I was aside from the state that I was in. I took out my phone to look at a map and to possibly call for help. However, I had no signal. That was a tough blow. I tried starting my car again, and it sounded like it almost started, but the engine wouldn't turn over. I had no idea if I was close to any kind of civilization or anything like that, and I was not aware of having ever been on that particular road before. The highway was very quiet by now. It was not a super busy highway, it was not a major highway, and by this hour, there was basically nobody else on the roads. I think I saw one random car passing by in the first 5 minutes I was sitting there on the side of the road. I was trying to think of what I could do. I kept trying to get a signal on my phone, but was having no luck. Finally, I decided to go out of the vehicle and maybe try to walk further down the road to get a signal, or possibly I could see a sign of how far the next town was. I opened up my door and it was eerily quiet. I didn't even hear any car sounds off in the distance. It was very dark and the woods was just beyond the ditch next to the road. It felt a little spooky being out there. After I left my car, I started walking around a bit, still trying my phone. I realized then that I had to pee, probably from all the caffeine drinks. I decided why not just go in the woods, so I started to walk towards the woods to take a leak. However, I did not want to be visible to any car driving by, and I wanted to make sure that I was out of sight. So I started walking through the woods and went in fairly deep. I found a nice private spot and did my business. Then I started to walk back through the woods towards my car. When I got back out of the woods, I was really surprised at what I saw. There was another car parked on the side of the road behind mine. At my very first glance, I thought that maybe it was a cop, but it was not. The car was a 4-door sedan and dark in color, but it was not the same kind of car as police. Like I said, it was pretty dark, so I couldn't tell who was inside of it. I also had no clue when the car got there exactly, other than it was obviously during the 2 minutes that I was in the woods. I hadn't really noticed hearing it drive up, but I had gone a good 40 or 50 feet into the woods probably. So I looked to the car, and nobody was getting out of it. I decided to walk over and let the driver know of my situation. I was nervous and hoped that it was a good Samaritan offering to help. When I walked closer to the car, I noticed that nobody was in the driver's seat. Then I got closer and looked in all the windows. No one was in the car. This was really strange. Where were they? The car had clearly just arrived, and now the driver was nowhere to be seen. It started to really creep me out. I was thinking that maybe the driver went in the woods after me, or maybe the driver was hiding someplace, like in the woods. I figured that my best option was to go back into my car and wait there. Maybe somehow I would get a signal. I decided to go in my car and then try restarting my phone. I went over to my driver's door and got in. As soon as I sat down, I got a glance in my rearview mirror. There was a random man sitting in my back seat. I jumped up just as fast as I sat down. I opened the door and ran out of my car. Then I ran all the way back into the woods and just kept going. I didn't stop until I was out of breath, at least 100 yards deep in the woods. There I stopped in a small clearing and gathered myself. I looked around and determined that I was not followed into the woods. I didn't hear anything at all. I looked around and grabbed a large tree branch to use as a weapon. Then I started walking back to the car. I slowly made my way through the woods, looking in all directions. When I reached the edge of the woods, I sat there on the side of the road by itself. It was completely quiet and dark, just as it had been before. I carefully approached my car and looked inside. The man was gone. No one was there. I went back in my car and tried starting it again. It sounded rough, but this time it actually started, thank God. I drove out of there and at the very next exit a few miles down the road, found a hotel for the night. I stayed there and got my car repaired in the morning. Thankfully, it was nothing that serious. After that, I went home, but I will never forget that scary experience. To this day, I don't know who that guy was. Why did he go in my car? I had obviously left the door unlocked when I had gone into the woods to pee, but the whole thing was just so creepy. What would have happened had I not gotten out of my car right away? Did the guy want to harm me? I'm really glad that he left, even though that part seems pretty random too. This happened to me when I was living in a university town. I had only a semester left while my friends had 2 semesters left in school. So I rented a room in a house with 2 guys I found on Craigslist. I know that sounds creepy, but that's not the creepy part. I went for a run one morning, came back to my house, and hopped in the shower. With shampoo in my hair, I heard banging noises coming from the front door. I figured that my 2 roommates, who were friends with each other, had friends coming over, and I didn't think anything of it at first. I continued my shower, but the banging didn't stop. It continued to get louder. I started to hurry things along and started to become concerned. By the end of my shower, I heard a big crashing sound. Quickly toweling myself off to go investigate, the door to my bathroom opened. In the doorway was a man I had never seen before. He was looking at my naked body up and down while I desperately covered myself up. I asked the only question that came to my mind. "Who are you?" He didn't answer. He continued to look at me like I was a piece of meat. I asked the next most logical question. "Are you here by yourself?" Another man slightly peeked his head from around the corner of the hallway. The first man told me to get on the ground. I said no, and he hit me open-palmed in the face. He then said to me, "Do you want to die?" I had never been hit before. During the recoil after his hand connected with my face, time had slowed down. During that split second, I experienced the most intense fear in not knowing what to do next. Not knowing what to do safely to get myself out of the situation. I was in this alone is what I thought. My cell phone was in my bedroom. My only plan was to get out of the bathroom and get to my phone. I tried leaving the bathroom, and this is where my memory fades and has only been filled in from what others have told me. My roommates had just gotten home from morning class and saw the front door busted in, so they knew something was wrong. They came up the stairs when they heard me screaming, "No, no, no." The first man grabbed me, but when he saw my roommates, he let go of me. The man demanded that my roommates give back his money. My roommates told the man, "We don't have your money." My roommates had never met or seen these guys in their life before. They must have been drugged up on something and got the wrong house if someone did owe them money. After my roommates told them the cops were on the way, which was a lie since they hadn't been called at that point, the men left out the front door. This is where my memory begins again. I fell to the ground sobbing uncontrollably. My face in the floor, I curled up like a bug and cried for a while. Once I regained control of my body, I went into my room and called my mom. I could barely get the story out to her by the time the police came. I had to throw on some clothes and talk to them outside. The banging and crashing noises were the 2 men kicking the original 1920s door in half to gain entry. It only took them a few minutes. I told the police what I remembered, which was minimal. They took DNA from fingerprints from the bathroom door. The police said they would do their best, but I never heard anything back, so I'm guessing that means they didn't find the man. Now, even if I'm home alone, I always lock the bathroom door or my bedroom door when I'm in there for that extra layer of security. This is a story that's kind of collective. It's something that happened in my neighborhood about a year ago. It's a small, tight-knit community where we all participate in a neighborhood watch. Everyone is in this group chat, and there isn't a single person who's not involved. We typically don't have any wild situations, just small things like, hey, there's going to be a storm tomorrow, or someone left their tricycle out. You know, the kinds of things that make parents' lives a little less stressful. Honestly, the group is pretty trustworthy and cool. I like it a lot. All the families are in it, about 65 people in total, which is quite a few. We watch out for each other and it feels like a little community. One day though, everything changed. Up until then, we'd never had a scare, but someone reported seeing a strange vehicle just sitting on the side of the road. Like I said, we knew everyone in the neighborhood and in the group chat, so we immediately knew this person wasn't from our area. Maybe they were just passing through or admiring the nice houses. We live in a fairly wealthy area, but it seemed suspicious. We reported in the chat and decided to keep an eye out. The next night, the same car was spotted in the same place. Now we were all wondering what was going on. One of the parents, Sam, decided to walk up to the car and ask the person what they were doing. But as he approached, the car drove off. Very suspicious if you ask me. At this point, we were on high alert. Everyone was worried, especially about the kids. We didn't know if this person was a kidnapper or a stalker. Nobody had any idea. The following night, the car was spotted again, but this time in a different part of the neighborhood. Someone typed in the group chat, "The car is back. Has anyone else seen it?" Sam, the same person who had approached the car before, confirmed he'd seen it too. He told everyone, "Don't let them leave. Don't approach. I'm on my way." Sam was determined to get justice and figure out what this person was doing. Sam went over to the car, and the group chat blew up. Everyone was watching the situation unfold. It was honestly a bit dramatic, but also kind of entertaining in a weird way. Someone even started live streaming it for evidence, just in case anything happened. Sam approached the car. It was dark, and there weren't many streetlights, so we couldn't see much on the live stream. But then, out of nowhere, we saw Sam get punched in the face. He went down hard and got the living crap beaten out of him. Honestly, I didn't like Sam, so I thought it was kind of funny. He was always hating on people who were successful and lying about things, so I wasn't exactly feeling that sorry for him. The group chat went from entertained to panicked though. People tried calling the cops, but the live stream ended abruptly when the person's phone died. Can you believe that? No evidence, no video, nothing. I probably should have recorded it myself, but I was too caught up in watching. Sam, meanwhile, got absolutely destroyed. It was brutal. Now we have a real problem on our hands. There was a violent person lurking in the neighborhood and no one knew who they were. The cops didn't have enough to go on because we couldn't provide any solid evidence. And nobody ever got a good look at the license plate of the car. The quality of the video was not good enough and nobody remembered. So it became up to the neighborhood watch to figure it out. We split into 3 groups across the 65 people and came up with a plan. If the car showed up again, we'd approach it with 2 people at a time or call the cops immediately. But we also wanted to handle it ourselves because honestly the local cops didn't seem to care about it as much as us. We waited and waited for weeks. Then one night around 6 p.m. it happened. Someone spotted the car and sent a photo in the group chat. Everyone sprang into action, ready to execute the plan. But before anyone could approach, another message came in. A second car had been spotted in a different location. Then 2 more cars appeared. Now there were 4 cars spread across the neighborhood. At this point, our whole plan was useless. We had no idea what was going on. Were they planning a raid? Did they have weapons? We didn't know, but we knew they were violent. Against everyone's better judgment, Sam decided to approach one of the cars again, and this time he got shot in the leg. Everyone in the group chat was freaking out, locking their doors and calling the police. It's a gated community, so we couldn't figure out how these cars even got in. But then, some of the kids in the group started noticing something weird. One of the group chat members, Lucas, hadn't spoken in weeks. The kids were convinced Lucas had something to do with it, even though the adults didn't believe them. Lucas was well liked, but the kids knew better. Eventually, the cops shut the gate down and came to investigate. Sure enough, Lucas was caught in one of the cars. It turned out he'd been orchestrating a massive robbery. He and his accomplices planned to hit every house in the neighborhood, stealing jewelry and valuables. Because Lucas was in the group chat, he knew exactly who had money and where people hid their valuables. The whole thing unfolded over 3 months because police investigations take forever, but in the end, the robbery failed. It's crazy to think one of our own neighbors tried to pull off a heist like that. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over, and honestly, I'm still laughing about Sam getting shot in the leg and left outside on someone's lawn, and he has made a full recovery. The story I'm about to tell you isn't like the other stories you might hear about someone getting stalked or followed. Unfortunately, I was the stalker, and I was the one following somebody. I'm not proud of who I was in the past, but I can't change it, so I just accept it and tell my story. Maybe there are others out there who will stop being like who I was. So this happened about 6 years ago, so it's not who I am anymore, but I used to stalk people whenever I got the chance. I had a particular interest in certain individuals, but I could never really find the right person to engage in with any type of stalking way. That was until one day I decided to download Snapchat. I heard it was a good way to make friends, so I added all the close people I knew. They never knew what I was up to when I was home alone. Nobody did, and that's what I liked. I like to stalk people. There's a mentality that goes into being someone who likes to stalk people. As I said, I downloaded Snapchat and started adding my friends. One of them was named Emily. I had no interest in Emily, and I was fine with that. I really liked our friendship. But I think that I typed a few numbers wrong, and I ended up adding a random Emily instead. I didn't notice until that night when I got a snap from her, and it looked nothing like Emily's house or anything familiar. I thought about deleting her, but after a few conversations, she sent a snap of her face, and it was perfect. Her hair, the way she looked, everything I ever fantasized about. This was at the peak of my stalking phase. I immediately started asking her questions like I was genuinely interested in being her friend. But honestly, I just wanted information so I could scour the internet. She told me her last name and the city she lived in, and that was all I needed to find everything. Her parents, the inside of her house through Zillow. I also knew her dog, her schedule, everything about her. I probably knew more about her than her parents did. At this point, I knew what college she went to, and most importantly, where she lived. That fueled me as the stalker I was. I played it cool. She had no idea I was so obsessed with her. We talked, and to my surprise, she only lived about 30 minutes away. What are the odds, I thought. But honestly, in my mindset back then, I felt like it was meant to be. We kept talking, and I asked to meet up with her for some snacks. Something harmless so she wouldn't figure out my true intentions. She agreed. When the day came, I got all dressed up in my nicest clothes and looked as handsome as I could. We went out for ice cream. It was casual, but I didn't want to let the chance of something deeper slip away, so I pursued her with interest. She seemed to really like me. Honestly, after the first time we went out, we texted each other all night, literally until 2 a.m. It was that cheesy love type stuff. Things were going so well that the lines started to blur between my obsession and actual love. But I had just met her, so I knew something wasn't right. From her perspective, I was just a really nice guy interested in her. But from mine, I had a different agenda. Even when I told myself I didn't, I'd get in my car, drive 30 minutes out, stop at a gas station to get snacks, and park down her road. I parked where I could barely see her house, but just enough to see her room, which was on the back side of her house. I never got caught. I saw her talking to her friends and hanging out with them. I never saw anything inappropriate like her getting dressed. I thought that was too far, and I respected that boundary. But my obsession grew stronger and stronger. Stalking turned into an unbearable urge to act. I started going insane. I checked her social media constantly, analyzed her posts, and tried to decipher her tweets. That's when jealousy hit me, hard. One night, she tweeted a cryptic message about somebody making her feel a certain way. I knew it wasn't me because we had only met once. The anger consumed me. I did what no normal person would do. I figured out a way to get her passwords. I asked her a ton of questions, and I slipped in a password-related question as a joke. Eventually, I got her password. I made sure to only sign in when I was near her house, so it wouldn't seem suspicious. You'd be surprised how easy it is to get someone's Wi-Fi password. Once I was in, I read through all her DMs and messages, just to make sure there wasn't anyone else, and boy was I wrong. There was this guy named Brad, and he was everything I wasn't. I couldn't let that happen. I hopped on her messages and threatened him, pretending to be her. I said things like, "If you ever talk to me again, I'll call the police. Don't ever speak to me again. I hate you." I deleted the messages and blocked him. Honestly, I don't think she ever noticed, because she ended up messaging one of her best friends saying, "I think Brad blocked me." I was in the clear. At this point, I felt like I should have backed away from stalking. It was no longer harmless or fun. It was dangerous, for me and for her. But I didn't stop. We hung out again, staying up super late and getting breakfast together. Everything seemed fine. She smiled at me, and I knew I was in too deep. We went home and texted again, this time calling until 3 a.m. and falling asleep on FaceTime. It felt amazing, innocent even, but I couldn't let innocence be a part of me because I wasn't innocent. One night, I reached my breaking point. I wanted to break into her house just to see her. I couldn't stay away another second. I knew everything, when her parents weren't home, when they worked, and their schedules. At 4 a.m. on Tuesday, I made my move. I got in my car, drove to her house, put on a ski mask, and approached her home. I don't know what it was, guilt, a second thought, or a small part of me that still had decency, but I couldn't do it. I touched the window, found it open, and could have slid right in. But instead, I closed it, made it look like it was never open, and then went back to my car. I took off my mask and gloves, blocked her number, and drove home. I couldn't sleep that night. I just stared at the ceiling. Maybe it's because I had lost myself. Maybe it's because I became the monster I swore I'd never be. To this day, she has no idea how close I was, and I'm happy she doesn't. I hope she's living a happy life with people who truly love her. As for me, I've changed, and I don't do anything like that anymore. I'm not proud of who I was, but it's part of my past. This happened to me a few months ago near my hometown. For a little info, I'm a 20-year-old male living in a pretty rural area in Virginia. My best friend and I occasionally drive to a park just a few minutes from both of our houses to play the disc golf course at the park. This park is a couple of miles down a back road off the main road from our area. There's a pretty long gravel driveway that leads into the park, so there's really only one way in or out. We pulled into the parking lot and started getting warmed up with a couple beers, as we were the only car in the parking lot. As we were sitting in the car, we saw another car pull into the lot, and it just started slowly circling around, essentially just inching around the parking lot. Inside the car, my friend and I saw an older man with a large white beard just staring at us and smiling. My friend and I, always trying to make a good time, just started making fun of the guy amongst ourselves. That was until he parked his car in the driveway of the park, essentially blocking us in. We shrugged it off and decided to go warm up on the practice hole of the course. To get there, we had to walk across the driveway past his car. As we approached the side of his car, we could see his feet on the ground on the other side of his car, just kind of standing there. As we began to pass his car and he came into view, he seemed to be messing with something, but we couldn't fully see because he was behind his car. The man said, "Oh, you boys caught me in the act." Confused, but still determined to play some disc golf that day, we kind of chuckled and just gave him the ordinary, "Hey, how's it going?" and we kept walking to start warming up. After a few minutes on the practice hole, he approached us with a couple dirty, old-looking frisbees in his hand. He started chatting with us. To be honest, I can't even really remember what he said, but my friend and I immediately got bad vibes from this guy. So we entered the woods where the first hole begins. There are 18 holes on the course, all looping through the woods on a trail. We quickly threw our first shots, not caring at all how accurate they were, and we just wanted to get away from this guy. We began power walking through the woods, just trying to put some distance between us and the man. We turned around to look at him, and he was about 100 or so yards onto the trail, walking towards us. However, he did not even throw a frisbee. He was just marching towards us, staring. At this point, my friend and I looked at each other, and without a single word spoken, we started sprinting down the trail away from this man. We ran until our legs felt like jello, and stopped at an opening in the trail that allowed us to see the driveway and parking lot of the place. We saw him exiting from where we had entered the first hole. He never threw a frisbee, never finished a single hole of the course. When we bolted away, he simply turned around and walked back to his car. We watched from the wood line as he sat in his car for half an hour just waiting. Eventually, he finally left. Needless to say, my friend and I were terrified. Even though if it came down to it, I'm confident we could take the guy, but he was wearing a large coat in warm weather, and we have no idea what he could have had in his jacket. I work at Starbucks, and something happened a few weeks ago that really freaked me out. For a little background, I'm an 18-year-old female and have worked at Starbucks for about 6 months. So I was working until close one day, and I was behind the counter making drinks for most of the time. For much of the shift, I was kept pretty busy. I didn't really notice many of the people that would be sitting around inside. Our location is large enough that there's a good amount of tables and seats. It's fairly popular for people to bring their laptops and work and things like that. At one point, I noticed a few of the people sitting around. One of them was this guy sitting alone at a table on his laptop. He was probably about middle-aged, had dark hair, and was wearing a blue jacket. When I noticed him, he was staring at me. He didn't look away though when I saw him. I had to look away because it was weird. But then I just kept working and I didn't think about the guy or look over in his direction anymore. Hours later though, when things quieted down significantly, I was not quite as busy. At that point, I noticed the very few people that were still inside. I think there were just 2 or 3 people sitting around. One of them was the same guy from earlier, and when I noticed him, he was staring at me again and once more did not look away. It was almost unsettling how weird it seemed to me. I also thought that it was weird at first how he had been there for so long, but I guessed it wasn't that strange for people to work all day in a coffee shop after all. As we approached closing time, it was now just me and another coworker. The other customers soon left, but the man remained. The closer it got to closing time, the more nervous I was. Was he just going to keep sitting here past close? Thankfully, with about 5 minutes left before we closed for the night, I saw him getting up to leave. Then he walked out the door, and I felt better. I stayed for a while longer until I was good to go. After I left work, I just drove straight home that night. The Starbucks is in an area with lots of other stores and restaurants right nearby, and it's always kind of busy over there. I live with my parents at their house, which is about a 10-minute drive from the Starbucks. So I drove home and then went inside. It was probably like 9 p.m. by that point. I just remember that maybe about 10 minutes or so after getting back, I noticed this car parked on the side of the street outside. It was pretty much across from our house and the engine of the car was running. What was strange is that it's pretty unusual for cars to be parked on the side of our street. It's not really in the city and everybody has large driveways. I saw the lights to the car turn off and I just decided to go over to the window and look at it. When I got closer, I noticed that there was somebody inside the driver's seat. It looked just like the same guy who had been at the Starbucks staring at me. At first, I thought that I was paranoid thinking about the guy and there was no way that it was really him. But then he looked over at the house. I saw him for like a second, and then I quickly ducked down so that he wouldn't see me. I realized in that moment that it was for sure the same guy. This kind of freaked me out, because of course, I wondered if he had somehow followed me home or something. I went away from the window, and I didn't want him to see me or anything. But a short time later, my curiosity got the better of me, and I went back. Not only was the car still there, but the man was still in the driver's seat and appeared to be looking at me. I moved away from the window again and found my dad, who was thankfully still up. He decided to go outside and confront the man. However, as soon as my dad left the house and began to walk towards the car, it quickly drove away. I figured that was pretty incriminating and that he probably wasn't just there because he was lost or something. Since then, I have not seen the man, not in my neighborhood and not at Starbucks, and I'm really happy about that. I'm hoping that I never see him again. This happened to me while I was in middle school. For background, we used to live in a crappy and old house in a crappy and old neighborhood. Our house had 2 types of fences. In the very back of our backyard was a tall wooden fence, and in the front and sides of the house was a generic white picket fence. The first year that we lived there, it was very quiet. We never saw many neighbors around and rarely heard anything. This changed, however, when I began to hear knocking at my window. This happened for a couple of weeks, and every time I told my parents, they didn't believe me. So I used to think our house was haunted. It creaked a lot, and I always heard weird noises which I counted as evidence. The knocking continued to get worse over the weeks. I remembered thinking that the knocking was coming from the mirror in my room, because it was so loud it sounded like it was coming from my room. I had 2 windows in my room, one above my nightstand and the other was right beside my bed. The knocking only came from the one above my nightstand. The window beside my bed had a giant metal AC unit underneath it with loud fans on it, and the other window had bushes below it. Looking back years later, it makes sense why it was only coming from the window near my nightstand with the bushes below it. At this point, I had confided in my younger sister about it, since my parents didn't believe me. I found out that she also heard loud knocking coming from her own windows. I did tell my parents that we both heard noises, and my dad said that he had investigated but didn't find anything. There was one night I remember very vividly. I had managed to make a pillow fort in my room, with chairs and sheets, and had been sleeping in it this night. It was late summer, and I couldn't sleep, so I watched YouTube in my fort. I had eventually put away my phone on my nightstand, rolled over, and tried to fall asleep. That was when the soft tapping on my window started. I was used to it at this point, but I was still terrified. I laid still and waited for it to go away, but it didn't. The tapping turned into loud knocks, then soon into pounding at my window. I refused to move, and at this point I was crying. I thought the glass was going to shatter from how hard the pounding on my window had been. I had heard my window shaking as it proceeded. Eventually, it stopped. I don't know how my parents didn't hear anything. Over those few weeks, the knocking had seemed to somewhat stop, but this only led to weirder things happening. I remember looking at the bushes that were shifted weirdly under my window, and I guess that's when it really hit me that a person had been doing this, not some ghost. Other weird things had happened also. There was one night where my family had gotten home late, and I remember like straight out of a horror movie, in the large bushes under my sister's window I had heard a phone go off. It was pitch dark outside, so I didn't see anybody at all, but I am sure that I did hear a phone ring. This also happened again later, as I heard a phone notification ding under my window a few nights later while I was in bed. Random rocks and marbles would show up outside of our house. Outside in front of our garage we used to find large rocks, the kind you would find at a playground. Our house did not have any of them, and along with those we would find small marbles. The reason I point at my neighbor for doing all this is because he was the only neighbor we would ever see. It was rare to see him, but usually he would just be in his yard. If I had seen him or he caught me looking at him, he would move out of sight behind our larger wood fences. There was one specific day where he had really scared my sister and me. My dad had left for something, and my mom, sister, and I were the only people home. Us kids were sitting on the back porch swing as we did regularly almost. We were talking as the sun began to set. We faced towards our white fences, and at this moment I had been looking around the yard. That's when I saw him, our neighbor at the fence, peering over and watching us. I tried to ignore him until he started walking along the white fence. He paced back and forth beside our fence, watching us, not speaking. He did this for a couple of minutes before our mother noticed, I guess through the window. She made us come inside and stayed at our glass back door to watch him. He kept pacing, and after a while of him doing this and showing no signs of stopping, my mother called our grandfather to come over and my dad to come back home. Once my grandfather showed up, the neighbor left and went back into his house. After this, we didn't hear much from him. We did hear occasional knocks or did find rocks, but other than that, he stayed quiet. My fear about our neighbor being the stalker was confirmed after we had moved. The family that moved in after us had 2 sons, and I believe they were both about the same age as my sister and me. The new residents reported that once their oldest son had accidentally thrown away something and gone to find it in the garbage outside. The next morning they got a letter on the front porch, not in the mailbox. It read something along the lines of, "I saw your son last night digging through the trash. You should tell him to be more careful. You don't know who is watching." The letter was signed by the next door neighbor. I told my parents about this, and apparently the family had been experiencing similar things like I did when we lived there. It does freak me out to think about how my parents did not believe us, only for them to be proven wrong by the next family that moved in. Back in the 90s when I was in high school, I was very good with my hands and worked jobs like construction, demolition, flooring, and auto mechanics. One of the jobs I did was working for a guy doing remodeling projects, like at restaurants, bars, retail shops, and typical commercial projects. I went to school during the day, of course, and would sometimes work after school or weekends. For the guy I worked for, it wasn't uncommon for him to leave me alone at a site and have a list of things for me to do alone, mostly demolition work. He picked me up one Saturday morning as I didn't have a car or license yet, so he would pick me up and drive me to sites for work and then leave me alone there. I rarely worked with his other crews as they were the more skilled laborers, so I would tear up the place before the main crew would come in and do all the remodeling. Here's the part that was my major downfall to this story. I didn't pay attention to where we were going. I was too busy talking to him, and I think we were talking about cars or something. It took a long time to get to the site, and as we drove up, it was in the middle of nowhere in the Mojave Desert. I knew we left the highway and went down a few other 2-lane highways for a long distance, but I had no idea where we were. I had a big jug of water with me because the water to the house I would be working at was off. When we pulled up to the house, I pulled all my tools out of the truck before he left, and he then drove to another site that he would be working on. He told me that he would be back to pick me up at about 5 or 6 p.m., since it should only take me until then to do what I needed to do. That was always his way of saying, "I'm only paying you till this time, so you better get everything done by then." It was never unfair, and we always had a good understanding on time and tasks. He drove away and I was at this property all alone. I walked into the house and it was mostly empty. My job was to remove all the remaining furniture, contents, and appliances, remove all the flooring, gut the kitchen and bathroom, and remove all the wood paneling. I was used to being on sites alone and working all night, and this was in the daytime on a Saturday, but the house kind of gave me the spooks. The house was old, dark, musty, and kind of cool inside, the kind of cool that gives you the goosebumps. I started removing all the junk from the house as I normally did on a project. I tore up all the flooring next, and to my delight, everything seemed to come up with ease, and it was rip, cut, and toss. I took a big demo hammer to the kitchen and tore it apart in less than an hour. I ended up using the big jug of water that my boss had given me to wash my hands and face periodically, so by late afternoon, I was down to my last drink and had already ate everything I brought. No worries though, because I would be getting picked up in a couple of hours. I finished all my tasks and even swept the entire place so the next crew could get right to work later that week. At that time of year when I was out there, it wasn't a typical hot desert day, but you know in the desert, as soon as the sun goes down, it starts to cool rapidly. I had a flannel shirt, but that wasn't enough, and it was starting to get dark. My ride was running late, so all I could do was wait. This was the time before cell phones were common, and there was no electricity, water, or phone service in the house. I climbed up to get to the top of the roof of the house to get a better look to see if I could see something in the distance. Miles down a smaller road, I saw a few homes, but those homes were all dark. My first thought was to hike down to a neighbor's house and ask them to use a phone. I didn't want to leave though in fear of missing my ride, especially since it didn't look like anyone was home since no lights were on in any houses. I started to think about my options as darkness approached fast. My options were either to stay at the house until morning, hike what little water I had a few miles in the desert at night, or wait until early morning and hike out there to some sort of civilization. I decided my best option was to just stay and hope that my ride would show up. It also suddenly occurred to me that no one knew where I was except my boss. I don't know if he told anyone else where I was either. My family wouldn't miss me until maybe Sunday night because they knew me and how much I would work, and they never worried about me not coming home. As full darkness was all around me, I didn't have a flashlight or any way to make a fire, but luckily the moonlight was bright. It was getting cold outside, so I went back inside the empty, creepy house that somehow seemed even more creepy when mostly empty. At about 8 p.m., the batteries on my radio, which was my only source of a little light and noise, started to die. I grabbed an old wooden chair and just sat in the living room of this house doing absolutely nothing except waiting. I started to hear the wind and odd noises, which I assumed were animals in the distance. I started to shiver from the cold, and my mind might have started to play tricks on me. I saw shadows moving outside and inside the house. I also started to hear someone talking, like whispers or something. I was sure I was going crazy and got up from my chair and yelled out hello, and just as I did, I heard something fall on the other side of the house. I had enough of this creepy house, so I went to go outside again. At least in the moonlight I could see better. Off in the distance I heard noises and saw movement, but couldn't make out anything. I had a pile of tools by the edge of the house ready for when my boss picked me up, so I ran over there and grabbed a heavy pry bar. I was ready to defend myself for whoever was out there. I had to keep moving, because my undershirt and flannel shirt were not enough to keep me warm. The wind was also starting to pick up, and as far as I could see, there was no lights around me. I didn't want to try to make it up on the house again out of fear of falling in the dark, but I got up on top of the gate just to try to gain a little bit of height to see if I could see some house lights nearby or car lights. My mind went to the stories that circled around at the time, about people who would come up to the Mojave Desert and bury bodies, how there were evil groups out here, and how people would go missing for no reason. Every noise had me on edge, and every shadow had my heart pounding. I knew no one was in the house, but I was sure I could hear noises from inside. I huddled up on the front porch for warmth, looking in the living room window, expecting to see someone at any moment. By around 11 p.m., I looked at my watch, thinking this was going to be a long night, as all this stuff only happened since it got dark. I didn't know how I was going to make it for another 6 hours until daybreak. Closer to midnight, I was wide awake. My eyes were only fixed on the dirt road, thinking that any time now a car would come down and maybe they could help me. I remember casually turning around to look back to the house, because all this time I kept hearing noises, but I told myself it was a rat or some animal. I saw a shadow of a person moving from the kitchen to down the hall. I jumped up from sitting and started backing my way out of the porch away from the house. As I was backing up, I tripped over the debris pile and fell down on the ground. I tried to get up, but fell again. It was like something pushed me down, or my imagination, but all of a sudden these bright lights were coming closer to me as I was laying on the ground. I saw my boss standing above me with a flashlight, wondering what I was doing on the ground. I was just so glad to see him. I wasn't mad. I just asked him what happened. He said that he was sorry, but he thought the other crew was coming to get me, and they thought he was coming. So no one actually came. He said it wasn't until later in the evening he asked the other crew leader about how far along the house I had got, and that's when they realized I was still out there. My boss felt really bad and told me he was going to pay me for the entire time I was out there. As he was driving me home, I asked about the house and told him how creepy it was. He said he didn't have any information on the house and only just knew what we were supposed to do. I don't know if I was going delusional or something, but that time I spent out there by myself, lost in the middle of the desert at night, was the scariest night of my life. What was so weird is I never saw any headlights of a car approaching. My only memory of being rescued was seeing my boss standing over me with his flashlight. I'm not exactly sure what happened that night, but it was so creepy. After that, I made sure to always keep extra batteries, a flashlight, and double the amount of liquid with me. I've been a mailman for almost 10 years. For the past few years, I've had a walking route that I do every day. I live by the city, so there are some very large neighborhoods that I deliver mail to. I have a route that I go on, and I walk from one house to another with my large mail bag, dropping off the mail for each address. When the weather is nice, I really enjoy it because I get lots of good exercise from walking so much. In my entire time working the job, I've never been scared of anything, not even dogs. And that's mainly because I deliver in the morning time and not at night or anything. But one day, that all changed. I was delivering on my route through a very large neighborhood. There were tons of houses all pretty close to each other. So I was on the route, and at one point I came up to a house just like any other. The houses around there did not have mailboxes down by the street, but would instead be up next to the door of the house. So I walked up the steps to the front porch area with the mail, ready to put it in the box. When I got there, I saw that the main door to the house was open and just the screen door was closed, so I could kind of see inside. There was a man standing not far away from the front door, and he looked over at me as I was walking up the steps. I just kind of nodded hello to him, and he seemed kind of surprised to see me. He didn't really react though, and then I stepped up towards the mailbox. However, when I was about to put the mail in, the man from inside suddenly spoke. He said, "Hey, can you just bring the mail inside here quick?" I said sure, and I opened the front door and stepped inside the house. After getting in, I saw the man, who was pretty tall and also large. He told me to set it on the kitchen table, which was about 10 feet away. I walked over and set the mail down, but as I was doing so, I heard the front door closing. I looked over and saw the man standing directly in front of it and facing me. He had a very serious and almost angry look on his face. Then I heard another man's voice from down the hallway somewhere in the house yell, "What's going on over there?" I was confused, but just wanted to leave and continue with my route. I started walking over to the man standing in front of the door. He wasn't moving at all though. Then I heard footsteps approaching from the hallway. I looked over and saw another man come walking into the room. He saw me and said, "The mailman." "No." I looked around and asked if I could leave. The big guy said to me, "No, you ain't leaving." I had a bad feeling, and I had had a bad feeling ever since the guy shut the door. I looked around and saw a back door. It was kind of just an instinct, but I took off and started running for it. As soon as I did, both men started to chase after me. I was able to make it to the door, but when I stopped to open it, the smaller man caught up to me and tackled me to the ground. There was a brief struggle, and the big guy came over there as well. Honestly, my mind kind of went blank, and I don't fully remember what happened. I just know that somehow I was able to fight them off just long enough to get up and make it out the door. I took off running outside, and the men briefly chased after me, but I was faster than them, and I ran down the street far away. When I realized they were not chasing me anymore, I stopped and I called the police. Then I waited there for them to arrive. They went to the house, but the men were gone. It turns out, though, that neither of the men owned the house. They had broken in and were robbing it. That made a little more sense to me as to what happened. I had been very confused. Despite being shaken up, though, I was thankfully not injured and was able to continue with my route for the day. Several days later, the police located the men who had done a string of robberies in the area. Looking back, I'm really glad that I made it out of there okay, and I'm glad that the men were caught. Our landlord is a complete creep with no boundaries. We rent an upper level of a duplex, and our landlord lives on the main floor. I moved in and have been happily renting for the last 6 years. My landlord has always been kind, cordial, helpful, and treated me like family, often exchanging Christmas gifts, congratulating me on new jobs, and even giving me a gift card when I completed college. The rent is cheap too, which is nice. 2 years ago, my boyfriend moved in with me, and it's been a hectic 2 years of combining households and trying to get organized while quickly realizing we're outgrowing our space. My landlord also retired from his job and has been home more. Within the last year, though, things have gotten weird around the apartment. Over the winter, our landlord stopped us on the way out the door when we were headed to work. He told us that we needed to clean the place up a bit as he had been poking around and noticed that it was messy. Undeniably, we were a bit disheveled from the holidays, so we both took some time off of work and got the apartment cleaned up well. But we were still disturbed by the comments of him coming into our home without our knowledge, so we purchased a security camera and waited to see what happened. Much to our horror, we found that the landlord has been entering our home without notice multiple times a week to gain access to the attic that he uses for storage. However, it's never an innocent trip up to the attic. He stops and checks each and every room to evaluate the cleanliness. I won't pretend we're the cleanest people out there, but we don't leave trash lying out. Our dishes are done, and we take care and make sure that we clean up everything that might attract mice or bugs. I would say it's not out of control at all. We have also realized our need to downsize and have secured a storage unit and have been slowly packing things we don't use and taking them to storage. Recently, we had 2 bats in our home. Most recently, there was one in our washer. Our landlord decided to call somebody to check the house for entry points. We both work evenings and are up late, so we asked when the earliest time of day was acceptable for somebody to come out. We told him we're more than willing to accommodate any time of day with proper notice. We never heard back. I woke up today to go to the bathroom and noticed my front door was open and our attic was open. I received a text message from the landlord at 10 a.m. saying that the bat guy would be there within an hour and a call at 10:44 that I had missed. I checked our camera and saw that our landlord entered our apartment without notice while we were sleeping. He made a point to move some of the totes out of the way that needed to go to storage, and then he moved them back to where they were previously to make it appear that he hadn't been there. All the thoughts running through my head of, what if I had been walking around naked, or what if I heard it and thought it was an intruder and tried to defend myself and inadvertently hurt someone? Our landlord knows our sleeping times and he knows our work schedule, and we are essentially at his mercy. At this point, we live in a state of constant anxiety about our landlord just entering our home without permission. I want to say something, but at the same time, I have a fear of being asked to leave for saying something. Our apartment is the cheapest place in town, and it's helping us on our path to saving for a home in the coming year. With all these events, though, it has us questioning what we should do and if there's any legal action we can take. At the very least, it's incredibly uncomfortable to know that somebody walks through your home unannounced whenever they seem fit, and they think it's okay to do surprise inspections of our living space. I often wonder how many times in the last 6 years he's done this, and long before I had cameras, if he's ever watched me sleep, or even set up cameras himself, something creepy like that. This is something that happened back when I was a kid, and I still talk with my sister about it from time to time. So, I was 8 years old and my sister was 13. This was back in like the mid-2000s or so, and there was this library that was less than a mile away from my house. We lived in this neighborhood, and if you took the sidewalk to the end of the street and turned, the library was straight that way pretty much. It only took about 15 minutes to walk there. We would go to the library all the time because it was close and because we liked to rent books and videos. One time my sister asked if I wanted to go with her to the library, and I said yes. It was just us two, so we walked there and then went inside. My sister and I were not really interested in the same types of books, so after getting to the library, like normal, we split up and went in different areas. Whenever it was time to go, my sister would just let me know and then we would leave. The library was fairly large, and I went into the children's section and started looking for good books. To me, a good book would be if it had a lot of cool pictures in it and not that many words. I went to this one spot and was by myself. I started taking some books off the shelf and looking at them one by one. Over time, I remembered that I heard someone else enter the aisle that I was in. I looked over and it was another kid who looked a little older than me, maybe 10 or so. I just remembered that he had sort of blonde hair and he walked right up to me. Then he started bullying me for no reason. I had no idea who the kid was, but he just started making fun of me. He asked what book I was reading, and I don't remember what it was, but I think it was just some typical kid's storybook. When I showed it to him, he laughed and said that that book sucked and I was lame. Then I remember he asked if I even knew how to read, and he said that I looked like I didn't. I told him I could read, and then he started to make fun of how I looked and stuff. I had no idea why this kid just came out of nowhere and started roasting me. It made me feel kind of bad at first, but I also realized that this kid didn't know me at all. I told him to go away, and he did, but before doing so, he said a few more mean things to me. Then I tried to forget about it, and I just went back to looking at books. For the next 10 minutes or so, things were fine. Then, out of nowhere, I felt something hit me in my back. It was a book. I did not know where it had come from. Moments later, another book hit me. I heard laughter coming from sort of behind me and a ways back, and I looked to see the kid standing there and laughing. He had been throwing books at me. Then he threw another one. I tried to catch it, but it hit me in the chest. He laughed at that as well. Now the kid was being violent, and I knew that I needed to get away from him. Sure, I wanted to fight him, but he was older and larger than me, and I knew it probably wouldn't go well. So I got up and I ran out of there and went to find my sister. The kid didn't follow me or anything. My sister was way on the other end of the library, and it was nice to get away from that kid. It felt much more quiet and calm near where my sister was. I told her about the kid. She said she wanted to see who he was, so we went back over there. However, when we got back there, he was gone. After that, I finished picking out the books that I wanted to get, and my sister did as well. So, I would say about 20 minutes later, we were both ready to leave. My sister found me, and we started to head back up to the front to check out our books. However, as we were approaching, we heard the sound of some people yelling. Soon, we got close enough, and I saw the same kid who had been bullying me. He was yelling at one of the librarians. I wasn't sure why, but they were arguing, and then I saw the kid go over to a display and knock it over. Several other people were just standing around and watching. Then I saw a man who I assumed to be the kid's dad go over to him, and the man was also yelling at another librarian. It was a large dispute, and the dad then announced loudly that they were leaving, and then he started cursing loudly and they both walked out. I was shocked at what I had seen, but after thinking about it for a second, I was not surprised at all that the kid acted that way. After that, we checked out our books and left. I'm guessing that the kid had been caught throwing books or being rude to someone or something like that. He was probably asked to leave, and his father didn't seem much better than him. I didn't really make out what specifically the argument was about, but I'm happy to say that after that, I never saw that kid again. Despite my normal kindness to see the good in people, I think I avoided a bad situation at a gas station recently. It was around 4 a.m. in the early winter. It was cold outside, but there was no snow on the ground yet. I was going into work early that day and had driven about 15 minutes and noticed that my gas tank was low. No big deal, I had plenty of time. I went to a well-lit gas station with 3 or 4 other cars at the pumps. There was a man hanging out next to a beat-up old full-sized van next to the store. I was a little wary of him as I pulled in because these types of people usually roam a gas station a lot, telling their sob story to whoever they meet, which leads to the inevitable request for money. I glanced at him as I drove past, but I don't think he noticed me. I parked next to a pump, got out of my car, and was greeted by hip-hop music blasting over the overhead speakers at what must have been close to, if not full volume. There was normally one employee working in the gas station, so they must have been taking advantage of the lack of supervision. I prepaid at the pump, took the nozzle off, and placed it into my car. Right before I squeezed the trigger, I heard a man's voice cutting over the music. I looked towards the station, and I saw the man who had been loitering approaching me. I didn't understand what he was trying to say, so I beckoned him closer, second-guessing myself the entire time. Here I was beckoning what was most likely some panhandler over to me, questioning why I do these type of things. He got close enough to where I could hear him. He was asking me if I had jumper cables, which initially was a relief to hear. Parking lot beggars don't start with that, and clearly he wasn't asking for money. He genuinely needed help, a pretty common problem too, especially in the winter. Who hasn't had a car battery die on them at the worst possible time? I told him I unfortunately did not have jumper cables, which was true. I had just started driving this car and hadn't had a chance to put them in the trunk yet. Then he asked me if I could call his girlfriend for him to come and pick him up so he could get to work, as his prepaid phone was out of minutes. I obliged, and he gave me the number and I dialed it. After several rings, I got a recording telling me that the mailbox was full and could not receive any new messages. There was no greeting or anything, just the stock message that's set up on a brand new phone. Next, he gave me a new number without missing a beat. I called it and it was the same story with the full mailbox. That's when I started feeling a bit uneasy, and I wished that I wouldn't have gone this far into helping this guy out. Then he asked me if I could give him a ride to his car. Up until this point, I thought that the van he had been standing near was his vehicle. He told me his car was up the road about a mile at another gas station. I know the gas station he was talking about. It's on a main road, but it's old, and set into some overgrowth, and most importantly, it was closed. It's not a 24-hour gas station like most of them are these days. It was closed and had been for many hours now. He continued explaining to me that he left his car at that gas station, borrowed a bicycle, and rode down to this station to look for help. Things weren't adding up. Why would his car be at a gas station that wasn't open? Who was lending out bicycles in the middle of the night in the early winter? Despite all these alarm bells going off, I didn't know how to disengage from this conversation. Stupidly, I agreed to take him to his car. He was thankful and said that he was going to take the bike into the station so that the owner could retrieve it there without it getting stolen in the meantime. The second he turned his back on me, my mind finally caught up, and I realized how dumb what I was about to do was, and that it could end poorly. I pulled the nozzle out of my car and put it back on the pump. I ran to my driver's side door, got in the car, started it, and drove out of the station as fast as I could. I didn't even look back to see if the man saw me leave. Part of me still feels guilty, just in case this guy actually needed help and I ditched him after giving him so much hope. But my instincts tell me otherwise, and I think I did the right thing, even though I did lead him on a bit by helping him for so long. I wish I could have shut down the conversation earlier. One time a few years back, I lost my phone. I have an iPhone and I work in the city. I walk around on the sidewalks and stuff every day, so I go all over the place. The only thing I remember is that I got home from work that day and I just didn't have my phone. I looked around in my car and stuff and I couldn't find it anywhere. I realized that I must have lost it someplace, but I had no idea where it could be. And if I dropped it on the street, somebody more than likely picked it up. My apartment was not too far away from my best friend Amanda's house, so I walked over to her place. When I got there, I told her how I had lost my phone and I asked her to call it. From her apartment, we called my phone, and to our surprise, somebody picked up. It was a man's voice who sounded fairly young, but not like a teenager or anything. He said that he had found the phone on the sidewalk and wanted to give it back to me. I was really grateful and relieved to hear that, and then the guy said that he was currently at work. By that point, it was like 6 p.m. He said that he didn't get off until really late, and I had work the next day. The guy told me to come by his apartment the next night because he would get off a bit earlier. There wasn't too much of a discussion about it, but I figured that would be a safe enough place to get it. So we agreed on that, and overall I was just happy that I was going to be getting my phone back, even if I would have to wait another day. So Amanda said that she would call the guy the next day for me and told me to come over after work the next day as well. That night, I had to use an alarm on my laptop, and it worked okay. I went to work the next day as usual, and when I got back, I went straight over to Amanda's. I was told that the guy had given his address, and we were supposed to meet at 10:15 that night when he got home from work. I wasn't real happy about meeting that late, but I figured there was nothing we could do. The address was an apartment complex, so I didn't feel too nervous or anything, but I still asked Amanda to go with me. So that night, Amanda drove me in her car to the address. It was about 15 minutes away, and when we arrived, it was in fact an apartment complex. However, it looked very sketchy. There were several apartment buildings all looking really run down. The lighting was terrible, and beat-up old cars scattered the pothole-filled parking lot. Right across from the complex was a giant wooded area. The apartment units had doors that opened up to the outside. Amanda told me the unit number, and she said that she would stay in the car while I went to the apartment. So at 10:15, I exited the vehicle and approached the apartment building. I was somewhat nervous, but brushed it off, and I was just happy to be getting my phone back finally. So I walked up to the front step and then knocked on the door. The lights inside of the apartment all seemed to be off. It looked like nobody was home. I looked around, making sure that I had the correct place, and as I was looking around, I saw Amanda sitting in the car a good 50 feet away. She was in the driver's seat, and she suddenly started frantically waving me back over to her car. I didn't know what she wanted, but it seemed important, so I left the apartment and walked over to her. When I got to the car, she told me to get in. As soon as I did, she told me that it looked like a setup. She said that she saw two guys just inside the woods watching me. When she pointed to the area, I sort of saw movement of people moving away farther into the woods. It was hard to tell who they were, but I was glad that Amanda had spotted them. Then she drove away and we left. As we were driving, she tried calling the guy and also tried calling my phone, but got no answer on either one. So at that point, we stopped along the way home and we called the police. They sent an officer to the apartment building to look around. We found out that nobody lived in that particular apartment we were supposed to meet at, and it was vacant. They also found my phone located just a few feet in the woods in that same area. It was returned to me, and I feel very lucky to have gotten away from that situation. I'm also really glad that Amanda went with me that night. Something really crazy happened when I was in college. So, during my freshman year, I got paired with another girl to live with in the dorms. We were supposed to be roommates and share what was a pretty standard dorm room. I met her on move-in day and she seemed alright. Her name was Sydney, and overall I didn't know much about her. We only briefly talked that first day, and she seemed to be gone a lot for the next few days. I had some classes and other stuff, but even when I was back at the dorm, I didn't see her much. Finally, when she got back from her classes on like the second or third day, I talked with her for like 10 or 20 minutes to get to know her. She seemed fairly uninterested, but overall was not rude or anything. For the next couple of weeks, she would be gone like all the time. She would pretty much just get back really late and then go to sleep. Most of the times, she would get back after I was already asleep. I would only know she was back because I would either wake up from her getting back, or I would get up the next morning and she would still be sleeping. Then one day, I came back from my classes, and all Sydney's stuff was just gone. It was like she had completely moved out. I figured that she had dropped out of the school or something. She hadn't said anything to me at all. Maybe she had gotten another room perhaps. I didn't know anything about it, but we had exchanged numbers when we first met, so I texted her asking what had happened. However, she never responded. I was kind of happy about this, because she was gone all the time anyways. Now I had the whole room to myself, and I had made some other friends there as well. Over the next few days, I rearranged the room, because now I had twice as much space as before. It was great, and I really enjoyed it. For the rest of the semester, I had the entire room to myself, and into the second semester as well. I even got a little more furniture now that I had my own place. So now, fast forward to almost the end of the school year. It was like April, and I was woken up in the middle of the night to the sound of my door opening. I was really creeped out. I was sure that I had locked the door. It was completely dark, so I didn't know who it could be. I looked over and saw a figure entering my room, but couldn't make out who it was. I was terrified. Then the lights turned on, and I saw Sydney standing there. It was the biggest surprise ever. She said, "What the F did you do to the room?" I said, "Where were you the last 6 months?" Sydney had a backpack and several bags with her. She said that she was at her boyfriend's in a tone as if I was stupid for not knowing that. Duh, I guess. I didn't know that she even had a boyfriend or anything, and she never responded to my text when I asked her what happened. I told her that I didn't know that and how I had texted her, but she said that she must have not got it. She started unpacking her things right there, and then I had to move all my stuff back to my side of the room. I was so mad. Even though it was late in the school year, I requested a new room the next day and was able to get one pretty shortly after. Sydney, as it turns out, had never dropped out of the school, and she still had a key to the room. She had moved in with her boyfriend and had lived with him the entire time. I guess they broke up, and she just moved right back in the middle of the night, mind you. Well, I found out later that she failed like 8 classes and ended up dropping out anyways. It was really scary though when she just entered my room out of nowhere in the middle of the night. Years back, I had an old Impreza that was my car. I got a new car, so I decided to sell the Impreza on Craigslist. This was before Facebook Marketplace was popular, and to me, Craigslist seemed like the best option for getting the most money I could for my car. If I traded it into a dealer or a dealership, I would probably get next to nothing, and I already had another car. So I took some pictures and then listed it online. The way Craigslist works, or at least worked back then, was you would create a simple listing and your phone number would be at the bottom. Anybody could contact you about what you were selling, either a text or a call. So the first few days after I made the listing, I wasn't getting much interest. The car was sort of old, but it worked fine and ran well. I thought that maybe the asking price was too high, but I kept the listing up and didn't change the price because I wasn't in a huge hurry to sell. I did get, I think it was 2 texts and 1 call, but each time they stopped responding pretty quick and never seemed that interested. Then, after the car had been up for like a week, I got another text about it. The person said, "Is your Impreza still for sale?" I said, yes it is. Then the person said that they were interested in it. I asked if they wanted to look at the car and maybe test drive it, and the person said yes. So I asked when to try to arrange a time. I knew nothing about this person because they didn't give me a name or anything. However, after I asked when they wanted to look at the car, they stopped responding. For several days, I got no texts at all. I was disappointed and figured that they just lost interest in the car for whatever reason. For the next few days after that, I got no texts or calls regarding the car. I was starting to forget about it because, like I said, I wasn't in a huge hurry to sell it. So now it was like a week after I had last heard from the person, or anybody else for that matter, about my car. I lived alone at the time in a smaller house that I was renting. It was nighttime, sort of late, about 10 o'clock, and I was in the living room. I got a text, and it was from the same person who had been texting with me about the car. He sent a picture of the car for sale as it sat in my driveway right by my house. This was not the picture from the Craigslist listing. This looked like a picture that had been taken about right now. The place that the person had taken the picture from was well in my driveway and on my property. I looked at the picture and was very confused. I finally texted back and said, "Are you at my house right now?" Pretty quickly the person responded saying, "I'm here to look at the car. Where are you?" I knew that I had never arranged the details of a time or date to look at the car with this person. I also realized that I had never given them my address, and it wasn't on the listing either. Plus, it was late at night for crying out loud. I asked the person how they got my address. They did not respond to this. Moments later, I heard a knock at the front door. I was not within view to see the door or out any of the windows. Plus, they were thankfully all covered entirely. I was curious as to who was there, but I didn't really want to open the door. I stood there trying to decide what my best option was. Then the person tried opening my front door, which was locked. I tried calling them on the phone, but they declined the call. The knocking at the door got louder. By now, I was really creeped out. I went over to a front window and very carefully looked out of it. I saw some guy standing there on the front step. He was sort of large, but I couldn't see his face. It was really dark out, so I didn't get much. Then, finally, he turned and started walking away. I moved away from the window again so that he wouldn't see me. A short time later, I heard a loud noise, like something was being hit. Then I heard a car driving away down the street. I went and looked out the window, and he was gone. I went to text the guy again asking what that was all about, but he blocked my number. The next day, I went outside and saw a visible dent in the door of the Impreza. I'm pretty sure that the guy kicked it or hit it somehow, and that's the sound that I heard before he left. It made me angry, and I reported his number to Craigslist. This incident prompted me to get security cameras. It also made me remove my Craigslist listing, and I ended up selling my car to a dealer. Since that experience, the man never returned. I have used Craigslist a couple of times since, but not much, and not to buy or sell a vehicle. If anybody out there listening uses Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, please be careful. I used to work at a McDonald's many years ago. Mostly I was a cashier and I would take people's orders. I often worked at night and there would sometimes be some pretty late nights. Back then, the McDonald's that I worked at was open until 2 o'clock in the morning. Things would typically quiet down significantly from about 8 p.m. to the rest of the night. The last few hours would generally be very slow. Sometimes on weekends or other random nights it would get busy, but generally it was pretty quiet. So one night, I remember that I was working until 2 a.m. I can't remember what time it was exactly, but probably at about 10 o'clock, it became just me and one other coworker. It was a girl named Gloria, who I was friends with, and she was around my age, but had worked there a lot longer than me. She was a manager now and did whatever was needed, really. At this point, I was taking orders and she was doing all the cooking. It was just us two until close. We got a few customers here and there, and it was really pretty quiet. Soon, midnight rolled around. I remember that I was out by the register standing there and just hanging out. I happened to notice someone was outside in the parking lot though. It was a man, and he looked in on the large windows that we had. He was just standing there, not moving, but appeared to be looking at me. Maybe it was partly because it was midnight and very quiet, but the sight of him instantly gave me the creeps. He had long hair, I remember, and a beard as well. He looked to be maybe in his 30s or so. I was sort of confused as to what he was doing and thought that maybe he would come inside. To be honest though, I didn't want him to. The man continued to stand there and stare at me. After like 30 seconds of this, I got too uncomfortable and I walked into the back. I went over to Gloria, who was bored with nothing to do because there were no customers. She was watching this mounted TV that was in the corner of the kitchen, so I joined her for a minute or two. Then I went back out to the front and I looked out of the window and the man was gone. I was glad to see that. So a while later, maybe an hour, I believe was the next customer to come inside. I helped them and I remembered that I gave them their food and they went to leave. It was then that I noticed the guy was outside of the window again. He was standing there and looking at me once more. I was surprised that he was back, and once more I did not want him to come inside, and he still didn't. After like a minute, I went to the back to tell Gloria about the guy, and when we came back, he was gone. I was a tiny bit disappointed because I wanted Gloria to see the strange man, but I was also glad that he was gone because I had been nervous that he was going to come inside. He just seemed really sketchy for some reason. So, for the final hour of us being open, we didn't get any customers and I didn't see the guy. At 2 a.m. we locked up and several minutes later I was ready to leave. Because Gloria was the manager, she was going to stay back for a few minutes and finish up some other stuff. I was tired from work and excited to go home and sleep, so I went to the door. When I did though, I was afraid that the man was going to be out in the parking lot somewhere. I didn't see him, but I was still worried, so after I went outside I just sprinted to my car, which was not that far away. Then I got inside and I started the engine. It was at that time when I looked out of the window and I saw the man standing on the other side of the parking lot a ways away. I was afraid that he might approach me or something, so I quickly drove away and left. By the next time that I worked, I had mostly forgotten about the man. Now, I believe it was like a week later, or maybe 2 weeks later. It was basically the same setup as before, which was fairly common. It was a quiet night at about midnight. Me and Gloria were the only two people working once again. So I recall that at some point a little after midnight, I saw the man again and I instantly remembered him. He was doing pretty much the same thing of just standing there outside and staring at me. But this time, after like 30 seconds, I saw him turn and walk away. I didn't know who this guy was or what he was doing. The way he would just stand there and stare at me was very creepy though. So I didn't see him after that for the rest of the time that we were open. At 2 a.m. we locked the doors. Soon after, I went to leave. This time though, before I left McDonald's, I noticed that the man was in the parking lot, and he was standing right behind my car. I would have to walk right past him to go to my car, and he was also staring at me. I went to Gloria to show her the guy. When she came back, she saw that the guy was still there. He was just standing there and staring at us both now. I wanted to leave, but I did not want to walk past him. After about a minute, we opened up the door and asked the man to please leave the property. When we said this, he did not leave, but instead he started walking in our direction. We quickly closed the doors again, which would automatically lock now. The man reached the doors and tried entering McDonald's. Thankfully, he couldn't get in. Gloria and I considered calling the police. We didn't want to have to do that if he wasn't dangerous or anything though, so we decided to just wait around for a short time longer. Gloria and I finished up everything that had to be done. By the time that we were done with that, the man was still in the parking lot. We waited around for probably another 10 minutes. Then, finally, we saw the man casually walk away and leave the McDonald's premises. Gloria and I then went to the door and we both quickly ran for our cars. We were then able to leave and go home. After that shift, I never saw the man again. I only worked at the McDonald's for about another month though. I think that Gloria worked there longer, so it will be interesting to know if she ever saw the guy again. One thing for sure though is that he definitely gave me the creeps. The way he just stood there staring at me in the empty parking lot is something that I will never forget. About 10 years ago, I moved into a new house with my wife and our daughter, who at the time was very young. It was a nice neighborhood with many other houses, but one thing I was really excited about was the yard. We had lived in a small townhouse before that and barely had a yard at all, and the new neighborhood had a lot more space. Our yard was almost an acre, and I would say most people over there had about that as well. So after moving in and getting all the furniture in the house and stuff, there was a lot of work that I wanted to do in the yard. For example, there wasn't much landscaping. The grass had some dead spots, and there was a good number of weeds in the backyard. So one day, soon after moving in, I went outside to do a bunch of the yard work. My wife stayed inside the house with our daughter. I remember that I worked for a few hours, and then I had to go to Home Depot to get some stuff. I left and came back pretty quickly. I don't recall much of that trip because it was pretty normal. However, after I got back, I went into the backyard, sort of on the side of it. From where I was working, I could see part of the street in front of our house. The street was normally very quiet because it's just residential. A short time after getting back, I saw this older car pull up and park on the side of the road. It was parked between our house and the next door neighbors. I didn't think too much of it until I saw a man get out and then just sort of stand inside of our yard on our property. Then the man was looking at me as he slowly walked in my direction. He was moving extremely slow and I didn't know who he was. I had met both next door neighbors as well as the ones across the street, and this guy wasn't any of them. He was kind of standing around and also kind of walking closer, and I stopped what I was doing and I began to walk over to the man to see what he wanted. However, as I approached, the man turned and then went to my left and very quickly went out of my sight because the house now blocked him. I walked faster and then arrived in the front yard, but I didn't see the man. I thought that maybe he was going to knock on our front door, but when I looked, he wasn't there. I quickly went inside and called to my wife, asking if anybody had entered the house just to be safe. Thankfully, she said nobody had. So I went back out and I looked all around the front yard and then went into the backyard as well. I didn't see the man. I wasn't quite sure where he went. There were a good number of trees and bushes around people's properties, but I didn't think that the guy was hiding or anything. I figured that he must have just cut through our yard to maybe get to somebody else's. The whole thing seemed really strange because the man's behavior was kind of odd. But overall, I didn't know what else to do, so I just went back to work. I got quite a bit of yard work done and things were looking much better. I remember noticing that after several hours, the man's car was still there. I continued with the work though, and when I was almost done, I remember that out of nowhere, I heard something behind me. When I looked back, I saw the guy again. He was in my backyard and like 50 feet away from me. After seeing him, the man looked at me and I called out asking what he was doing in my yard. The man didn't answer me. I started to walk over to him and he quickly turned and started walking in the other direction. The man then went behind some trees on the edge of the property. I walked over there and looked around. I called out for him several more times, but he never answered me and I didn't know where he went. Pretty soon, I gave up looking for him. He seemed to be off my property. Really, I had no idea who this guy was or what he was doing, but he was seeming really suspicious. So I went back to work and I remember that maybe 20 or 30 minutes later, I heard a car door closing. I moved over to get a view of the street and I saw the car driving away. This made me feel a ton better knowing that the man was now gone. So I finished up with the work for the day and I had the backyard looking a lot better. Then I went inside. The next morning when I got up and looked outside, I saw that the backyard was all messed up. Somebody had literally messed up most of the work that I did. I was so mad, but I also had a feeling that it was that same guy. Of course, I had no proof. I had to do most of the work over again, and I also went out and bought security cameras and put them up. However, after that, the man never returned. This has remained a strange mystery. This is something that happened just last year. I work at a very large and popular mall. It has hundreds of stores in it, and we get countless shoppers each year. On weekends around the holidays, it's even more busy. Particularly the weekends leading up to Christmas, it can be chaos at times. The store that I work at is a shoe store, and we sell a few other products as well. It's fairly popular though, so we're just as busy as any store when the mall is crowded. In fact, at times we had to limit the amount of people that can enter the store at once, because our space is not very large. One weekend last year, I was working along with 4 other coworkers. On a normal day, there might be 2 of us working at once, but we knew that it was going to be busy. As I was working on this very busy day, things got really hectic. The store was packed, everybody was looking at shoes and buying them, and all of us employees were kept busy. There were constantly questions about products and people were everywhere. This went on for hours. At one point, a man came up to me and asked if we had a shoe in a certain size. I knew that we had going into the day and told him yes. The guy seemed kind of frustrated already. He had been looking for the shoe and he couldn't find any of the shoes that he wanted in the store, but I knew that we kept some in the back. Well, it turned out that I was wrong. We had some when the day started, but they all sold and I didn't know that. Now we were completely out. So I went into the back room and realized that they were all gone. I went back out and told the guy that we actually just sold out of them. This man got way more angry than I was expecting. He instantly started cursing at me and saying that I was a liar and stuff. I apologized and offered to give him some other stores that they might be at, but the guy said no. He continued to yell at me, and some of the people nearby started to notice. The store was still packed, and when the guy wouldn't stop yelling at me, this other guy who was nearby stepped between us. After that, the angry guy seemed to calm down a little bit, but then he said to me that he would be back and he would get me, whatever that meant. Then he turned and left. I just thought that it was an empty threat. The man was gone now, and I felt better. I went back to work, and we stayed extremely busy. The store was messed up from stuff being out of place, and there were customers everywhere, so it was a constant work of us trying to reorganize the store, help customers, and things like that. By 6 o'clock, things finally started to calm down. We closed at 8, and the last 2 hours were much calmer. Finally, by 7:30, all the other employees left except for me and 2 others. Us 3 were working until close. Each of us knew how to close the store. The mall closed at 8 as well as our store, so by now the entire mall was pretty quiet. When several of us would work until close, we would kind of switch off at who would stay last and finish up the closing tasks. On this night, it was my turn to. At 8 o'clock, the 2 others left, and I stayed to finish things. I would be there only about another 15 minutes or so. As I finished things up, a while later, I saw out the front window of the store the same man from earlier. He was already looking at me. Our store was closed now, and the doors were locked. The mall was also now closed. Everybody was supposed to leave, but there were still a few people lingering in the hallways. The guy was standing in front of the store and just staring at me. This made me nervous. He said that he would be back, and now he was. And I was alone in the store. He couldn't get in, but I was leaving soon. What was this guy going to do? I stayed in there and finished up, and went out of the guy's sight for a while. When I was done and wanted to leave, I saw that he was still there. So I didn't leave yet. I was afraid that if I did, he would do something or follow me out to my car. I didn't know. Now, this guy was basically the only person out in the hallways. I didn't leave and instead went back into the back area of the store out of his sight. I came back a minute or so later to see if he was still there, and he was. But then I saw a security guard approach him and tell him that he had to leave. Within moments, the guy was walking away with the security guard basically kicking him out of the mall. I was so glad to see that. I waited inside still for another couple minutes, and then I left and headed home. I walked through the now empty mall and then left to go into the parking garage. That's where I typically parked. The garage was practically empty now as well, with only a few cars scattered around here and there. I made my way to my vehicle, but before I got there, I heard a voice from sort of behind me. I looked and saw the same guy. He was standing a ways away in the parking lot. I have no idea how he knew I would be there or if it was just a coincidence, but nevertheless, he was here. I saw him start to angrily walk towards me. I turned and just started running for my car. I sprinted until I got there and then quickly went inside. Then I did not waste a second and locked the doors, started my car, and left. The man did not reach me yet. I left him standing there in the parking garage and I drove home. After that, I never saw him again. I was kind of paranoid that he was going to show up sometime at the store. Thankfully, he never did, at least not when I was working. I can't believe that he got so mad about that. It was an honest mistake, and I was just trying to help the guy. Some people have anger problems, though. This is a crazy experience that I had when I went to an NFL game a couple of years ago. I live out east, and there's several NFL stadiums that are really not that far apart from one another. I was actually going to a road game one time when my favorite team was playing there. This stadium was not really that far away, so I was able to make the drive. Finding parking was kind of tough though because it was my first time at that stadium. However, I ended up finding a cheap parking ramp, except it was a good 20-minute walk from the field. But I'm in good shape and I don't mind walking, so it's fine. It was my first time there, and being a fan of the road team, I expected to get some booze. This was a night game, so it was a little different than the typical Sunday game at 1 o'clock. It seemed like the crowd was a little crazier, even though they can always get crazy. Or maybe that's just how things are at this particular stadium. So anyways, the game was a fun time. A few fans gave me a hard time, but nothing that I couldn't handle. There was also a decent amount of fans for my team, and they were cool. Unfortunately, my team lost, but I was still glad to have seen the game in person. When an NFL game ends, the walkways in the stadium become extremely crowded, so it's nearly impossible to make it out in a decent time. So I remember that as I was walking up the stairs of the aisle to get to the concourse, there was a line there. I was slowly making my way up, and other fans were leaving the seating area to the stairs. This big guy who was a fan of the other team just ran into me. He was coming from the seats, and I was walking up the stairs. He literally just barged his way onto the stairs instead of waiting and nearly knocked me over. I kinda shoved him back and said, "Watch it, pal." He then cursed at me and then rubbed it in how my team had lost and I suck and all that. But it wasn't in a joking way. This guy just seemed rude. I tried to squeeze my way ahead of him out of anger, and also because I was now squished between like 5 people. The man literally grabbed me and pushed me back. We then got into it a little bit verbally. We were basically cursing each other out and going back and forth. Within maybe 20 seconds, another fan kind of stepped between us and told us to forget it. I did want to forget it. I used this opportunity to turn and walk in front of him and squeeze past a few other people. The guy tried going after me, but he was a lot bigger and wouldn't be able to get through the people like I could. I made it into the concourse, which was now loaded with people. I did my best to make my way to the exits. Everyone is really packed in like sardines though, so you can only really take very small steps. I hoped that I would not see the angry fan again since I had gotten into it with him. I figured that with me getting in front of him, he was angry, but I also figured that he was probably drunk and I would never see him again, especially with all these people. So I kept walking, and it probably took 10 minutes to make it out of the stadium. Once I was out though, things cleared up a bit, but it was still very crowded. People were dispersing into all different directions, and traffic cops were blocking all the roads in the immediate area. In the sea of people though, I looked back to the stadium and I saw the same angry fan. I couldn't believe it. We made eye contact for like a second, and then I saw him walking towards me. I literally turned and ran the other way. I then walked quickly, weaving in and out of people and trying to blend in with the crowd. When I made it a good ways away, I saw where I had to cross, and I did. I crossed the street, and then there was a large crowd of people that I was walking with. I also figured that I had lost the man by then. I just had to walk on the sidewalk straight for like 15 minutes to my parking ramp now. And the farther I walked, the crowd that I was with got smaller and smaller. It went from tons of people on the sidewalk to many, to a decent amount, to just a few. When I had made it to within maybe 2 or 3 minutes of my parking ramp, it was literally just me on the sidewalk. It felt nice to be out of the crowd, until I heard something behind me. "Hey buddy, F you!" I turned behind me and saw the same guy. How on earth had he kept up with me? I turned around and faced him. He was walking extremely fast towards me. I said, "What's your problem, pal?" Then I heard a woman's voice from even farther back. A lady was walking behind the guy trying to catch up with him. She said, "Tony, what are you doing? Get back here." It was his wife. Tony, who sounded obviously drunk, said that I had been talking smack. His wife caught up with him and said that it was time to go. She apologized to me and said that Tony had a little too much to drink. Tony then walked closer to me. I thought that he was going to punch me in the face for a second, but then he said, "I was really mad at you, but I forgot why." Then he held out his hand for a handshake. I shook his hand and he pulled me in and gave me a big hug. Tony's wife said that she called an Uber and it was going to be coming like 5 blocks the other direction. I told Tony congrats on the win and everything was good between us. He then said that he loved me and also that my team sucks. Then we went our separate ways. It was a surprisingly good ending to what I thought was going to be a real horror story. In the end, Tony just had a little too much to drink. He probably doesn't remember what happened, but if he does, I hope I run into him at the next game as well. To set the stage for this story, we must go back to the far-off year of 1988. The location is the Cascade Mountains of Oregon. I was 10 years old, and it was me, my mom, dad, best friend, and our golden retriever, Amber. We were very much an outdoor family, and had many camping trips before this and since. But to this day, when I think about it, I still remember the terror I felt that weekend so long ago. After a brief talk with my father recently, it kind of came back to the front of my mind. He also was able to fill in a few details that I had forgotten. We packed up the station wagon with everything we would need for a hike into one of our favorite lakes to camp at. To make this trip even more exciting for me was the fact that it was my birthday weekend and I got to pick this lake. After we arrived at the trailhead and got our packs on, my dad got his firearm and strapped it on his belt. In Oregon, open carry was permitted in national forests, and my dad always had a gun on his hip while in the woods, which always added a sense of security. We had a close call with a bear one time, in which it came in handy. The lake was about a 4-mile moderate hike in and through some thick forest, but the trail itself was well maintained and was never very busy, so it was going to be a very pleasant hike. We started off our hike, and back in the 80s it was not uncommon to have your dog off-leash on the trails in the forest, so we let Amber run and do her thing. She was a good dog and never ran off too far or jumped on people. She did love people though, and speaking of people, we had not seen anybody else on the trail after about 2 miles in on the hike, which was nice since it was all of us talking, laughing, and enjoying nature. My best friend and I started to hike ahead of everybody else, because we were so energized and excited about finding the first and best tent spot once we got to the lake. Amber was bounding ahead of us and having a great time too. We were about 20 yards ahead of my parents when Amber stopped dead in her tracks. I thought that maybe she saw a chipmunk or something, maybe a bird, but she started to growl. She never growls, so we stopped walking, and I thought that maybe it was a bear or deer or something that was just off the trail, and she had seen it or heard it. We immediately started walking backwards, and my parents caught up to us. My dad asked us what was going on, and I told him that Amber was up on the trail growling at something. He told us girls to stay back with my mom, and he walked ahead to where Amber was at the trail. My dad got up to her and looked around. I heard Amber whimper a bit while looking off the trail. My dad comforted her and called her back and walked back to us. He said it must have been an animal, and he did not see anything right off the trail or ahead of us. He said to let him take the lead as we continued to hike. It did not take long before it was forgotten, and Amber and the rest of us were all having a good time again. We arrived at the lake, and much to my delight, there was no one else there camping. The water was clean and blue, and the shade from the trees made the whole scene just perfect. My friend and I found the best spot to set up our tent, and my parents followed suit. After we had camp set up, folks went off to fish just down the hill, and my friend and I took off with Amber to walk around the other side of the lake to catch salamanders. We only made it about 1/8 of a mile when Amber stopped and started to growl. We stopped and looked around and heard brush rustling. Then, right in front of us, a man walked out of the trees. Amber stayed right by our sides and started to bare her teeth. The man was taller than my dad, so at least 6'4". He was very skinny, but he had broad shoulders. He was clean cut and was wearing black jeans and a white polo shirt with loafers. I mean, he did not look like he had hiked at all, or was even dressed for the outdoors. He almost looked like he came out of church. We just stood there trying to process the situation when Amber began to bark. The guy just stood there, not moving, and he smiled, like the creepiest smile. It felt like someone who thought that this is what a smile was supposed to look like. Amber kept barking, and this got my parents' attention, and they looked up to us and called us to come back. We complied and started to walk back towards them. My dad met us halfway and told us to go to the campsite, and he was going to talk to this guy. We got back to camp, and my mom sat with us. I could hear my dad asking the guy if he needed help or if he was a fellow camper, or if he had set up camp away from the lake. My dad was being polite and calm, but I could see that he was on guard and trying to feel out the situation. Now is the time to mention that my dad was ex-army and could be very intimidating when needed. The conversation continued. The guy told my dad that he was just on a walk and did not mean to intrude on us. The guy said goodbye and walked back into the woods. My dad walked back to camp, sat down, and told us that he thought the guy may be a yuppie camper and does not know much about the outdoors. But my dad said that he got a weird vibe from him and would continue keeping an eye out for him. Amber stayed by our side and was calm, yet she kept looking towards the direction the guy went. A bit more time went by, and we had a nice campfire going, and the sun was starting to set. We cooked some dinner and made s'mores afterwards. My friend and I decided to go to our tent and read some books and tell each other some scary stories. Amber followed us to the tent and laid right outside of the door. My parents walked down to the lake to sit, have a beer, and just chill. They were never more than 50 yards away. Not long after my parents walked away, I heard Amber start to growl, and then we heard footsteps coming from the woods behind our tent. My friend and I turned off our flashlight and went quiet to listen. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the woods. We then heard heavy breathing and a grunting sound. Amber started to bark, and we heard the footsteps retreat into the woods. Amber whimpered a bit, and then I heard my parents walking back to the camp. I went out and told them what happened. My dad said that he heard Amber barking, and that's why they came back up. I asked my dad what we should do. He told me that we will see about moving camp in the morning, since we still had 3 days left of the trip, and nothing had happened to warrant just leaving. But he said that we should play it by ear, and just be a little more vigilant, and if something changed, we would decide what to do next. He told us to try to get some sleep, and we all turned in for the night. The next morning, we got up and had breakfast. After breakfast, we headed down to the lake to fish. It was a beautiful day, and we were having so much fun that the events from the prior day were almost forgotten. We decided around lunchtime that we would go for a short hike to the waterfall that is up from the lake. We were gone for only about an hour, and when we came back, we found our tents opened and our sleeping bags strung out on the ground. My dad told us to hang back with my mom, and he went to investigate. He came back and said that nothing was missing, but it was not an animal that did this. He said we should break camp, hike back to the car, and find another spot to camp for the next couple of days. I could tell my dad was not wanting to frighten us, but I heard urgency in his voice. I was very disappointed, but if it meant we could enjoy the rest of the trip and not worry about some creep messing with us, then it was worth it. We broke camp and started our hike back. My dad was in the lead, and we were double timing it and made it back to the car in record time. As we walked over to the car, we saw that one of our tires was flat. Not a big deal, we always had a spare, but when my dad bent down to start taking the lugs off, he swore. It wasn't just a flat, somebody had slashed the tire. Dad changed the tire in record time, and we threw everything into the car, but when he went to turn the car on, it would not start. Dad swore again, got out of the car, and popped the hood. It turned out somebody took out our spark plug wires. Old cars like that Chevy wagon did not have internal hood releases. You could just pop the hood from the outside. Dad slammed the hood, said some very colorful words, and kicked some rocks. We were stuck, and no one was at the trailhead where we were stranded. My parents are calm under pressure, and after a few minutes of discussion, it was decided that Dad would start walking down the road until he could hitch a ride to town and go to an auto parts store. Mom and the rest of us were going to wait with the car and look for someone to hopefully pull into the trailhead to help us. A few hours went by and nobody had come to the trailhead. It was getting hot and we were all hungry and tired. My mom made us some lunch and then went to sit under a tree to cool off. Amber was by our side and was calm, but then we heard a voice. Amber leaped up and started to whimper. The creepy guy from yesterday came down the trail and was asking my mom if we needed help. My mom told him that we were fine and that it was being settled and my dad would be back soon. The creep told her that his camp was close and he was parked on the old fire road that is near the lake and asked us if we would like to come back to his camp and wait until my dad returned. My mom sternly told him no and we would just stay put and thank you anyways. He did not like this. He told my mom that it was not safe out here for a pretty lady and two young girls. My mom, like my dad, was no pushover and asserted herself again and said that we did not need any help and to please just leave us alone. The guy just stood there, smiled wide, and then turned around and left. My mom was visibly shaken, and us girls were a bit scared. My mom came over to us and told us that we needed to stay close, not wander, and that we will be okay. My friend and I were really kind of freaked out, and we were just hoping that my dad would make it back soon. After another 30 minutes, the creepy guy came back. This time, he was not alone and had a slightly younger guy with him. The other guy was dressed as a yuppie camper and had a very stern look on his face. My mother stood her ground as they approached. Amber started to growl again. The two guys flanked us, and one of them flashed a gun tucked into his belt. The older guy told us that we needed to go with them, and they were not asking. My mom backed up next to us, and without taking her eyes off them, reached to her belt and pulled out her Bowie knife. My mom said that we would not be going and they needed to leave now. The two men did not even flinch at this and said that we would come back with them or they would hurt us. At this moment, though, Amber went from just growling to barking and put herself between us and them. This made the guys stop and hesitate. My mom yelled that they needed to leave now. They started backing up, and at that moment, we heard a truck pulling into the trailhead parking lot. At the sight of the truck, the guys started to walk away fast and disappeared into the tree line. The truck was a forest ranger, and he had my dad with him. My dad jumped out of the truck and ran over to us, asking if we were okay. The ranger came over and asked who those men were and if we were okay as well. My mom explained everything while my dad hugged us girls. The ranger took off to go looking for the men. My dad told us that he was about 5 miles from the town when the ranger picked him up and took him the rest of the way to get the part for the car. Then he drove him back to our car. After hearing what happened, my dad was angry and wanted to fight the guys who tried to kidnap us and had been terrorizing us for the past 24 hours. The ranger came back and told us that he almost caught up to them, but they sped away in their trucks with a camper in tow. They had been parked behind a small ridge behind the lake in an old logging road. He did not get a plate, but he radioed a description of the men and their truck and camper to the local sheriff's office. He also took our information and said that he would pass it on to them. He waited with us until Dad had the car fixed and we were able to leave. We decided not to continue camping and instead drive a couple of hours to spend the last 2 days of the trip at the beach and stay in a hotel. A few days later, a deputy called my dad and told him that they never did find the men. He said it was most likely a crime of opportunity after seeing a woman with 2 girls in tow. He was sure that they had been watching us from off the trail and had messed with our camp to judge how my dad would react. When my dad seemed to be too big of a threat, they sabotaged our car, hoping to put us in a position where we were vulnerable. He said they would follow up with us if they found anything else out, but according to my dad, nothing ever came of it.
I worked as an overnight grocery stocker manager for 19 years. This happened about 15 years ago, and I'll never forget it. It was a regular night shift, and we had no incoming deliveries, so it was just the crew and I backstocking. Occasionally, someone from the meat department would stay late after hours and do a deep cleaning of their area about once a week. It was just after midnight when Mary, who worked in the meat department, came up to me. She was visibly shaken, in tears, and almost out of breath. She told me that there was a man standing in the meat department dressed in all black, motioning for her to come to him. She said she was scared and didn't know what to do. I told her to stay calm and grabbed another employee to check things out. We looked through the whole store, checking every aisle, the meat department, the back rooms. We checked everywhere, but there was no one. I reassured Mary that we had checked and there was nobody else in the store. It felt strange, but I tried to brush it off. Maybe she was just tired, or maybe she had imagined it. But to be honest, I still felt uneasy. Our closing manager always did the final walkthrough to make sure that everyone was out, and it was just us workers. After that, Mary went back to finish her work. I tried to get back to mine, but only a few minutes later, she came back up to me again, this time in full panic mode. She said that the man was back, standing in the meat department, motioning for her again. I told her to stay with me, and I grabbed the other employee once more. We looked around again. Nothing. No man or strange figure, just the empty store. At that point, I told Mary that she didn't have to finish her cleaning and she could go home for the night. I wasn't going to push her to work if she was that shaken up. She seemed relieved and left. The next morning, when the store manager came in, I told her what had happened. She didn't seem too concerned. She just pulled up the camera footage from the night before to see if anything strange had been caught on tape, but there was nothing. No sign of anyone standing in the meat department. Nobody in the store who shouldn't have been there. It was all business as usual on the cameras. The manager seemed to brush it off and said that it was probably just stress or exhaustion getting to Mary. The manager did mention that Mary had told her a strange story a few nights before about a customer in the store who had a knife. She hadn't said much else about it, but the manager figured Mary had just been stressed out and needed some time off work. The next night I came to work, someone told me that Mary had passed away. She had gone home after work the night I sent her home, went to bed, and never woke up. A cause of death was never identified. Mary was only 40 years old and was a healthy person. I've worked plenty of overnights since, but that was the weirdest thing that ever happened on my shift. It still gets to me sometimes, even though it happened decades ago now.
I got the Jimi Hendrix figurine from a friend once. It was one of those small dashboard ones about the size of my hand. I'm not even a Hendrix fan. I couldn't name a single song of his. My friend just thought that it looked cool and gave it to me as a gift. I said thanks, stuck it on my dashboard, and didn't think much about it again. A few months later, I was driving home one night from a job site about 2 hours outside of town. It was close to midnight and the highway was completely empty. I had the radio off and was half zoning out when I saw a figure on the side of the road. It was a man walking, asking for a lift. He looked normal enough from what I could see. Normally, I wouldn't stop for anyone that late, but I think out of boredom I decided to pick him up. He jogged up to the car and spoke through the window. He said, "Thanks, man, I've been out here for hours." His voice was calm, polite even. I unlocked the door and he climbed in. We drove for a bit in silence. After a few minutes, he started talking. He said he was headed to the next town over to see a friend. He asked why I was driving so late, and I told him about the job site. He nodded a lot, but didn't say much. Then, out of nowhere, he pointed at the dashboard. "Hey," he said, "you like Hendrix?" I looked over at the figure. Yeah," I said. "Yeah, big fan." His face lit up. "Man, that's awesome," he said. He smiled and leaned back. "What's your favorite song?" My heart sank. I didn't know a single song. My mind went blank. I just said, "All of them." He laughed a little. Yeah, they're all good," he said. Then he went quiet for a bit, just staring out the window. The rest of the drive felt heavy. Every time he spoke, it made my skin crawl a little more. He asked weird questions like if I ever picked up hitchhikers before, if I lived alone, stuff like that. I kept my eyes on the road and prayed for the next town to show up on the horizon. After what felt like forever, he said, "Hey, you can let me out here." I slowed the car down and pulled it over to the shoulder. Before he got out, he looked at me and spoke. "To be honest, I was going to kill you," he continued. "But I couldn't do that to you," he said, nodding towards the dashboard. "Not to a Hendrix fan." He opened the door, stepped out, and shut it softly behind him. I hit the gas and didn't stop until I got home. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I turned on the local news while drinking coffee. There was a report about a man found dead on the same highway. The suspect was still at large. Crazy that a Hendrix figurine saved my life. This happened almost a year ago now. It's something that's still given me PTSD, and I'm currently on anxiety medication for it. I grew up in a small town. I was determined to get out of there from a young age. At age 15, I started working at one of the 2 local pizza places. By age 16, I was able to afford a car, a beat-up one, but it allowed me to get on the road and make deliveries, which meant more money. I had previously been robbed during a pizza delivery at a Super Bowl party once. I was held at knife point and had to forfeit all my pizza as well as my cash. This, oddly enough, didn't bug me all that much. I don't know why. To this day, I barely even talk about it, but after that incident, I took to carrying a can of pepper spray. It was late at night, almost closing time one shift, which was 1 a.m. We had gotten a call to deliver 3 pizzas to the next town over, which is a place that is out of our delivery range, but sometimes there were circumstances that would allow us to. The circumstances were that out of all delivery drivers, as well as the assistant manager at the time, there were a few that were peddling drugs. A customer would have to ask for a very specific order, specific sizes, specific toppings, and a certain order. No exceptions. It was a service policy for one of those specific drivers to make this delivery, even if it was outside our range. I was never one of them, but on this night, I was. I knew the trick of the trade, so when I saw the garlic bread bag on top of the more specific pizza orders, I knew it was a drug order. My assistant manager at the time even specifically instructed me to get the envelope from the customer and that he was sure they would tip well. I didn't want to conduct this. My hands were sort of tied though, as the usual drug delivery drivers were already out. I just wanted to finish my shift, so I took off with haste. It took me about 30 minutes to get to the location. It was in a very sparsely populated neighborhood. I went to the door and was greeted by a girl. I went to school with her a while ago, so that put me at ease a little bit. But she had changed a lot. She was pretty at one point and super outgoing. Now she looked like she had developed a drug problem, which isn't incredibly uncommon in my town. She greeted me with a smile and accepted the pizzas. Then, out of the darkness, my arms were restrained behind my back, and mere seconds later I found the barrel of a revolver placed against my head. I instantly pleaded for my life, which seemed to only amuse them. Then the one with the gun demanded my wallet. I saw no point in arguing and told him where he could find it. When I didn't have enough money in it, he demanded my work money. For a little more context, pizza places will typically tell you that their drivers don't carry more than $20 in change. This is a lie. This is mostly said so it doesn't seem like we're carrying more money in case of a robbery situation. But my robbers seem to know this. The guy with the gun hit me in the face when I didn't produce the rest of the money. I usually left this in my car, and he didn't accept my explanation. At that point, I was forced into the house. I screamed for help, but it was accomplishing absolutely nothing. The guy that was holding me threw me on the couch, and the girl had closed the door. I explained to them that I wasn't aware of any policy, and if they had an issue to please take it up with my assistant manager. The guy with the gun, who was clearly under the influence, asked for one driver specifically. He asked why he didn't show up. I told him he was making other deliveries. It took everything in me not to cry at this time. After asking me some other questions that I couldn't answer, he put the gun to my head and pulled the hammer back. He then instructed me to call the other driver and have him present himself. I slowly complied, but instead of grabbing my phone, I grabbed my pepper spray. It felt stupid, but I saw a brief opportunity to get out of there. I elbowed the pistol out of my face and then sprayed the canister onto his. I didn't take any chances. I sprayed him in the eyes, nose, and inside of his mouth. The smell of that stuff still irritates my sinuses when I think about it. Now, I have been in exactly 3 fights in my life before this, and I lost all 3 times. But after spraying him, I hit him in the crotch and then slammed my fist down on his face. We wrestled for the pistol for a few seconds. I managed to get it on the floor and grabbed it away. The other guy took a few steps towards me, but then backed up once he saw I had the gun. Once he saw that I had the gun in my hand, he backed off and asked me to leave. I'm not a violent person in the slightest, but I'll admit I still get joy out of the look on his face when he saw me holding the gun. I was on cloud 9 for a few minutes as I drove away, but once I got a healthy distance from the house, I pulled my car over and had to take a moment to compose myself. I then realized I was still holding the pistol. Upon further observation, I noticed that it only had 1 bullet in it, and it wasn't the chambered one. He could have pulled the trigger about 4 times before I got killed. He probably was going to use that as a tactic to scare me if I didn't do what he wanted. When I got back to the restaurant, my manager and I got into a heated argument over what happened at the delivery. I wasn't having that after what I went through, so I just left the store early. I couldn't really call the cops at all because I had been part of the drug deal and had agreed to do it, so I didn't think that would be smart. When I got home, I told my stepdad about what happened though. He later went to go find my manager about it. I don't know what happened, but when I got to work on Monday, I clocked in with no issues. I worked there for about another month. Then I decided I'd rather work somewhere else where I wasn't treated poorly and putting my life in danger. I'm an Amazon delivery driver and have been for a little over a year. I drive one of the Amazon trucks and deliver to several neighborhoods in a particular city. I deliver to both houses and apartments, and overall I enjoy it. Things are usually pretty easy because I don't have to drive on some of the very narrow roads. Anyways, the story I want to talk about happened roughly 6 months ago. So I'd been on the job for about 6 months and had gotten used to most things. There was this one neighborhood that I had been delivering to on many days. I would describe it as a very typical neighborhood. There were houses on both sides of the street with nice front yards and driveways. I would park on the side of the road and deliver to the houses and slowly make my ways down. On most days, I would say at least 10 of the houses had Amazon packages to be delivered. Some houses would obviously get packages almost every day. So one day, I got about halfway down the street and I parked my truck to deliver to one house in particular. When I got out of the truck, I went to walk up the driveway and leave the package at the front step. I knew that I had delivered to this house several times before, and I recognized it. As I was walking up the driveway, I saw this man standing in the garage next to the house. The garage door was open, and there was also a car inside. The man was watching me, and I thought about going and handing him the package. However, as I continued to walk up the driveway, he looked away, and then he walked farther into the garage and kind of out of sight. Then I just went to the front step, set the package down, and then headed back to my truck. I remember when I was getting back to my truck, I saw the guy staring at me again. I didn't really think too much of this whole thing, but I mentioned that because something strange happened soon after. I remember that I continued with my route for the day. I was out delivering packages, and when I got off, I drove the truck back to the Amazon warehouse. After parking the truck, I went inside, and a short time later, I headed out to my car to drive home. When I got inside my car in the parking lot though, I saw this other car parked a ways across from me. I don't know how I noticed this, because the car's lights were off, and it wasn't like directly in front of me or anything. But I saw that there was a man in the driver's seat of the car, and he was looking at me. I was sure that it was the same guy who I had seen in the garage. It took me like 5 seconds to remember that. When I saw him, I knew he looked familiar, but I couldn't tell from what. Then I realized. I was very confused though as to why he would be there. I sat in my car for a short time, wanting to see what the guy was doing. He appeared to just be sitting in his car. I couldn't really tell if he was looking over at me, but it kinda seemed like it. After I sat there for like 2 or 3 minutes, I remember seeing the lights to his car suddenly turn on, and then he drove away. I was a little creeped out by this. Then I just drove home though. I didn't know what else to do. Now, for a few days, I did not deliver to that house. Then, probably 3 days later, I did have another delivery there. I left my truck and started walking up the driveway again. This time, the garage door was closed, and I did not see the man staring at me or anything. But when I got to the front door, there was a note taped to it. The note said, "Please deliver package inside the house." I didn't really know if I should, but after thinking for a few seconds, I decided to. I thought that maybe they had had a problem with people stealing packages or something, and if this one got stolen, I might get in trouble for not delivering it even though I had. I don't really know, but that's what I was thinking at the time. I opened the door and it was unlocked. It looked like a pretty typical entryway of a house. But then I saw another note taped to a wall straight inside the house. This one said, "Deliver package that way," with an arrow pointing to the right. This was just too weird. I just laid the package down right inside the door and then turned around and left. I went back to my truck and continued on. After that, I didn't get any more package deliveries to that house. But something else that's weird is I would still drive down that street for other deliveries. Like a week or so after the incident, I remember seeing 2 police cars parked on the side of the road in front of that house. I'm not sure what it was about, but I think that guy seemed really sketchy. Like 2 weeks later, my route changed. I haven't been back there since. I'm not sure what the deal was with that guy, but he certainly gave me the creeps. This is something that happened not too long ago. I go to Chipotle all the time, and it's one of my favorite restaurants. There are also several locations that are pretty close to where I live. So most of the time when I get it, I order on the app, and then I just stop by and pick it up. Every time it's just waiting in the bag on the shelf inside the restaurant. I also get points on the app, and then I end up getting free stuff. Many times I get it on my way back from work or the gym when I'm starving. This is a routine that I've done pretty regularly for probably over a year. One time, a few months ago, I ordered Chipotle on my way home from work like many other times. By the time I arrived at the Chipotle, I went inside and my order was done and on the shelf. I picked it up and left. Then I drove the rest of the way back home. After getting back to my apartment, I took the food out of the bag, but I noticed something else. There was an SD card that was inside the bag as well. It was like a random SD card that goes in a camera and you can connect it to your computer. I thought that maybe it was a mistake, but then I realized, how could that be possible? Somebody had to have put it in there on purpose. You don't just accidentally drop an SD card into a bag of Chipotle. I was curious, but I was also a little weirded out by this. After thinking about it for a few minutes, I decided to put the SD card in my computer. I was just too curious. Sure, I was a little worried that it might be a virus and break my computer or hack all my information, but ultimately I did it anyways. After entering the SD card in my computer, there was just one folder that was titled Folder. So I double-clicked it and it opened several images. I think it was maybe like 5 pictures. Each picture was what looked like a man wearing this really creepy mask on his face. The mask covered his entire head, and the face of the mask had wide eyes and very white skin. It also had these creepy-looking teeth. And the photos were taken with a flash in a very dark room, so I couldn't tell any other details at all. And I'm not going to lie, I was pretty creeped out. However, I figured that it was maybe just a prank. But why me? Why would somebody deliberately put this in my bag? Maybe it was random. Maybe somebody just walked up to one of the to-go orders and put it in the bag. Or maybe it was a Chipotle employee trying to be funny. The thought also occurred to me that possibly they did know who I was because I went there so often. I was considering all the possibilities, but ultimately I had no way to really find out. I wasn't going to go back to the Chipotle and investigate and interrogate the employees or anything like that, so I decided to just not go back to that Chipotle for a little while. But the story doesn't end there. It was just a few days after this when I was at home one night. It was maybe 10 o'clock and I was in my bedroom watching a show on my TV. I also live alone and have a 1-bedroom place on the 2nd floor of the building. Out of nowhere, there was a knock on the front door to my apartment. This was really strange because nothing like that had ever happened before, and I obviously was not expecting anyone. I got up and walked over to the front door out of curiosity. When I looked through the peephole, I saw a man standing there wearing that same creepy mask. He was looking right at the door. When I saw him, I'm pretty sure that I jumped back about 5 feet. In the moment, I had forgotten about the SD card and stuff, but my memory was quickly jogged. I realized that this was the same person. After a few seconds, I went back over to the door to look again. He was still there, not moving, just standing there facing the door and seemingly looking at me. He stayed there for what felt like a really long time. Then he turned and quickly walked away. I was really creeped out by the whole situation. How did he know where I lived? I didn't know what to do about it, but I told all my friends. Some of them told me to call the police, and some said that I should report it to the Chipotle. Others thought that it was funny. I didn't do anything about it though. I figured he didn't do anything illegal and it would be pretty hard to prove to the Chipotle. Plus, what would they even do about it? Overall, it was just a really bizarre thing. For the next few days, I was nervous that the guy would come back, but he never did. I stayed away from that Chipotle and went to a different one for a while. That was like 6 months ago. I've since gone back a few times and nothing strange has happened. This still remains a mystery to me though.
This happened almost 10 years ago now. During this time, I had recently graduated from high school. I was in college, but back home for the summer. One of my best friends was a girl named Claire. She worked at a Chuck E. Cheese during this time, and one night she asked me for a ride home from work. I didn't work at the Chuck E. Cheese, but I didn't have anything going on, so I could give her a ride, and Claire lived not too far away from me. I think her car was broken or something, but I can't remember exactly. Anyways, she'd been working at the Chuck E. Cheese for a while, and sometimes worked closing shifts. On this night in particular, she was working to close, and told me the time that I should arrive. So that night, I drove my car to the Chuck E. Cheese. It was located on the edge of the part of town that had most of the stores and restaurants and stuff. By now, things were very quiet. There were a couple of businesses next to the Chuck E. Cheese that were now closed, and the parking lot was basically empty. I pulled in and parked my car in a random parking space, and then texted Claire that I had arrived. I was a couple of minutes early, so I didn't expect her to leave right away. As I sat there in the parking lot, I noticed one other person outside. There was a man kind of walking around outside of the Chuck E. Cheese on the sidewalk in front of it. He seemed to just sort of be roaming around. About a minute into waiting, and I got a text from Claire saying that there was a creepy guy who had been at the Chuck E. Cheese, and she asked me if I had seen him. I texted back mentioning the guy in the parking lot, assuming that was him. A short time later, Claire responded, saying that she hoped he would leave and that she would be out in a couple of minutes. I watched the man from my car, and after he paced around the front of the Chuck E. Cheese, he sort of stopped and then looked over at me. When he saw me, he just started staring at me for a moment or two, and then he started walking in my direction. I got a bad feeling when I saw that and wondered what he was planning to do. The man walked all the way over to my car and then went around to the driver's side right by me and then knocked on the window. I looked and made sure that my doors were locked, and after seeing that they were, I then rolled my window down just barely an inch. The man didn't even say anything to me though. He just tried opening my driver's door, which was locked. When this happened, I rolled the window back up. The man then started banging on my driver's window rather hard, and I didn't know what to do, so I drove away. I hit the gas, leaving the guy standing there in the parking lot. I knew that I had to pick up Claire still, but I needed to get away from the guy. After I left the parking lot, my plan was to circle back around and hope that Claire hadn't left the Chuck E. Cheese building yet. Obviously, I hadn't had a chance to let her know that the guy tried getting in my car, so I drove down a street and then turned around and drove back. When I arrived at the Chuck E. Cheese again, I saw the man was standing right outside of the building. He was knocking on the front door to the building, which I'm assuming was locked. I parked my car in a space again, and then rolled my window down and yelled at the guy to stop. He looked over at me, and I braced myself for what he would do next. But surprisingly, he turned and walked away from the Chuck E. Cheese, not in the direction of my car, but in another direction altogether. I watched the man walk to the side of the parking lot, and then go into a small grass area with some trees separating that parking lot from another one. After the man had basically gone out of sight, I saw Claire walking out of the Chuck E. Cheese. She then started jogging towards my car and looking around. It was like she knew the guy might come back again. When Claire had made it a little more than halfway to my car, that's when I saw the man again. Claire looked behind her for a second and then started running faster. I saw the man emerging from behind a tree and then start full-on sprinting towards us. Claire ran faster and was able to make it to my car and get inside. When she did, the man was still full-on sprinting towards my car and was maybe 40 feet away. I quickly put the car into drive and got out of there. The man was thankfully unable to reach my vehicle, and I left safely. I was able to give Claire a ride home, and we were very glad to escape that guy. After that, I never heard anything more about him being at the Chuck E. Cheese. I'm not sure what he wanted or what he was doing that night, but it was a very crazy experience.
This happened 2 years ago on the 4th of July. I have a sister who's older than I am, and she's married with a son who's my nephew. He was 4 years old at the time of this story, and I always like to spend time with him, and he calls me his favorite aunt. I'm also his only aunt, but that's beside the point. So he wanted me to take him to the 4th of July parade in our local city that we live in. It's always a big deal, and it goes down Main Street and a couple of other roads. My sister and her husband live within a walking distance of the parade route, and it took place on the morning of the 4th. So I arrived at my sister's house, and her husband's parents were there visiting. Going to the parade was just me and my nephew, so we left and walked to the parade route. We found a place to sit down along the side of the road on the edge of the neighborhood. The parade started shortly after, and it was a pretty good turnout. My nephew enjoyed it, but at the end, something strange happened. Most of the people in the parade were the typical things that you would see. Towards the end, I remember seeing this clown walking around by himself. It seemed normal at first, but then it kinda didn't. He was just walking around, looking at people, and he seemed a little bit out of place. He was not a 4th of July themed clown either, just a regular clown. When he got close to us, he walked over real slow. Then he walked directly up to me and my nephew. He gave my nephew a high five, and then he went up to me and gave me a hug. It was awkward, and I'm not sure why he did, but I still figured that he was just being a friendly parade clown at that point. He kind of walked off then. After that, I remember about 5 minutes later noticing him again. He was walking back the opposite way of the parade traffic. He appeared to just kind of be wandering around. Soon after, the parade ended. I didn't notice the clown, and the people started leaving. As my nephew and I were now getting ready to leave, though, I noticed the clown once more. He was walking back from far away and heading in our direction. I wasn't sure exactly what he was doing. Nobody was talking to him or anything, but a few people were looking at him. We left the area and started walking back on the sidewalk to my sister's house. The pace that my nephew and I were walking was pretty slow because he's only 4 and he didn't want me to carry him, so I was just going at his pace. When we made it about to the next street over, I noticed the clown again. And now it was just us and the clown. Nobody else was on this street. He was at the far opposite end of it, just slowly walking around. We did not have to go down this street, but we just had to cross it and walk past down the sidewalk basically. It was weird that we saw the clown, so we kept going, and I was hoping that he would not follow us or anything. By the time we made it past the street to another one, the clown was still walking towards us, and closer. I was starting to get a little concerned because it seemed weird. The way the clown was walking was like he was just wandering around. We continued down the sidewalk, and the clown ended up following us. We finally made it back to my sister's street, and now the clown was walking behind us only about 50 feet back. None of us said anything. I hurried up, and at this point picked up my nephew and carried him into the yard, and then we went inside. I looked back, and the clown was still walking towards us, but he was in the middle of the street. I felt much better after getting inside, though. After my nephew rejoined his parents and grandparents, I was curious, and I went to a front window. I looked out, and I saw that the clown was still there in the middle of the street. He was just standing there and looking in the direction of the house. It was so strange that I decided to go tell my sister and her husband about it. Her husband was out on the back patio grilling. When he got wind of it, he decided to go see for himself. Now, this was really weird. My sister's husband is a fairly big guy. He's over 6 feet tall and about 200 pounds. He's not a mean guy, but could look intimidating to some people. He walked out into the front yard, and the clown did not move. He asked the clown guy what he was doing, and the clown just waved at him, but did not move still. So my sister's husband walked to the end of the yard, now like 15 feet from the clown, and the clown guy still didn't move. My sister's husband was telling him to leave, and he was just ignoring him. I couldn't believe that the clown was staying there. Then my sister's husband got like right in his face. He still didn't move. My sister's husband put his hand around the clown's shoulder and started kind of leading him away. They walked like 5 feet, and then the clown randomly took off running, sprinting to the end of the street and out of sight. My sister's husband came back, shaking his head, and said that he thought the guy was crazy or something was wrong with him. We all went back inside, and thankfully that was the last we saw of that creepy clown. A couple of years ago, I had to go to the airport one night to pick up my sister. She was flying in from Detroit, and the flight was supposed to land fairly late. I think it was like 10 or 11 p.m. or something like that. However, her flight ended up being a little bit late. I arrived at the airport somewhat early, but my sister wasn't back yet. I went and parked the car in a parking lot and then went inside of the airport. When I got inside, I found the time that my sister's flight was now supposed to land, and I had about 20 more minutes to wait, so I went over and sat down. By now, the airport was very quiet. There were just a few people walking by here and there. As I sat down and waited, I remember that at one point I saw this woman randomly walking up to me. When she approached me, she asked me how to get to the city from the airport. Now, the city was like 5 minutes away, so I told her, and it was pretty easy. She walked away after that in another direction. But then the woman stopped, sort of near another sitting area, but did not sit down. I wasn't really watching her, and I mostly went on my phone. A while later, though, I looked up to see the woman just staring at me. She was standing in about the same spot. Now, she was a long distance away, but there was still no mistaking that she was looking in my direction. I found it really odd. I looked away, though, and focused my attention back on my phone. The woman continued to stare at me, though, because the next time that I looked up, she was still doing it. I didn't know why. I had thought that she had to get to the city. After all, she had asked me for directions, but now it seemed as though she just wanted to stare at me creepily. I just ignored it for the most part, though. Soon my sister's flight had landed. I got up and walked over to go wait where the bags would come out. I walked a little ways away and located it. Then I stood around for a while and waited for my sister. A short time later, she came out and got her bag, and then we started to leave. As I was walking away, I saw the woman in the airport again, still staring at me. I thought it was weird, but I just ignored it. I looked away and left the airport with my sister. We walked out of the airport and went towards the parking lot. I remember that when we got to the parking lot, I looked back and noticed that the woman who had been staring at me was now in the parking lot as well. She was walking behind us a good distance back. I was very confused now. Who was this woman? Why did she keep staring at me? And what exactly was she doing? She seemed to be walking sort of fast, and as we were walking to the car, I told my sister about the woman. The parking lot was very large, so it was kind of a long walk. As we continued, my curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to just ask the woman. I stopped and turned around to face her. Then I started to take a couple of steps towards her. As soon as I did, though, the woman stopped suddenly. Then she turned around and sprinted away in the opposite direction into the end of the parking lot. It was so weird. I stood there watching until she went out of sight, and I had no idea what was going on. But then I just continued with my sister towards the car. We eventually got there, loaded my sister's bags in the back, and then got inside. As I started to drive away, though, I was still in the parking lot, and I noticed this car come driving sort of fast into the lot. It went in front of me, and I caught a look at the driver. It was the same woman. I could not believe it. She was driving a pickup truck and drove around my car sort of recklessly. She ended up driving around and going behind it, and I left the parking lot hoping that she would keep driving the other way. But this woman screeched her tires and quickly turned around. As I left the parking lot, she started to follow me. I drove down the road, leaving the airport with the woman still behind me. Soon I turned, and the woman turned as well. She drove behind my car down the next quiet road for some time. We were about the only two cars out because it was very late at night. When I turned onto the next road, the woman made the turn very wide. She ended up going off the road and sliding a bit before hitting a tree in the grass and crashing. The crash really was not that bad, but I pulled over and stopped to call the police. After crashing, the woman got out of her truck and then went into the woods nearby. I was very confused. The police arrived at the scene fairly quick, and I told them what happened. They searched the woods and pretty quickly located the woman. We were able to go home after that. I later found out that the woman was high on drugs. She obviously should not have been behind the wheel of a vehicle, and that explained her reckless driving. That also explained why she acted so strange.
I've explored many abandoned buildings over the past 2 years, but the scariest was an abandoned mall I explored once with a friend. It was late at night, and it took some work to get into the shopping center as it was locked up tight. We had to get onto the roof of the mall by going through a multi-story parking ramp that was next to it, also abandoned. There was a 10-foot wall we found and piled random things and debris against the wall so that we could climb over. Once we were in the mall, we did some normal exploration, checking everything out. We had explored almost the entire mall when we went downstairs to the ground floor for the last parts of it. As we walked around, we heard the sound of a radio and saw a light coming from an office. We thought it might be security, so we walked back up to where we had come in on the roof, ready to leave. As we were walking onto the roof, my friend suddenly stopped in our tracks and said that there was a guy blocking our exit up ahead. This guy was wearing all black and had no security badge on, and he hadn't seen us yet. We decided to hide for a bit, waiting for him to leave, thinking he was another explorer just smoking a cigarette or something. However, when we'd come back from our hiding spot a bit later, thinking he was gone by then, he was still there, this time holding a metal pipe. We instantly knew that something was going on here, since he looked at us as if he was guarding the entrance. It seemed like gang activity, and that they might be doing something or maybe hiding something in the building down on the first floor that they didn't want anyone to see. We went back down to the second floor and hid in a display window that was hidden from the rest of the floor. We were there for like 20 minutes at most, but it felt like years, heart pounding the whole time. We heard another man walking around our floor, dragging a piece of metal across the floor. My friend and I had no idea if maybe somebody had seen us walking around, or if they knew that we were in the building, but we didn't want to take any chances since these men looked sketchy. My friend remembered that there was another door on the roof that would bypass the guy guarding the other route and would take us straight into the parking ramp. We decided this was the best plan to get out without anybody noticing. We waited for the guy to leave our floor and decided to make a break for it to find the door. We couldn't rush or run as it would be easy to hear somebody running around in the abandoned mall, so we quietly sneaked around the back rooms until reaching the other door. We found our escape, but it was blocked by debris. We took a risk with the noise at this point and started pulling the debris away from the door, and my friend kicked the door open loudly. We sprinted across the roof, and I have no idea if anyone saw us because I was occupied in getting out there fast. We finally got into the parking ramp and made our way down to the bottom. There we saw there was another presumably gang member sitting in a blacked out Ford Transit van. The engine of the car was on, and I'm guessing the guy was in charge of guarding the entrance to the abandoned parking ramp. Whoever these people were, they clearly did not want anyone entering the abandoned mall. Maybe we just got caught in the mall at the wrong time, but we still weren't going to take any chances. At this point, our only option was to find a fire exit to the outside. The fire exit we found was screwed shut, so I basically launched myself through the door, which luckily flew open, and we got out and climbed down to the main road and onto the street. The only thing I can think of being all coordinated as the guys were and how they were dressed was gang activity. Once again, we had no idea if they originally knew that we were in the mall or not. Probably not, but we didn't want to take any chances with them, especially if they thought we saw something. That day has stuck with me as a scary moment in my life. I'm still exploring, but just being more careful with places I choose to explore.
Last year, a few days away from Halloween, some friends and I were hanging out. After a while of us playing board games and video games, we wanted to go outside and play some night games. After about an hour of us playing some generic games, we decided to play Fugitive. For those of you who don't know what Fugitive is, there are two teams. One team goes and hides, and after a while they must make it back to a designated safe zone undetected while the other team tries to tag them. So the 6 of us split up into 2 teams and we went our separate ways. Me and 2 of my friends were the ones who were supposed to hide. One of us hid in a casket. It was a Halloween decoration near the safe zone. The other friend and I hid under the porch of where the seekers were counting. We waited for about 10 minutes and then decided to head to the safe zone that was just down the street. As we snuck down, we saw our friend sitting at the safe zone, which was at the front of his house. So we went over and started talking while waiting for the seekers to realize they had lost. Then, out of nowhere, this old car with chipped white paint pulled up to the house. My friend just thought that it was his sister's friend dropping his sister off, but nobody got out of the car. After 5 minutes, still nobody had gotten out. Man, we should have run away, but we just kept talking. After 5 minutes, we heard the car doors open, and then 2 guys came out of the car all dressed in black except for a white clown mask. As they were walking towards us, we tried to play it cool. We kept saying stuff like, "Hey, what's up?" or "What's going on?" Once they came up to us, they just kept staring at us. My friends and I kept trying to play it cool, but I could see it on my friends' faces. We were all scared. Then one of the clowns started just growling at us like some creepy animal or something, while the other one started talking to us saying creepy stuff like, "You teens shouldn't be out this late," or "You guys really should be more careful." He said this in the creepiest monotone voice also. I don't know why, but we were still trying to play it cool, and my friend said, "Let me get a picture of you." As he was about to take a picture, the clown quickly jerked his head forward as soon as the flash began. My friend only got a picture of his left eye and forehead. I also did something stupid and reached out my hand with a cough drop in it to give to the clown who had been growling, saying that he must have a raspy throat. As I was handing it to him, he grabbed my hand, but I was able to wiggle it free as soon as I could. Now I knew that these guys weren't afraid to grab us, which made us even more terrified. I looked behind us for a route to run. My only thought was that we had to kick the clowns in the crotch and then take off running. However, one of my friends finally said, "Please just leave us alone," and they surprisingly did. They started walking backwards, staring at us the entire way back to the car. They got in, and then they sped off. I just looked at my friends, and we couldn't say anything. We were all just terrified. After a minute, we saw our other friends, the Seekers, come around the corner. We went to our friend's house and told his dad, but he just laughed and said it was nothing. So we went to our other friend's house and told him what happened. His dad said he would drive us all home, even though we all lived close to each other. Then, later that night, after I was home, I heard a car pull up in front of my house. I looked outside, and it was the same old white car. I couldn't move, I was so scared. And then the passenger side window opened, and that same clown looked me dead in the eyes through the windows. The clown waved at me, and then the car sped off. I'm not even sure how they found out where I lived. They either followed us home, or must have already known who I was and where I lived. Even if they were just pranksters, it still scared the life out of me. When I was in high school, during my junior year, I took a running class. It was a gym class, and we would do all kinds of running and jogging exercises. The class was overall pretty easy. I remember that the weather was pretty nice for most of the semester, so we would go outside a lot. One day in particular, our teacher took us across the street from the school and down the street a ways to a local park. It was a place that had jogging trails and a very large woods. At the time of the class, which was the morning, the park was very quiet and hardly anybody was there. Along with the teacher, we were supposed to jog around the trail for basically the entire class period. I remember that the teacher led the way and we all started jogging behind him. In the class with me was one of my good friends, David. We always talked during class and would jog together for most of the runs that we would go on. I remember that him and I were talking and we were at the very far back of the group. We didn't feel like trying hard that day and just wanted to take a nice, easy jog at the back. Because we were going so slow, I remember that I was kind of looking around at the scenery as well. A good ways into the run, and we approached this spot in the trail that had really thick woods. As we were running through this spot, I noticed something off the trail and into the woods. There was something black on the ground that did not look natural, such as a rock or a plant. It was very out of place being in nature, and at first I figured that it was just trash, like a box or something. But after jogging a few steps and not knowing what it was, I stopped. David saw that I was looking at something and asked what it was. We both walked into the woods a little bit to the spot to get closer. The item in question was about 25 feet or so off the path, and partly obstructed by the leaves and plants on the ground. The woods were pretty dense, but when we got closer, I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a PlayStation 4 sitting there, and this is when they were the newest gaming system and were somewhat hard to get. David said, "Is that really a PS4? We went to get closer. However, when we were maybe 5 feet away, we heard the sound of movement to our left. We looked over and there was this guy standing about 20 feet away from us next to a tree and looked somewhat disheveled. The man shouted, 'Get away from me,' and then started to charge towards us. Both of us just turned and ran out of there. We got back to the path and then sprinted to catch back up with the rest of the class. Neither of us knew who the man was, obviously, or what he was doing in the woods. Did he live in the woods? Was that his PS4? Why was there a PS4 there? Those were the questions that were racing through my mind as I jogged the rest of the way. We finished up the class, and then we went through the rest of the school day. I couldn't stop thinking about the PlayStation 4 just sitting there in the woods, though. I didn't have one myself yet, and I obviously wanted one. After school, I met up with David again, and we both agreed to go back to the woods. We wanted to see if the PS4 was still there and if the man was gone. We were both a little bit nervous because the guy seemed like he might be dangerous, but it was worth the risk to us. David and I entered the park and then jogged back to the spot where we had seen the PS4. Sure enough, it was still there. We looked around and did not see the man, so we both entered the woods again. We went off the path and we approached the PlayStation. It was just sitting there on the ground by itself. There were no controllers or plugs hooked up to it. It was just the console alone. David and I picked it up and were about to leave when we heard a voice shout from behind us again. It was the same man with the beard. He screamed at us to stop. Then he demanded us to give him back his PlayStation. He looked terrifying, and so we did what he said. David set the PlayStation back down on the ground, and the man just stood there like 10 feet away from us. Then the man yelled at us to leave. We turned and sprinted out of there. Then we ran all the way back to the school and went home. It was a terrifying experience, and I wondered why the man who was seemingly living in the woods had a PlayStation 4. I mean, how would he use it? There was no TV in the woods that I saw, and where did he get it? It just seemed really weird. Well, later on, I got some answers. I found out that the PlayStation 4 had actually belonged to a kid that was in my grade. Apparently, the PlayStation broke, and he was really mad about it, so he took it out to the woods and chucked it. That's why there were no controllers or anything else there. It was in fact broken, so even if we had gotten it, it wouldn't have worked. Who the man was and what he was doing in the woods, though, I never found out. Back when I was in college a few years ago. During this time, I used to love to play video games online with my friend group. There were a few other guys at college who I became friends with. We had a group chat and stuff, and we would play games on our PCs all the time. This story took place during my 4th year at the school. I was living in an old college house with 3 other guys, one of which would game with us a lot. The other guys lived across campus, one in another house a few blocks away, and the others in apartments farther out. So anyways, our favorite game to play was probably Minecraft. There's really so much stuff that you can do on that game, and we would build things in survival mode and stuff like that. We would all talk to each other when we played, and we would get on the same server. So one time I was on, and I think 4 other guys were as well. At least an hour or 2 into Minecraft, and our friend James suddenly said that somebody was in his house. We were all kind of talking at once, and he said it quietly so nobody really heard him the first time. Then, when we quieted down, James said that he thought somebody was inside of his house. We asked him more, and he was talking really quiet, but he said that he was hearing noises outside, and that he thought he heard footsteps. We joked about it at first, figuring either James was joking or he was just being paranoid. It just seemed like a pretty crazy thing. Most of us just kept going with the game. But then, James suddenly went offline. We were like, where did James go? Do you guys think he was serious? All of us friends would joke around with each other a lot, but we never really pulled elaborate pranks or stuff like that. I don't really think that we thought he was joking, but maybe we thought he was just being over-worried. Still, we decided to try to call him back. When we did, he didn't answer, so I got a little bit concerned. I lived the closest to James, and the other guys and I were debating if I should go over to his house. After all of us texted James and he didn't reply, and he also didn't respond to our phone calls, we talked for a few minutes about it. We were all still on Minecraft, but not really playing anymore. Then, probably 5 minutes after James went offline, I heard a knock on my front door. The other guys heard it too, and asked what it was. I left my room, and I went to look out the window. James was standing there at my front door, knocking on it. I went over and let him in, and he was out of breath from running. I asked him what was going on, and I said that we had all been trying to call him. James said that he thought somebody was in his house, and he had to get out of there. So he took off running, and he went to my house because it was closest to him. He said that he didn't hear the calls because he was busy sprinting to my place. I asked him if he saw someone in his house, and he said no. James lived with a roommate in a house pretty similar to mine. It was small with 2 floors and was a pretty old place, but his roommate was at work and often worked late nights. James said that he was not 100% sure that somebody was there, but like 80% sure. He said he heard noises but didn't see anyone, so he couldn't definitively confirm. We decided to go back to his place, but before leaving we grabbed a baseball bat and a golf club to arm ourselves. We didn't want to call the cops yet because we didn't know for sure if somebody was at his house. So James and I then walked back to his place. After we arrived, before going in, we listened and looked around. All the lights appeared to be off, which is how James had left it. We were not hearing any obvious noises of somebody being inside either, so we proceeded to the door. We slowly opened it and then called out, asking if anybody was there. No one answered. Then we stepped inside and turned on the light. We would look around every room one at a time with our weapons in hand. One by one, we cleared each room. Then we went upstairs. That's where James had been gaming and his bedroom was. I was really nervous then, I'm not gonna lie, despite being armed. When we got upstairs, we first went into James's bedroom. We looked all around and turned on the lights. Nobody was in there. And the entire time to that point, we hadn't really heard anything either. So I was starting to feel better, like maybe James was just imagining things. Then, as we were both up in his bedroom, we suddenly heard some footsteps downstairs, and then the front door open and close. Both of us could not believe it. We went over to the window in James's bedroom and looked out. We sort of saw what looked like a man walking away down the sidewalk, but we only saw him for like a second. I couldn't tell what the guy looked like at all. It was too dark and I barely saw him. We both realized, though, that James did in fact hear somebody in his house. We went and locked the door and then called the rest of the friend group and told them about it. The man must have been hiding in either a coat closet or the basement when we searched the main floor, because we hadn't seen him anywhere. Looking back, I'm really glad that we didn't see him. If we did, I don't think either of us were really prepared to whack him with our bat or golf club. We probably would have just ran away. I think the guy just walked in the door, because a lot of us college kids were bad at locking doors. Not after that incident, though. I don't know who that man was or what he was after, but I'm glad that he left when he did. One time, 2 weeks past the start of deer season, I decided to venture into the wilderness in an area I saw while doing a little electronic scouting on Google Earth. The area I wanted to get to is public land that is surrounded by private ranches, so I sleuthed around to get some information on the big ranches. Eventually, I contacted a rancher and I got permission to travel across their land to the mountains and forests. But of course, there were conditions. They said I could only hike or ride a bicycle through their land, and I could not start any fires on their land. Very reasonable conditions for free passage and hunting permission. So with permission attained, I prepped the gear for my trip, getting everything I needed strapped onto my mountain bike. With my gear ready to go, I was up at 4:30 a.m. and out the gates of the ranch by 5:30. It had rained the night before, so any tracks I saw would be new and my movement would be muffled. A great hunting day in the making. I saddled up my bicycle and rolled onto the dirt road. Before I go on with the story, I will say that I'm not a novice outdoorsman. I've put many hundreds of miles under my heels in swamps, deserts, snowy mountains, and open fields. Although I dislike it, I've done plenty of trips alone and I'm no stranger to the ill effects of fatigue, and never have I experienced anything similar to this situation. The first mile I rode on a well-traveled dirt road, passing through open pasture with plenty of grazing cattle on the hillsides and upon the plains. Once at the foothills of the mountains there was a fork in the road, with one path going steeply off to the right and on top of a hill which evolved into a ridgeline, the other path gently inclined to the left and into a tight-sloped canyon. My intuition told me to go to the left since the canyon floor had probably been leveled by years of water travel and floods, making it a smooth and simple ride. Boy, was I wrong. The canyon was overgrown in many places with groves of aspens and rabbit brush. Sometimes the aspens were so thick in the tight confines of the canyon they blocked the sky. In the tight turns of the canyon, sediment had piled up into small but very steep muddy hills. In two spots, the canyon opened up into a larger clearing about 1.5 acres in size. It was in these spots that I found a few cattle resting and grazing. It was at the end of the second clearing that I came to a spot I will call the Straits. Massive cliffs from both sides of the canyon lowered, and then converged to a bottleneck that was only about 20 feet wide. As I approached the Straits, I was impressed by the geological formation and I took a picture. When I got to the mouth of the Straits, I had my first moment of what I will call distress. It was almost like I had crossed a threshold of some kind. When I went to step through the Straits, a massive sudden gust of wind blew, knocking me off balance. At the time, I was surprised and taken aback. For a moment, I felt like someone was slamming a door in my face, as if it was done intentionally to make me feel unwelcome. After the surprise faded, I thought a gust from a mountain pressure system must have blown through the canyon and been amplified by the sudden bottleneck where I stood. Just coincidental timing. The original thought faded entirely, and I didn't even reflect on it until the next day. I was out deer hunting, and that was at the front of my mind. As I went through the final stretch of the Slot Canyon, the sky darkened and the wind increased, blowing into my face. Again, just a storm rolling in, which I was ready for and welcomed. I was downwind, so the deer would never smell me coming. I hit the end of the trail at a third, very large opening and pasture where 6 cows were grazing. To my right was a large uphill canyon where I had planned on hunting. There I planned to ditch my bike and hike up the steep ridges and mountainside on foot, looking for the canyon below for deer while also scanning the slopes. The area of the forest and mountains was far from any sign of roads or humans, other than the trail cutting through the canyon I had rode through, used for herding cattle. I hid my bike and took off on foot. In the next several hours, I did my scouting and hunting. I didn't have much luck with the hunting, and the day had grown late now. I had put in some 3 miles of intense biking and another 3 of extremely difficult hiking on nearby vertical slopes with my gear. Also, frost had come in a few hours before, and it was freezing the moisture of my breath into my beard and mustache, and I did not want to risk getting stuck in a storm. This late in the day, there was no way I'd be packing a carcass out in my exhausted state. I sat on a ridge, ate some food, and stood up to leave. About halfway back to my bike, I began to get a creeping suspicion that I was being watched. I had no reason to feel that way. I heard no noises, nor saw anything alarming, but a feeling of paranoia began to invade my mind. It was so subtle I hardly noticed. When I reached my bike, I felt distress at the fact that I had to resituate my pack and strap it down before I could ride. I questioned myself and literally paused and mentally asked myself why I was so upset right now, and I immediately had the realization and feeling that I was being followed. Panic shot through me like electricity. Before I knew what I was doing, I instinctively snatched my rifle from the tree I had leaned it upon. I flicked off the safety and scanned all 360 degrees around me. Nothing was there at all, but I couldn't shake the feeling. In fact, the feeling evolved, and I began to feel dread. I felt a cold, suffocating recognition that something terrible or evil had found me. I didn't know what this something was, but I decided to throw my gear on my back and get out from the trees at the mouth of the canyon and awkwardly ride out to the clearing and sit by the cows. If something was hunting me, maybe the cows would see it first while I was saddling up and give me a warning, or maybe one of them would get pounced on instead of me. As I got close to the cows, they backed up a little bit, but stayed nearby and watched as I strapped my pack down. I looked up to scan to see where the cows were looking. Some looked at me, some looked at the canyon I had come from, and a calf was munching grass and paying no mind at all. In a few minutes I was packed, and I checked my map to see if there was an alternative route out. My instincts told me that going back the way I came would not be a good choice. Sure enough, the path I had chosen not to take earlier in the day led around over the same clearing I was in. This new path was longer though, and I would have to climb to the summit of a steep and large hill first. On the positive side, once I got to the peak, it would all be downhill, and I could quickly cruise away from whatever I felt was following me. The hill was steep and muddy, and the air was freezing and dry, but the ground was wet. My muscles were burning as I pushed my bike up the slope and slipped around in the mud. At one point on the ascent, I paused to breathe, and I heard a soft sound behind me in the distance. I wheeled around, and there about 60 yards behind me were the 6 cows, frozen, staring at me. I was relieved for a second, and then realized how odd it was. I knew that packs of animals will often follow a lead animal into a dangerous area, and trail off at a distance in case the leader gets pounced on. Reflecting now, I think it was ironic they were doing that, given that I was using them as bait only a bit earlier. As I mused at the possibility, I turned to continue walking, and saw something in the woods to my left that confirmed my suspicion. There was a skeleton of a cow, well over a year old, about 30 yards into the aspens forest. With that, I wheeled my rifle from my back to my chest, and moved it from full safety to half safety and kept going uphill. I paused several more times for breath, and every time I turned, the cows were there, frozen, staring at me, following me up the hill. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the peak. As I cleared the forest, I saw other cows at the peak grazing on grass. I paused to breathe, and the cows who had been following me passed me up and joined their companions. That sign gave me relief, and I felt safe again as I cruised my bike down the hill all the way down to the ranch and back to my car. I threw my bike on the back and went home. That night while I was sleeping, I had a nightmare. The feeling of dread returned, and a voice in my head appeared telling me never to go back to that hunting spot again. The voice sounded like mine, but felt like someone else. The message was clear though. Only bad things awaited me if I returned there. Not wanting to test this, I accepted whatever this something was telling me. In the time since this all occurred, I've reviewed that day in my mind as well as the pictures that I took during the first half of the day. I realize now that creeping sensation of paranoia had been making its way into my mind since the moment I entered the canyon to the left. My mind was still so focused and excited on getting out to hunt that I didn't recognize my state of paranoia until later. Part of me felt fear from potential physical harm, but the dread that came upon me that day and that night were something spiritually evil. I've hunted in bear, wolf, and bobcat territory many times in my life, and I've never felt that feeling I had that day before. As I said before, I've had plenty of solo trips in my free time where I've been alone in the middle of the wilderness on my own before, but felt absolutely nothing like I did that day. Something was following me, something was trying to get me, something unnatural. I don't know how any of the other stuff that I saw that day ties in, like the cow carcass or the following cows. I don't know if they even tie in at all. This could all just be a weird case of mania that I came down with. But what I do know is that I'm never going back to hunt on that land. I used to work at a McDonald's many years ago. Mostly I was a cashier and I would take people's orders. I often worked at night and there would sometimes be some pretty late nights. Back then, the McDonald's that I worked at was open until 2 o'clock in the morning. Things would typically quiet down significantly from about 8 p.m. to the rest of the night. The last few hours would generally be very slow. Sometimes on weekends or other random nights it would get busy, but generally it was pretty quiet. So one night I remember that I was working until 2 a.m. I can't remember what time it was exactly, but probably at about 10 o'clock it became just me and one other coworker. It was a girl named Gloria who I was friends with, and she was around my age, but had worked there a lot longer than me. She was a manager now and did whatever was needed, really. At this point I was taking orders and she was doing all the cooking. It was just us two until close. We got a few customers here and there and it was really pretty quiet. Soon midnight rolled around. I remember that I was out by the register standing there and just hanging out. I happened to notice someone was outside in the parking lot though. It was a man and he looked in on the large windows that we had. He was just standing there not moving, but appeared to be looking at me. Maybe it was partly because it was midnight and very quiet, but the sight of him instantly gave me the creeps. He had long hair, I remember, and a beard as well. He looked to be maybe in his 30s or so. I was sort of confused as to what he was doing and thought that maybe he would come inside. To be honest though, I didn't want him to. The man continued to stand there and stare at me. After like 30 seconds of this, I got too uncomfortable and I walked into the back. I went over to Gloria, who was bored with nothing to do because there were no customers. She was watching this mounted TV that was in the corner of the kitchen, so I joined her for a minute or two. Then I went back out to the front and I looked out of the window and the man was gone. I was glad to see that. So a while later, maybe an hour, I believe was the next customer to come inside. I helped them and I remembered that I gave them their food and they went to leave. It was then that I noticed the guy was outside of the window again. He was standing there and looking at me once more. I was surprised that he was back, and once more I did not want him to come inside, and he still didn't. After like a minute, I went to the back to tell Gloria about the guy, and when we came back, he was gone. I was a tiny bit disappointed because I wanted Gloria to see the strange man, but I was also glad that he was gone because I had been nervous that he was going to come inside. He just seemed really sketchy for some reason. So, for the final hour of us being open, we didn't get any customers and I didn't see the guy. At 2 a.m. we locked up and several minutes later I was ready to leave. Because Gloria was the manager, she was going to stay back for a few minutes and finish up some other stuff. I was tired from work and excited to go home and sleep, so I went to the door. When I did though, I was afraid that the man was going to be out in the parking lot somewhere. I didn't see him, but I was still worried, so after I went outside I just sprinted to my car, which was not that far away. Then I got inside and I started the engine. It was at that time when I looked out of the window and I saw the man standing on the other side of the parking lot a ways away. I was afraid that he might approach me or something, so I quickly drove away and left. By the next time that I worked, I had mostly forgotten about the man. Now, I believe it was like a week later, or maybe 2 weeks later. It was basically the same setup as before, which was fairly common. It was a quiet night at about midnight. Me and Gloria were the only two people working once again. So I recall that at some point a little after midnight, I saw the man again and I instantly remembered him. He was doing pretty much the same thing of just standing there outside and staring at me. But this time, after like 30 seconds, I saw him turn and walk away. I didn't know who this guy was or what he was doing. The way he would just stand there and stare at me was very creepy though. So I didn't see him after that for the rest of the time that we were open. At 2 a.m. we locked the doors. Soon after, I went to leave. This time though, before I left McDonald's, I noticed that the man was in the parking lot, and he was standing right behind my car. I would have to walk right past him to go to my car, and he was also staring at me. I went to Gloria to show her the guy. When she came back, she saw that the guy was still there. He was just standing there and staring at us both now. I wanted to leave, but I did not want to walk past him. After about a minute, we opened up the door and asked the man to please leave the property. When we said this, he did not leave, but instead he started walking in our direction. We quickly closed the doors again, which would automatically lock now. The man reached the doors and tried entering McDonald's. Thankfully, he couldn't get in. Gloria and I considered calling the police. We didn't want to have to do that if he wasn't dangerous or anything though, so we decided to just wait around for a short time longer. Gloria and I finished up everything that had to be done. By the time that we were done with that, the man was still in the parking lot. We waited around for probably another 10 minutes. Then, finally, we saw the man casually walk away and leave the McDonald's premises. Gloria and I then went to the door and we both quickly ran for our cars. We were then able to leave and go home. After that shift, I never saw the man again. I only worked at the McDonald's for about another month though. I think that Gloria worked there longer, so it will be interesting to know if she ever saw the guy again. One thing for sure though is that he definitely gave me the creeps. The way he just stood there staring at me in the empty parking lot is something that I will never forget. This happened one Saturday afternoon last year. I live in an apartment by myself. When I got back home that day, I realized that I had basically no food, so I decided to walk down to the Dollar Tree nearby to get some groceries. I was walking there because it was only a few blocks away, and it was a very nice day outside. I left my apartment and got out onto the sidewalk. The area that I live is fairly busy. There's a good number of neighborhoods, apartment complexes, and businesses. It's also pretty close to the city. So as I was walking there, I was really the only guy on the sidewalk at first. However, when I crossed the street, I heard footsteps a ways back. I glanced behind me and saw this man walking behind me. He was a long ways back, and I continued on my way to the dollar store. Minutes later, I arrived, crossed the street to Dollar Tree, and then entered. I soon realized that the man who had been walking behind me on the sidewalk was also in the store. I found that slightly interesting, but I went around and shopped and got a few things. I wasn't there for too long, maybe 10 minutes at most. Then I checked out and left the store. When I did, I heard the doors open and close behind me. I turned across the street and noticed that the person who had left after me was the same guy yet again. I went back down the sidewalk and he went back after me. I was just thinking that it was all a coincidence. This guy must live near me and walked to the Dollar Tree as well and left at the same time as me. So I obviously knew that he was going to walk back with me most of the way. And he stayed at a sort of far distance when we walked. Nothing seemed too weird about it, other than the fact that we just had the same timing apparently. However, when I got back to my apartment building, I turned to enter the property. When I did, the man who was walking behind me turned as well. Now, I knew that he hadn't come from my apartment before, and I had never seen him around the complex prior to that either. He walked way faster at this point. By the time I got to the door, he was only like 10 feet behind me. I went inside like normal, and the man grabbed the door behind me before it closed and entered the building. I didn't know that he lived there. In fact, I was sure that he didn't, and I was wondering what he was doing. I walked down the hallway to my place. He was still behind me. When I got to the door, I went to unlock it. But the man was just standing there behind me, so I didn't unlock it. That's when I turned around instead and asked him what he was doing. He didn't answer me. He just stood there nonchalantly, now looking away, like it was normal to just stand in the middle of the hallway. I said louder, "What are you doing?" He looked over at me like he was surprised that I was even talking to him. There was nobody else even around at all. Who else would I be talking to? The guy then looked confused and gave me a dirty look, as if I was the weird one. He then took his phone out of his pocket and put it up to his ear, even though I could see that it was off. He was pretending now to be on the phone. He casually walked away and around the corner. I then went into my apartment and was sure to lock the door. I never saw the guy again. I still don't know what happened there. I currently live in a smaller town. It's pretty removed, but still has a lot of good shopping and eating options and public spaces. We even have a few breweries and bars now. It's a newly hip place, with farming on the outskirts so I can get my eggs and veggies fresh from the source. The pandemic really hurt business locally though, and pretty much the only regular delivery options were Walmart and Amazon for a minute. I was stoked when much later more local options popped up on various apps. However, at the time, for main necessities and grocery items, there really wasn't any options besides a store delivery from the Walmart a town over. This meant a lot of people we didn't know well popping through, and it drove some of the older folks crazy, all over the neighborhood talking about cars and people they didn't recognize. I embraced it. It made my life easier. At this point, I lived with my teenage son, and my then boyfriend was staying to be near his elderly parents. We lived in a tiny space, and I felt a little cramped with the guys always around. So occasionally I'd send them off on an errand, or they'd visit my boyfriend's parents to give some extra space for me to work on things or just enjoy being alone. One of those days, I got a delivery. I recognized the guy, said hi, and tipped him well, and then went about with my life. An hour later, he was back at my door. He was creepy, because I have steps in front of my door but no porch. He would knock and stand beside the steps where I couldn't see him through the eye hole, but I could see him through the window he was next to. I asked him through the window if I could help him. He kept trying to knock and look for where my voice was coming from before he finally answered and told me that he forgot a bag in the delivery. I confirmed I got it all and thanked him. He left. I didn't want to open the door again after he noticed I was alone. I got new neighbors directly in the unit across from me, and they had a Ring camera. She reached out to me one day and told me somebody had come by knocking and had sat on my steps for about a half an hour when nobody was home. I watched the video, and it looked like the same delivery guy. He had been hanging around at 8 p.m., and I didn't have any other orders either. I reached out to Walmart, and they were totally unhelpful. They told me they'd be making sure he didn't deliver anything to me in the future, but they wouldn't give me any information I could pass on to security or the police in case anything further happened. I wanted to at least file a report with my security in case anything happened again because it was weird. I had the feeling it would escalate, and it did. I didn't want to be home alone anymore. I didn't order delivery, and I just tried to cover my bases. However, my neighbor did order a delivery, and somehow it came through with that guy again. I watched him drop it off, and then saw him come over and stand right in front of my stairs looking around my door and living room windows. He stood there for like 5 minutes until my neighbor opened the door to get her groceries, and I told her that's the guy from the Ring camera. She contacted Walmart too, and asked that he doesn't deliver her anything anymore either. A few weeks went by, and Christmas was around the corner. I had ordered a few items from Amazon, and they were all arriving together. I knew they were on my front steps. I saw a different delivery guy who dropped them off, knocked, and walked away. My boyfriend was on the couch with his headphones on working, and I was cooking dinner. I figured I'd grab the packages in a moment, as they were fine on my front steps for the time being, and there was a camera out there if anything happens. I finished plating and brought the food in, and I was sitting the plates down. The front doorknob, which wasn't locked, gave a tiny turn. The deadbolt was still latched, but the knob wasn't, and I could hear it. My boyfriend couldn't because of his headphones, so I alerted him and pointed it out. My boyfriend was completely oblivious to these type of things, and he said I must be hearing things, so he got up and he ripped the door open to prove it. To his surprise, there was that same creepy delivery guy crouched up against the wall under the window, his hand still on the knob trying to turn it silently. He looked mortified to see a man opening the door, and when my son came up also to the doorway, he looked really confused. He asked for me by name. He must have known my name from the deliveries because he used the name I have on my account, which isn't the name everyone knows me by. My boyfriend asked what he needed, and the guy reached down and picked up the Amazon box and said, "Delivery," and handed it to us and then left. It was really strange. I explained to my boyfriend that he was not delivering those boxes and they were already there. We took the footage to the police, and I tried to reach out to Walmart. The police told me they reached out to Walmart and just got a bunch of clueless basic customer service agents with no idea how to proceed, and if he came back, I needed to call them so they could get to him in person. I was really scared though. I was glad that I wasn't in the house alone now, but I felt like he might take more drastic measures knowing that too. There's one window at the side of my house that faces the front lawn, but it's blocked off by a large entertainment system. It's the only blocked window I have, and besides my bedroom window, it's the only one that's not visible from the Ring camera. But all my windows are always locked overnight. The next morning when I was leaving for work, the window screens were both removed and placed beneath the windows. There were handprints smudged all over the glass. There were no clear footprints, just deep muddy sloshes, as our sprinkler system hits that pretty good at night. I didn't even bother contacting Walmart again. They were totally useless. The last thing to happen was when my boyfriend was coming over late one night. He worked that night and didn't come home until around 3 a.m. I knew he was coming, but I was woken up by a loud fighting outside. He had pulled into the parking lot and this guy was underneath my car. He scrambled under the car when he was pulling in. My boyfriend pretended like he hadn't seen him and watched him slide out and try to hide behind the parked cars, but it looked like he had been messing with my car. My boyfriend ended up pinning him against the ground and I called the police. There was an air tag taped under my car, so he was trying to track me away from my house and get me alone. The guy was arrested with other charges too. I didn't hear anything else from it. I gave statements and incident report numbers and was told that I might need to testify, but it's never happened. I haven't had any incidents since then though. This happened about 5 years ago. I work at an upscale hotel in one of my state's most affluent suburbs. Like most hotels, we were struggling during the COVID virus. Our rates had been slashed in half to get guests through our door, and our clientele had shifted from upper-class business people to a mixed bag of characters. It was mostly fine, with a couple of notable exceptions, like this one night I worked. I was working overnight alone, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. About 3 hours into my shift, I got a call from room 235. He had a strange voice. It was quite raspy, and he maybe even had an accent. He told me that he couldn't figure out how to work the remote to his TV. I assumed maybe the batteries had died, but he insisted that the remote worked fine, and he just didn't understand how to operate the volume button. I found this strange. I've worked in hotels for 5 years, and have never once encountered someone who didn't understand the TV remote. I gave him the benefit of the doubt though. Also, working in customer service, you come to realize that people are much, much dumber than you would want to believe they are. Since I was alone at the hotel and not technically supposed to leave the front desk, I told him that if he came down to the lobby, I would gladly show him how it works. This upset him. He grunted and started complaining that our customer service was terrible, and what kind of a hotel wouldn't have an attendant come to the room for something like this? I gave in, as he was only 1 floor up, and it couldn't possibly take that long to show somebody how to change the volume on a remote. Everyone was checked in for the night already, and it wasn't worth the argument over the bad review later. I told him I would be up in just a moment. I knocked on his door and did the customary call out, "Guest services." I could faintly hear him talking to someone, but it was muttered, and I couldn't pick up any distinguishable words. At first, I felt like he was instructing someone else to get the door, and I anticipated it to open shortly after. The talking went on for so long though that I wondered if maybe the people in the room hadn't heard me. I was debating knocking again when the deadbolt slowly unlatched. Normally, when I go to a room, the guest opens the door wide and stands to the side to let me in, or at the very least opens the door enough that I can fully see them and they can fully see me. Not this guy though. He barely cracked the door, opened it maybe only an inch. Even weirder, all the room lights were off. It was entirely dark except for the very faint glow of his TV, which was on, but the volume was turned all the way down. His voice sounded exactly like it had on the phone, raspy and whispered. He was standing behind the door, so I couldn't see him at all. Completely disembodied, he instructed me and said, "Come inside, sweetie." I said nothing and didn't move. I was a small 5-foot-tall woman with a baby face in my mid-20s. The man repeated, "Come on, come inside." He sounded more edgy and more insistent this time. It felt so obviously like a trap that if I wasn't absurdly on edge, I would have been insulted. How naive did he think I was? I pushed the door open, but remained as much in the hallway as possible. I also took the opportunity to reach for the light switch just inside the door. The lights came on, and I finally got a look at him. He was at least 60, white-haired and slim, and he was shirtless. He was wearing pants, but the belt was undone, and the ends were flopping down. I'm not entirely sure because I tried not to look, but I believe his pants were also unzipped. He appeared to be completely alone in the room, with the only piece of luggage being a small black duffel bag. I tried to explain the volume switch from where I was standing awkwardly in the doorway, but he wasn't comprehending it, or at least he was acting like he wasn't. I asked him to give me the remote so that I could show him, but he backed further into the room and said, "You know, it'll be easier for both of us if you just come inside." I was not going to step any further into that room, so I gave him one last description of where the volume button was on the remote and promptly closed the door. I felt like I was potentially going to be in harm's way while I was standing in the doorway and he was actively being a creep, so I left. I got downstairs to my lockable office with my security cameras, which would have allowed me to see him coming. I was just anxious and on high alert. I had decided that if he called again, I obviously wasn't going up, and if he came to the desk, I would have 911 punched into my cell phone just in case. The hotel is 2 minutes from the police station, and there's usually a patrol car hanging out in our shopping center. They show up quickly any time I have to call. The man did end up calling me again that night about 2 hours later around midnight. He wanted me to come up to his room again. This time, I told him if he wanted help to bring himself and the remote to the front desk, and I was not going back up there again. Thankfully, he never came down to the desk, and he didn't bother me for the rest of the night.
Not too long ago, I had something really strange happen. It was just a few weeks back, and I came home from work one day just like any other. I live by myself in an apartment, and I've lived here for about 2 years. It's a decently nice place. Probably 10 or 20 minutes after arriving back from work, at about 4 in the afternoon, there was a knock on my front door. I went over and opened it up to see a woman standing there who I did not recognize. She said that she had witnessed somebody seemingly trying to break into my car just minutes prior. I was told by her that she saw me leaving my car, and a man then walked by several minutes later and tried the doors and windows. She said she just wanted to let me know. Of course, I was very concerned about it. I wanted to know who and why someone would try to break into my vehicle, although I didn't really have much of anything worth stealing in the car. So I left my apartment, and then the woman walked out with me to my car. I always parked in the large parking lot right outside of the apartment building, in usually the same space. Lots of other cars were in the parking lot as well. When we got to my car, thankfully it looked fine. None of the windows were smashed or anything, and the doors were all closed and locked, so it looked like the man didn't get in. And after seeing this and looking around, I didn't see the guy that the lady had described. So I told her thanks, and then I went back into the apartment building. That was weird enough, but things got weirder. The next morning, when I was leaving for work like usual, I noticed one other car running a little ways away in the parking lot. The car was kind of behind me and up against the end of the parking lot. I didn't think anything of it. However, when I was driving away and I went past it, for whatever reason I looked over. I'm not really sure why I did, but I noticed that the same woman appeared to be behind the wheel who had talked to me. I assumed that she just lived in the complex. Now, I had never seen her before prior to when she showed up at my door, but the building was fairly large and I certainly didn't know everybody inside of it. I didn't see her for the rest of that day. The next day though, when I got home from work, I parked in the same space that I usually do. Just seconds after parking, a car entered the lot and parked against the back of the lot behind me a ways. I looked over and saw that it was the same woman. She was parked in the same general spot that I had seen her before. Remembering the previous events, I did not get out of my car right away. I wanted to see what she would do, so I stayed inside of my car. When I did, she did the same thing. After 10 minutes, the woman had not gotten out of her vehicle, and neither did I. It was almost like she was watching me or something. Finally, I got tired of waiting, and I got out and I went in. The woman stayed in her car the entire time. By this point, I didn't know if I was being paranoid or if something weird was going on. I just tried to forget about everything. The next day, I didn't notice the woman at all, but the following one, I was staying up really late. It was much later than I usually do, probably like 1 or 2 a.m. I was just hanging out in the living room and watching movies on TV. Out of nowhere, I heard this noise that sounded like somebody was trying to open the door to my apartment. I looked over to the door and saw the knob starting to turn. Luckily, it was locked and it didn't open. I had no idea who would be trying to enter my place. I certainly don't have any friends that would just walk in. I expected someone to maybe knock on the door or something after that, but nobody did. I quietly got up from the couch and walked over to the door. When I got there, I looked through the peephole. I saw the same woman standing there on the other side. I could not believe it. Why was she trying to just enter my apartment in the middle of the night? I almost opened the door and confronted her, but I decided not to. Instead, I just kept watching her. She stood there right in front of my door for maybe 30 seconds. Then she just turned and walked away. I was left very confused, and since then, I haven't seen her. I don't know why this woman is seemingly stalking me. I'm pretty sure that she does not even live in the apartment complex. I've looked in the general area of the parking lot where she parked those times, and I haven't seen her car. I even saw a few of my neighbors in the hallways, and I asked them if they had ever seen the woman or know if she lives in the building. Nobody knew her. I'm hoping that I never see her again.
One night a few years ago, I went shopping at Target. It was sometime in the evening, probably around 8 or 9 p.m. When I arrived at the store, I remembered that it was noticeably quiet with not that many people around. I didn't have to get that much stuff either. It was not my usual Target shopping trip of groceries or clothes. I was just getting a couple of things, and I was over on the side of the store opposite to all the groceries, so this area in particular was even quieter. As I looked at a few things on the shelves, I remember noticing someone else enter the aisle. I paid them no attention really, and they seemed to stay at the other end of the aisle just inside of it. I naturally wandered into the next aisle over without even looking at the person. I was just focused on what I was getting. So I remember that after getting into the next aisle, I realized that the other person did as well. That's when I glanced over for the first time. There was a guy standing there who looked to be in his 30s, and he was wearing a gray shirt and a baseball cap as well. He looked over at me in the split second that I looked at him. After looking back to what I was getting, I saw that the man started to walk over to me. He came closer and I looked at him again. The man then asked me if I knew where the desk lamps were. I told him that I did not know and he should ask somebody who worked there. Now, when he talked to me, something seemed off about the guy. He gave me a kind of bad feeling. I know that might sound crazy, or maybe that's just me looking back and thinking it, but I know that I felt that way in the moment. The man responded by saying that he tried, but he couldn't find anybody around there who worked there, and that he was in a hurry. I personally had not seen any employees in that particular section of the store. The man did not walk away, so I decided to try to help him at that point, or at least point him in the right direction. I stepped out of the aisle, and the man followed me. I looked around, and I thought the lamps were probably a few aisles away near the furniture, so I told him that he should try there. He said okay, and then the man walked away going in that direction. After the man was gone, I continued with my shopping. I was in the same area for maybe 5 more minutes. In that time, I remember the man approached me again. He had a small lamp in his hands and he told me that he found it. I told him that was good and I was glad that he found it, but the man did not leave at that point. He then asked me if I could give him a ride. This seemed way random and out of nowhere. Obviously, I was not going to agree to that. I told the man no, I could not give him a ride. Then the man just walked away without saying anything more. At that point, I finished up my shopping, and within a couple of minutes, I headed up to the front of the store. I went to the checkouts to pay, and as I got there, I noticed the man again. He was standing around in the clothing area just sort of looking at the checkouts. He was also no longer holding the lamp that he had been getting. He just seemed sketchy to me, and I continued checking out and buying my items. Then when I was done, I started to walk to the doors to leave. When I was doing so, the thought occurred to me that maybe the man was going to try to follow me or something. I decided that I should move quickly. When I made it outside, I literally started running for my car. I made it inside my vehicle, and I was not really parked that far away from the doors, thankfully. Then I looked over to Target. About 15 seconds after I started looking at the Target doors, I saw the man walk out. He was not holding anything, so I guess he didn't buy the lamp. Then he started walking through the parking lot. I could have just left, but I was curious to see what he would do. His behavior had seemed pretty strange. The guy walked up the aisle of cars, 2 away from mine. Then he turned and started to walk back down the aisle that was next to the one that I was in. He was looking at almost every car. It made me think that maybe he was looking for me. The parking lot was nearly empty by now, with just a few cars scattered around. I decided that I should probably leave. I started my engine and the lights came on. The man, who was about 50 yards away probably, looked over at me. Then I saw him turn and start jogging in the other direction. I put the car into drive and started to leave. As I made it towards the exit of the parking lot, I saw where the man was running. He was going to his vehicle. I watched him start to open the door to an old beat-up pickup truck parked in the back of the lot. I quickly left and then made another quick turn to get out of there. Then I went home. There was really no way that the man would have been able to know exactly where I went, and I'm glad that I didn't see him for the rest of the drive home. I think, though, that given the chance, he would have followed me. I'm not really sure what exactly the man's plan was looking back, but I'm glad that I got away from him. For 1 year when I was in middle school, I did homeschool. It was mostly just online, so it was pretty much like online classes for college, except there wasn't really a teacher. It was all done on this computer program and on the internet. So every day for school, I would just sit in my room at my desk and computer and do school there. Overall, it wasn't too bad, but I didn't really leave the house much. When I wasn't doing school, I would stay on my computer and usually play video games there as well. So one night I was home alone and had finished my school for the day. I don't remember where my parents were, but I think they were gone. So as I was in my room at my computer, I remember that I was checking my email. I got an email from my school company. I don't remember the exact words, but the subject of the email said something like important, and I believed it said something like security action needed or something along those lines. I clicked it and it basically said that I needed to confirm my address to the school. It gave some reason, but I don't remember what it was exactly, and I probably didn't fully understand it. I just had to fill out this basic form, and I completed it and then submitted it and moved on. So that was that, and the next day I remember that I did my school again like normal. After that I played video games, and I remember that I stayed up late playing on my computer after my parents had gone to bed. But during this time, at probably after midnight, I got another email. It was from the same school email that I had received the night prior. This one had no words, but just a photo that was attached. The picture was of my house at night, taken from the street. I was so confused and also creeped out. It was very strange. I looked at the picture for like 5 minutes straight, wondering what was going on. Then I went over and looked out of my bedroom window. I did notice that there was a car parked on the side of the road just past our house. The engine was off, and I couldn't tell if anybody was inside or not because it was too dark, but it usually was not there. Most of the time, cars did not randomly park on the side of our street. I was really freaked out. I went back to the email and just kept looking at it. Then I realized something. This was not the official email address from my school. They had the same name and same logo, but the email for this was one letter off, which is why it was hard to see at a glance. This was somebody pretending to be my school. I had no idea who would do this or why though. It wouldn't be one of my friends messing with me or something like that, because I wasn't even old enough to drive and neither were any of my friends. This was so strange. I went back over and looked out of the window again. The car was still there. I thought about waking up my parents, but didn't. I went back to the email and blocked the account. Then I just hoped that nothing crazy would happen. I went around the house and made sure that every door was locked, which it was. Then I made sure that every window was completely covered. A few were not, and I covered them. After that, I went back to my room. I checked out of my window again, and the car was still there. After that, I stayed at my computer playing video games to try to get myself to calm down. Eventually, I did. It was probably close to 3 a.m. by the time I was able to fall asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I checked the window, and the car was gone. I also checked my email and did not receive anything else strange. I went around the house and there was no signs of a break-in or anything, so everything was all good. After that, I wondered about it for a few days, but nothing else happened. I only did that school for that 1 year, and nothing else strange like that ever happened again. I still wonder who did it, and was that car on the street whoever took the picture? I mean, somebody had to know that I did that school program, and then they would have had to pretend to be them to get me to fill out the form for my address. But for what purpose? Just to creep me out with that picture? I'm really glad that nothing else happened. One night over a couple years ago, I was asleep in bed with my girlfriend of 2 years. I was woken up in the night, however, and the time was probably sometime between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., as my girlfriend and I at that time in our lives went to bed a bit past midnight every night. I awoke to the sound of screaming coming from outside the house, deep in the neighborhood. To describe the scream as detailed as possible, it was a woman's scream, but it didn't sound like one of distress. It sounded like rage or insanity. It wasn't a high shriek, it was powerful, like a true horror movie scream. I heard this scream, and it sounded like it was 2 or 3 blocks behind us, but still within distance. With it sounding like that, I was locked in bed with fear. I probably could have moved, but most of all, I was really trying to read the scream. I locked up to absorb it all, trying to get any sense of distress, but there was none. It was a wild wail. The scream was continuous, with short breaks of no more than 3 seconds. As I was listening to this scream, I heard it start to get closer and closer, as if it were coming towards my girlfriend's house. The houses in her neighborhood all had large backyards that were spacious, with not many fences, and I could tell that the scream was running through the neighborhood. It seemed fast, too. I had a bad instinct about it, and I just knew it was going to end up at my girlfriend's house. At that point, it sounded like it was down the street by about a dozen houses. It was also at this point when my girlfriend woke up. She was immediately worried and asked me if I was awake. As she was asking me this, like I said, I heard the scream approaching our direction. I had no doubt in my mind because the scream was getting louder. In that moment, it just felt like a nightmare, one where you try so hard to escape or hide that someone's chasing you, but you can't get away. My answer to my girlfriend was short because I felt this thing approaching us as if it was going straight for us, and I wanted to be silent when it was near us. So we were both awake now, quiet and listening. At the same time, the scream went from those dozen houses or so down to next door. It was then that the screaming stopped and it had a short break. Still undoubtedly moving though. As I was anticipating the scream to start again or some crazy lady to beat on the window, I then heard grass crunching from right outside my girlfriend's window. That was why I wanted us to stay quiet. I knew this would somehow happen. It felt like maybe 5 or 10 seconds where it was maybe waiting outside the window or slowly creeping past it. Then it started back up a couple houses down, into the distance on its same pace. My girlfriend and I were so relieved, but also then and still now disturbed and confused. We were grateful that we could talk again, and I can't remember if we went back to bed or not. The whole thing lasted only about 5 minutes. I still have no understanding or predictions of what exactly that was or why it happened. I really don't know what it was. Was it a person? Could a woman do that? I've also watched a few videos of animal screams native to my area, and just in general, but nothing comes close. I knew it was going to be next to me somehow also, and there was literally a single window between us within a minute of me theorizing such. I've seen videos of different animals, and even people insanely screaming when I've searched for an answer, but nothing sounds even close to the power this scream held. It was truly terrible. I wish I knew the neighbors better, and I could ask anybody if they had outdoor cameras, so I could have gotten peace of mind. I of course have already pitched the theory to myself and wonder if it was a prankster or a junkie. But the motive behind that scream wasn't brainless, senseless, or playful, and I don't know how many other ways to describe it other than that. I work for a national retailer. We have recently gone through a restructuring, with one of the more significant changes being a downsizing of store security across the smaller stores. My store is smaller, but it's in a large city and in a downtown area. We are currently running on little security, and at the time of this story, we had no security, which led to all sorts of issues. So as part of us dealing without security, the managers had to man the entrances and do our best to de-escalate incidents. I was merchandising some handbags when a very strange woman entered the store. She initially set off our sensor towers, and she quickly ran out, but returned about 10 minutes later after realizing that we had noticed but didn't respond to the alarm. The woman was very red, sweaty, and seemed to be under the influence of something. This was evidenced by her erratic behavior and her habit of talking to herself. Her behavior was the standard of any downtown store, and it was evidenced by her rummaging through bracelets and other accessories with her hands shaking. She seemed like a sort of run-of-the-mill tweaker, something pretty much all retail employees have dealt with at some time or another. Usually when we have shoplifters like this, the standard in our company is to provide over-the-top service and act very accommodating. We do this in the hopes of deterring a shoplifter by making them feel visible but without being a distraction to other customers. This woman slowly began to tweak her way towards the exit with a ton of merchandise that was poorly concealed. It was almost like she physically could not hide her shoplifting because she was so under the influence that it was making it difficult to control her arms and legs. Another manager and I hatched a plan to service her over to the counter to obtain some of the merchandise she was looking at and to sort of call her bluff and make her either pay or put the items on hold. After a small altercation with her and the other manager, she began to cuss and started sorting her merchandise into small piles in full view of other customers. She was frantically moving personal items in and out of a pair of black leather bags that she had not yet paid for. And after doing this for a few minutes, my fellow manager decided to help her begin moving the items to the counter. I immediately began scanning these items to be fair and treat the situation like she were any other customer. I was commenting on how fashionable the items she chose were, asking her where she planned to wear the items and stuff like that. She became more frantic as the items were rung, and as we finished, began looking for her payment. I've seen customers fake forgetting their credit card many times, but when I tell you she was honestly frantic, I mean it. She began to get even redder and banged her hands on the counter, contesting that she had either lost her wallet or that we had it somewhere. In order to de-escalate the situation, I emptied out the plastic bags, purses, even checking some empty shoeboxes she had taken shoes from, but I wasn't producing anything. My fellow manager began to search for the wallet as well. This not being enough, she suddenly started to run around the store while being trailed by my fellow manager, leading to an outburst as she returned to the counter. She lunged across the counter, hand in the air, nearly scratching me as she yelled about a wallet and all her other stuff. At this time, I had stepped back, and my coworker and I could see on each other's faces that calling the police was the only option. I began to do so as she had a tantrum and ran out of the store with a few pieces of merchandise and supposedly without her wallet. We didn't see her again and wrote the necessary reports to forward them to our store owner. Now that the drama had subsided, I started to place items out on the floor that she didn't successfully steal. My fellow manager and I were chatting at the counter, and as I lifted one of the handbags she was toying with, out fell a box cutter. Not a simple industrial box cutter, but one with a blade that has been halfway pulled out and sharpened further to create a shiv. It was a scary realization moment for sure, and it hit me that I had been interacting with her at the counter and closest to her and potential danger. This was something that happened back when I was a kid. I was 8 years old at the time, but I remember it pretty well. So I have an older sister who is a few years older than me. I remember that it was a weekend and my sister was sleeping over at a friend's house that night, so it was just me and my parents at home. I remember that night we all went into the living room and were watching a football game. I really enjoyed watching the game with my parents, especially my dad, who knows a lot about sports. At halftime, I left the living room and went to go outside into the backyard. I was a really active kid and always liked to go into our backyard and practice sports. We had a pretty small backyard, but it had nice short grass and was completely fenced in with a sort of high wooden fence, so I would always be back there tossing the ball around or something. I remember that I left the living room, went through the kitchen, and then got to the back door. As soon as I stepped out into the backyard, I saw a man back there. There was this guy who I had never seen before just standing in the backyard about 20 feet away from me. As soon as I saw him, I just turned right back around and then went back inside the house. Looking back, I'm not sure what exactly I was thinking. Maybe I thought the guy must have been a neighbor, but for some reason, I seemed to assume that the man was not up to no good, but had a logical reason for being in our backyard. Maybe it was because he was just wearing normal clothes and looked like an average guy. Maybe I thought that if he was some criminal that he would be wearing a ski mask or something. I was a shy kid and just decided to walk away without questioning him or saying anything. In my second or two in the backyard, the man did look at me, but did not say anything at all. So I got back inside and went straight for the living room where my parents were. Once I got back there, I felt safe again. However, I did not even bother to lock the back door or anything, which makes me mad at my younger self looking back. But as an 8-year-old kid, you don't always think the best. I continued to watch TV with my parents, now watching the halftime report. We were all on the couch, and maybe 5 minutes later during a commercial break, I just barely heard what sounded like the back door opening. You could not see it from the living room where we were, and I could just barely hear it. It sounded like the door was being opened very slow and deliberately. I had no idea that the man who was in our backyard would try to enter our house. This immediately creeped me out. My parents did not seem to hear the door opening at all. They were still just sitting on the couch and watching TV and chatting. Moments later, I thought I heard footsteps, so I decided to mention the man in the backyard. I told my parents about what happened, and when I went outside, my dad said that he would get up and go look. When he started walking over to the kitchen, we all heard footsteps quickly moving away. But the footsteps were not going back outside. They were moving farther into the house towards my parents' bedroom. My dad heard this, and I think he maybe saw the guy for a second too. I heard him say something like, "Who are you?" Then he turned back and quickly went into the living room. He told my mom and I to go down into the basement and to lock the door of whatever room we went in. He also told my mom to call the police. Then I saw him go back over towards my parents' bedroom. I went with my mom quickly downstairs and we went into the bathroom down there and locked the door. I was pretty scared. About 5 minutes later, my dad came down and said that the police were on the way. He said that some random guy was in our house and he basically chased him out of it. My dad wasn't hurt or anything, the guy didn't try to fight him, and nothing was stolen either. The cops got there a short time later. My parents talked with the police and I told them what I saw as well. I learned a lesson to always lock the doors and stuff like that. After that, nothing else similar happened. Looking back, I wonder what that guy's plans were. It really creeps me out that even after seeing me and figuring that my parents were probably home, he still decided to go inside our house. This happened pretty recently, actually. I was driving on a large highway outside of Miami, Florida. I live in the area, and if you've been down here, you know that there's a lot of traffic and a lot of really nice cars. So I was going southbound back home from work. I often work pretty late nights. The bright side of this is that the roads are much more clear at that hour, but that doesn't mean they're empty. There's still a lot of people driving around. I drive a pretty average-looking car myself. It's just a Toyota that's about 10 years old. Nothing flashy, but it's very reliable. So anyways, as I was driving, I happened to see a car coming up real fast a long ways behind me. It looked to be a pretty fancy car. It looked like an Audi R8 or something along those lines. I was going about 70 miles per hour, and this thing had to be doing well over 100. It came up so quick, and I saw it weave in and out of traffic. This is not uncommon around here, and I see someone driving like that all the time late at night. So I stayed in my lane, and they blew past me very quickly and went out of my sight up the road ahead. I didn't really give it that much thought even. I just continued with my drive back home. I was excited to go to bed after a long day. However, it was like 2 or 3 minutes later. I was still traveling on the same highway, and I saw the same fast car up ahead. It was pulled over on the right side of the road. I didn't know which car it was at first, but then I realized the car and I was confused. It was the one that I had just seen pass me minutes earlier going really fast. There was no cop behind it, so the car had not been pulled over. Perhaps it had broken down or something. I kept going and soon made it past the car. However, when I did, I saw the car pull back onto the highway very suddenly. It then sped up really fast and got right behind me. I moved over to the right a lane to get out of the car's way. I didn't know who was driving this car because it was nighttime and the windows of it were also super tinted. The highway had like 5 lanes, so they could have easily gone around me. Instead, this car then moved into the lane that I was in and continued following me. It seemed like they were intentionally following me now. I had no idea why this car would follow me though. I kept driving all the way in the most right lane there was. The car remained behind me. After like 5 minutes of this, I was getting paranoid. I took the next exit even though it wasn't mine. When I took the exit, to my surprise, the car behind me did not. It stayed on the highway and kept going. I felt a ton of relief as I now drove down a road that I was not supposed to be on. I went a ways down and then took my time merging back onto the highway. When I got back on it, I continued with my drive home. I was only on the highway for like another minute when I noticed another nice car behind me. It was a ways back and looked like it was going pretty fast. This one looked like a Nissan GTR, blue in color. The car quickly got up behind me and then did not pass. It just started following me like the car before. I didn't know what to make of this. My exit was coming up, and I kept driving down the highway with the car following me until I got there. Then I took the exit, hoping that like the last car, it would remain on the highway. But it did not. The nice car took the exit with me. I was paranoid now. I started driving home on the quieter streets. It was less than 10 minutes away. Each turn that I made, the car behind me did as well. Until randomly, it stopped. It just took a different turn than I did, and I was only a few streets away from my neighborhood. I felt much better and drove the rest of the way looking behind me for the car every 2 seconds. I ended up making it back to my place okay and didn't see the car anymore. I haven't had anything crazy like that happen since, but I'm still so confused about it. What was going on there, and why were those nice cars following me? I don't even know anyone who drives a nice car like that. And like I said, my car is nothing special. It remains a mystery to me. If anybody thinks they know, please let me know about it. I had been planning my garage sale for a week. My place was filled with stuff that I didn't need, and my PS4 was sitting in the corner of the living room gathering dust, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to sell it. I loved that thing, but it had been months since I had time to play. So I put it out at my garage sale with a high price tag, thinking that if someone overpaid for it, I'd be fine to let it go, but otherwise I would just keep it. I set everything up outside in my driveway early Saturday morning. I had a few old video games next to the PS4 also. People came and went throughout the day picking up this or that. Most were friendly, but then this lady showed up. She was around middle-aged, maybe early 40s, wearing a big floppy hat and oversized sunglasses. She walked straight to my video game section. There was a stack of games for Xbox and PS4 that I was ready to let go of, but the prices were non-negotiable. These were still good games, even though I was done with them. She started picking through the PS4 games, looking at the titles like she knew what she was doing. Then she asked me, how much for the PS4 ones? $10 each, I said. She scoffed at me, saying these were old games now and they should be like $1. It's a garage sale, but I wasn't giving away games I paid $60 for just $1, so I stood my ground. She made a big show of putting the games down and sighing dramatically. Then she muttered something about me taking advantage of people before turning to leave. The last thing she said on her way out was, "Your PS4 is going to be sitting here for a while." Her voice was dripping with sarcasm. "Because nobody's going to pay what you want for that," she said. I knew that was most likely true for the PS4, but the rest of the stuff there was fairly priced. I was getting tired of the conversation, and she was clearly angry. I just wanted to get through the sale and enjoy my Saturday. She walked off, but I could feel her eyes on me as I continued to arrange stuff on the tables. I figured she'd be long gone soon, but surprisingly she stayed in the neighborhood, walking past my house a couple of times, which I thought was strange, but whatever. It wasn't until later that night when things really went downhill. Now, long after I had gone inside, around 11:30 p.m., I heard the faintest sound outside. I got up to check things out. The outside light was on, and I could see the shape of someone standing near my side door. I couldn't believe it, but the woman from the garage sale earlier was trying to break into my house. The lady apparently knew how to pick a lock, or at least thought she knew how to pick a lock, and was attempting to do so at my side door. Honestly, I have never seen a more bizarre scene in my life. This lady, who was in the same outfit from earlier, who looked like a middle-aged suburban mom, was trying to break into my house. Obviously, she could have been armed, but just her overall appearance did not look threatening at all. I remember thinking to myself, how stupid do you have to be to try something like this over some video games? I assumed that's why she was there. Maybe it was to try to rob something more expensive like my PS4. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't call the cops because she was at my door, and if she actually knew how to pick a lock, she would be inside my house before the cops could show up. I realize now it was kind of bold, but once again, this lady did not look like a threat at all. It just seemed like she was really stupid. I grabbed an old baseball bat I owned and opened up the curtain on the window next to the door. Yelling through the glass, I told her that if she didn't leave immediately, I was going to come out there and beat her head with a baseball bat. The message was received, and she scurried back off to wherever she had come from, and she might even live in my neighborhood for all I know. I never did see that lady again, and I can't help but wonder what other crazy things she's done in her life. Probably some other dumb choices. When I was in high school during my junior year, I took an elective advanced computer class. It was not a very popular class and only had 5 students in it total. I was one of the 5, and our teacher was a really chill guy who was also the head basketball coach. My school had a really good basketball team, and he was always talking basketball and talking to the other coaches. We were all pretty good students, so he gave us a lot of independence. He would teach maybe 1 or 2 days a week, and then we would work on the computers for the rest of the week. Not much would be said, and he would play music and let us work most of the time. And when we got done and had free time, we could just play around on the computers. There were times where either an assistant basketball coach would come into our classroom, or our teacher would leave and go to theirs. They would quietly talk strategy for literally the entire class period sometimes. It never bothered me. In fact, I liked it, because being able to just get my work done on the computer was nice. The teacher didn't care if we went around on our phones either. The classroom was a smaller computer lab, and it was kind of out of the way in one of the long hallways near the end of the school. One day, all 5 of us students arrived for class like usual. Our teacher went over the plan for the day, and then he said that he would be back in a bit. He was going to one of the assistant coaches' rooms to talk strategy again. All of us got to work and began doing our assignments. About 30 minutes later, there was an announcement over the school intercom. It said that the school was being locked down and for teachers to follow the lockdown procedures. After this, the 5 of us kind of looked around at each other. We were sort of confused as to what we should do. I didn't know if we were supposed to get up and go lock the door and stuff, or if our teacher would return. We all figured that he would be back soon though, so none of us did anything. After like 5 minutes went by, one of the other students got up and turned the lights off. We still figured that the teacher would come back soon though. After like 10 more minutes, there was still nothing. Then we heard footsteps in the hallway. I expected it to be the teacher. A short time later, the door opened. We were all sitting at the back side of the classroom behind computers and facing the front. What we saw was a man enter the room who was not our teacher. I just remember that he had a messy beard, long stringy hair, and looked somewhat disheveled, wearing a black jacket and jeans. He entered the room and then took a few steps in. Then he looked around and seemed to notice us. As soon as he looked at us, he said, "Nobody say a word." The way he said it was really threatening. I was honestly pretty scared. The man paced back and forth, looking at us for a few seconds. Then he said, "Am I understood?" We all nodded our heads, not knowing what the guy was capable of. Then he walked over to the door and looked out of the window into the hallway. It looked like he was keeping watch and hiding. We all just sat there, frozen in fear pretty much. The guy would look out of the door window for a while, then pace around a little bit, look at us, then return to the door window. This went on for like 5 minutes. I didn't notice hearing anything else in the hallway during this time or anything. Then the man went to the door, opened it, and ran out. As soon as he was gone, another student ran over to the door and locked it. Then I think we all called 911 at once. We reported the guy, knowing that he was more than likely the cause for the school lockdown. We were told that the police were there already and inside of the school searching for him. About 20 minutes later, the lockdown was lifted. Shortly after, our teacher returned. The man was caught and arrested after trying to escape the school. Why he was there in the first place, I never found out. Our teacher was watching film with another coach on the complete opposite end of the school. He tried to walk back to us, but the police stopped him, saying that he was walking where the suspicious man had been. The cops had been called earlier after another teacher saw the guy and he allegedly threatened him. So we were kind of left there wondering what to do, and unfortunately we did not lock the door. Thankfully, nobody was harmed though. I live alone, and I still have a home phone. This is something that I've seen is less common nowadays because of cell phones, but I have a plan with the cable company where I get phone, internet, and TV in a bundle. So I still have a landline telephone in the house, but I will admit I hardly ever use it. However, something happened not long ago that is making me seriously consider getting rid of it altogether. I was at home by myself one evening not too long after arriving home from work. As I was watching TV in the living room, I heard the home phone ring. I wasn't sure who it was because I didn't get too many calls on that phone, and the ones that I do are usually just spam telemarketers or things like that. But it was nighttime now, so not the time when they usually called. I got up and walked over to the phone. I looked at the screen and it said, "Unknown caller." Now, this would be enough for most people to not answer, and normally I wouldn't either, but on this time, for whatever reason, I was curious and decided to answer the phone. When I did, I heard nothing at first. I said, "Hello?" and then said it again. There was still nothing. Then I heard a man on the other end of the phone who sounded upset. He said, "I think I have the wrong number." I said, "Okay, no problem." The man said nothing, but I could hear him breathing. It was really weird, so I hung up the phone. Then I went back to the couch. However, only about a half an hour later, the phone rang again. I went back over and it said "unknown caller" again. I answered the phone once more because I was somehow even more curious now. It was the same guy. And this is what was really strange. Without me even saying anything, like right after I picked up, he said, "I think I have the wrong number." The same thing as he said before. Once more, he sounded borderline distraught. I was so confused. I said, "Okay, well, you called me again." He said nothing. I asked, "Who is it that you're trying to call?" The man started to say again, "I think I have the wrong number," but he hung up before he finished saying it, so he only said, "I think I have the and then he hung up. I was really weirded out by this guy. I didn't know why he kept calling me if he had the wrong number, and why did he sound so upset? Also, the fact that my caller ID said "unknown number" made the whole thing that much more creepy. I returned to the couch hoping that he would not call again, but he did. It was almost an hour later when the phone rang. I picked it up once more. This time, as soon as I picked up, I said, "Why do you keep calling me?" There was a long pause, and then the man said, "I think I have the wrong number." I said, "Call me again and I'm reporting you." Then I hung up on him. Now, I will admit, I do not know how to block a number on a home phone. I only know how to do that on a smartphone. So I just went back to what I was doing and hoped that he wouldn't call again. The phone rang again about an hour after that. By now, it was getting to be later at night. I got up and saw that it was unknown caller again. By now, I was fully freaked out. I thought about picking up, but decided not to. I thought that maybe if I didn't entertain this guy's madness, he would let me be, so I walked away. But then I heard the beep of the answering machine. I froze in my tracks and listened. The man started speaking. He said, "I think I have the wrong number." Then he repeated it again. "I think I have the wrong number." Each time he said it, he sounded more upset and distraught. He said it 4 times before being cut off during the 5th time and hanging up, ending the message. After that, he didn't call for over an hour. I figured my method of not answering the phone had worked. Soon I got ready for bed and headed to my room to go to sleep. I fell asleep without much problem despite being slightly creeped out, but I was awoken sometime in the middle of the night. As soon as I awoke, I heard the sound of the phone ringing. This was strange because although the phone ring could be heard from my bedroom, it wasn't loud enough to wake me up typically. Normally, I would sleep right through it, but not this time. I looked at the clock and it was 2 a.m. I heard the phone ringing and then it finally stopped and went to message. I was dreading hearing the voice again and could not believe that the guy was still calling me, especially at this hour. But he did not leave a message at all, which made me feel slightly better. However, the guy then simply called again. My phone was ringing once more. I still didn't answer. Then, after the phone ringing stopped, the guy called again about 30 seconds later. It was like he was just going to keep calling me and calling me. Finally, I got up and went to the phone. As it was ringing again, I decided to answer it. When I did, I heard nothing at first. Then I said, "Hello?" Then I heard the man again. He said, "I think I have the wrong number." It was too creepy. I instantly hung up the phone. Then I unplugged it from the wall and took the phone jack out as well. That made it finally stop. I was so freaked out that it took me almost an hour to fall back asleep. The next day, I was still thinking about how crazy that was. I left my phone unplugged for over a week. Since then, I've put it back in, and I have not received any more crazy calls like that. I still wonder who did that and why. Maybe it was just a prank, but whoever did that really went to great lengths if that's the case. I mean, to call that many times, never laugh, and to do it after 2 a.m. when I wasn't answering is pretty crazy. And I also have no idea who could have possibly done that or why they would have pulled a prank like that on me. I'm just hoping that that guy never calls me again. Back when I was a freshman in college, I lived in a dorm building and had a room to myself. The building was pretty typical. It was old, had several floors, and also a lounge area. The rooms did not have bathrooms in them, so each hallway had a large bathroom about halfway down it. One time, about a couple of months into my freshman year of college, I was up late in my dorm room. I was studying, and I would often stay up later than I should have doing homework or studying for classes. It was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning or so. I don't remember what time I had class the next morning at, but I was planning on going to bed soon. After finishing up my studies, I went out of my room to go to the bathroom down the hallway. I remember that I left my room, and as I began to walk down the hallway, I noticed something. It was just one really long and straight hallway, and at the very end, there was this guy wearing one of those old white goalie masks. I only saw him for like 2 seconds, and then he went out of sight at the end of the hallway, going around the corner that led to the stairwell. It seemed weird to me, especially because it was 1 o'clock in the morning. As I walked to the bathrooms, the hallway was completely quiet and empty, other than me. Everyone else was sleeping, no doubt. I thought the guy with the mask was probably another college guy playing a joke on a friend or something. Pranks in the dorms happen all the time, but normally those kind of things happen on weekends or nights where people are staying up late. I didn't think too much of it though, and I went into the bathroom and brushed my teeth and stuff. I was at one of the sinks in the bathroom, and to the right you can see the bathroom door, which is propped open. I was in the bathroom for maybe 5 minutes, and as I was at a sink finishing up, I saw movement to my right. It was somebody walking down the hallway past the bathrooms. When I looked, just for a second, I saw the same guy walking past the bathrooms now. He didn't look over at me, and he didn't stop or anything. After he had passed by, within a minute, I was done and left the bathroom. I went back to my room and then went inside and went to sleep. I didn't see that guy for a few days. However, a couple of nights later, I was in a similar situation. I stayed up late and went to brush my teeth before going to sleep. It was after midnight again, and when I walked out into the hallways, at first I didn't see him. But when I was walking back to my room, I heard somebody walking a long ways behind me in the hall. I turned around and noticed him walking towards me. He was still a really long ways away, but he was wearing that same mask. This seemed a little odd. I didn't know why somebody would be doing this, but I just went into my room and then got into bed. I fell asleep pretty quick, only to wake up a short time later. What woke me up was the sound of someone knocking on my door. It wasn't very loud, but enough to wake me up. And that didn't take too much, because I'm not a deep sleeper, and also things were so quiet at that hour. So I groggily sat up and listened. Whoever was at the door knocked again. I had just woken up and was not thinking the most clear, so I had no idea who it would be. I got up and walked over to the door and looked through my peephole. There I saw the same guy, still wearing the mask. He was just standing there waiting for me to open the door. I saw him knock again. However, I did not answer it. There's no way I was going to. After staying at the door for maybe another minute, he finally walked away. I was really creeped out by the experience. I didn't get a look at the guy's face because of the mask, but I had assumed that it was just a college kid. Well, about a week later, I hadn't seen the guy at all, but I heard about what happened. A man was arrested for trying to break into students' rooms, and it was the same guy wearing the mask. He was not even a student. It was some guy in his 40s, and that really creeped me out. I thought that it had been just some creepy but most likely harmless prank by a student. I had no idea that it was some crazy guy who didn't even go there. I'm a 32-year-old female, and this is something that happened to me earlier this year. One night, my husband and I were on the porch smoking a cigarette around 9 p.m. We live far out in the woods, right off a stretch of highway that's between two interstate exits. We were looking up at the stars, enjoying the quiet atmosphere of the crickets and sitting around the fire. I heard something and I shushed my husband so that we could hear more clearly. We were able to hear a woman screaming like nothing I had heard before. It sounded like she was getting murdered. In between blood-chilling screams, she was yelling out, "Help me! Help me!" I looked at my husband and we were both really freaked out. The more she screamed, the closer she was getting to our house. I could eventually see a figure running along the grassy median area of the highway, making their way closer to the part of the highway that was in front of our house. Our house is a good way back from the highway since we have a long driveway, but not far enough that we couldn't see the highway. If we could see her, that meant that she could see us, especially with the fire blazing. We could still see the highway perfectly fine due to the house across from us who still had their Christmas lights up. I threw my cig into the fire and went back near the doorway of the house to grab my phone to call 911. My husband ran past me inside to get his jacket and shoes. I told him not to go out there, but he ignored me and got dressed anyways. As soon as he was inside the house, I saw a red car barrel up the road and pull over next to where the lady was at. With her being in the median, there was still a stretch of grass between her and the car, because of a ditch that was basically uncrossable for a car. There was a man driving. I couldn't see what he looked like, and I only heard his voice. He was yelling that he was going to kill her, and he called her many degrading words I won't repeat. It looked like he was throwing stuff at her out the window, maybe clothes or trash. I couldn't tell too well. As soon as the screaming woman saw him pull over, she started running straight towards our yard. By that time, I was already on the phone with the police officers, but as I said, I live out in the woods pretty far from the nearest town, so it would take them a while to get there. My husband, who had finished putting on shoes and a jacket inside, ran into the yard towards her. He asked if she was okay, and she said that she had gotten a ride home from this guy, and halfway down the road he started acting really creepy. He refused to let her out when she wanted him to, and kept driving with her in the car. At one point, she had glanced into the back seat and saw a roll of duct tape. Fearing for her life, she had jumped out of the moving car and just started running down the road, screaming for help. My husband brought her into the house and called the police again, having gathered more information that I wasn't able to give them when I called. They told him to stay on the line with them until an officer showed up. Inside now, in the full light, we were able to see the woman, and her face looked horrible. She was red and bleeding in a couple of spots, with road rash from when she had jumped out. She also said that the man in the car had hit her before she was able to escape. We locked our door and stood together near the window waiting for the police to show up, while my husband gave updates and answered questions on the phone with 911. Basically, he was just telling them that the red car was still parked on the highway and that we didn't see the man anywhere. I was trying my best to stay calm and care for the injured woman when there was a loud bang on our door. The man outside was there yelling, "I know you're in there. I saw you running," and he mentioned that the people inside can't protect her. I shouted through the door that he needed to leave our property, and if he was smart, he would get in his car and drive off before the police showed up. The answer he gave me was not what I was expecting at all, and probably the worst response imaginable. He yelled, "Go ahead, call the police. They won't be here in time." Then he started to pound and kick at our door, trying to break it down. The woman was freaking out and crying, saying, "Help me, please help me," over and over again. I ran to the kitchen and got a large knife just in case. We had a huge solid iron door, but our windows were easily breakable. If he wanted to get in badly enough, he certainly could. My husband went to our bedroom and got his gun when a squad car pulled up in the yard finally, with two more following behind it. The man took off on foot running. Some of the cops tended to the woman and got her home safely. The other group of officers searched the woods for the man and finally found him after 2 hours of searching. Needless to say, it turned out to be a scary, eventful night, and I'm glad the cops showed up before the man thought about breaking through our windows. At that point, my husband might have been forced to shoot the man, but I'm glad it didn't escalate to that point because it would have been a very traumatic experience for everyone involved. This happened back when I was a kid. I think that I was about 10 years old or so. I don't recall the exact year. It was a long time ago though, and I lived at home with my parents. One night they were out, and I was left home all alone. To be quite honest with you, I was kind of nervous about it. I'm sure that this wasn't the first time I was ever left home alone, but it did not happen often. It was probably among my first 5 times being left home alone. With it being nighttime, that made me nervous. My parents were not going to be gone that long though, and they were supposed to be back by 10. Well, for most of the night, I just watched TV in the living room. At one point, probably around 9, my parents were still gone and I was still watching TV. The living room was at the front of the house, with the dining room being connected to that. Then there was the kitchen at the back end, which was not visible to me on the couch. I remember hearing some sounds coming from the kitchen area, sort of like from the window. I didn't know what it was, but I figured that it was our cat. He was always snooping around and climbing up onto random places. He walked on the sink multiple times, which was right by the window that I thought I heard the noise from. There was no doubt in my mind that it was the cat, so I hardly paid the sound any mind at all. I was just relaxing watching TV, and I wasn't feeling nervous or scared, but the noises got a little louder and different. After zoning out of them for a few seconds, assuming it was still the cat, I snapped out of it. I realized that these noises were not caused by a cat. I didn't know what they were, but I knew that they were far too loud. Suddenly, I was nervous, but I still hoped that it was my cat somehow, some way. I got up and walked over to the dining room. During this entire time, the noises were continuing. When I got within a few feet to the kitchen, I saw the back window by the sink. It was open, but there was supposed to be a screen on it as well. However, I didn't see the screen. It looked like it was open right to the outside. And as I was watching, I literally saw the window get pushed open further. Then I saw a man start to crawl through. It was a sight that I will never forget. That's something that I really thought that I would never see. In an instant, I took off and I started running back into the living room. Then I went to the stairs and ran all the way up. I didn't stop until I got into my bedroom and I closed the door behind me. Back then, I did not have a cell phone or a phone in my bedroom. The only landlines that we had were downstairs. My parents had cell phones, but I couldn't reach them because I wasn't going to go back down there. I was terrified and had no idea what to do. So I did the only thing that I could think of, which was to go into my bed and bury myself in the covers. I covered my ears and face and didn't want to see or hear anything that was going on. I just stayed like that for the longest time. I was trying to just block it all out, so I didn't hear anything, and I had no idea what the guy in our house was doing. This went on for a very long time. The next thing I knew though, when I finally decided to uncover myself, I heard a door open downstairs. I was scared at first and about to cover myself back up, but then I heard my parents' voices. This made me feel much better. Still, I did not leave my bedroom. I was still too scared. A short time later, I heard my mom calling my name, and I then answered, saying that I was in my room. She came upstairs and went into my bedroom. The first thing she asked me was what happened with the kitchen window. I guess she thought that I had broken it. I told her about the guy, and then she went downstairs and told my dad. He searched the house, and my mom also called the cops. The cops came to our house and searched it, however, the man was gone. Nothing was stolen either. I have no idea what exactly happened. I had really just been trying to block it all out. My best guess is when I saw the man enter our house, maybe he saw or heard me. If he did, if he had thought nobody was home, perhaps that was enough to scare him off. I'm just grateful that everyone ended up being okay. That was my scariest experience from being home alone as a kid. This happened a long time ago. I was a kid about 8 years old and I lived with my parents and siblings. We lived in this really large neighborhood. There was street after street with many houses on each of them. Sometimes I would hang out with other kids on the street, but not really that much. Most of my good friends were from school and didn't live in our neighborhood really. So one day, I remember that my mom told me that she had met a neighbor and was talking to her. She said that the neighbor had a son named Tommy around my age and that I should meet him. My mom said that he could be a good friend for me. I was interested in making new friends, of course, being a kid, and I said that I did want to go to his house. Apparently his parents had invited me over. Now this was a really long time ago, so I don't remember or know how my parents met Tommy's parents. I just know that they apparently talked to them, and his parents had asked me to come over and hang out with their son Tommy. So I remember that my mom drove me over to Tommy's house the next day and dropped me off. I was slightly nervous because I was a shy kid and hadn't met Tommy before, but overall I figured that it would be fun and that I would become friends with this kid. So we got to the house, which was like 3 streets over from mine. It was pretty close. I knew where it was, but I had never really been there before. Tommy's house looked a lot larger than our house. We went inside and my mom talked to Tommy's parents very shortly, but I never saw Tommy in that time. Then my mom left and it was just me and Tommy's parents. They told Tommy to come out of his room and say hi to me. A short time later, this kid came out from the hallway. I just remember that he had dark hair and was a lot larger than me. Tommy's parents said that we should hang out now, and then they walked away, and I have no idea where they went. His house had these really tall ceilings, I remember, and it just seemed huge to me. It was also very clean and stuff. So Tommy told me to follow him, and we went down the hallway and into his bedroom. His bedroom was also much larger than mine. It was pretty nice, but also very clean and organized. Tommy didn't say much. I remember that he told me to sit on his bed. Then he went over to the other end of the room, and he pulled out a Nerf gun from this box. At that point, he just started shooting at me over and over again with his gun. He hit me a bunch of times, and after I got pelted in the face several times, Tommy finally ran out of bullets. I was kinda mad, but I told him to give me a Nerf gun too. I figured that we would have a Nerf war with each other. He looked at me like I was crazy though, and he said, "No way, dude." Then he put that gun back in the box, and he took out another one. This one was larger, and he proceeded to shoot me a bunch more times with that one. He started laughing like crazy, and I got up and I started to dodge the Nerf bullets. I was trying to get away, but I couldn't really dodge all of them. I told Tommy to stop, but he just kept shooting me and laughing. When he finally ran out of bullets with that Nerf gun, I told him to stop again, and I said that we should do something else. He then said okay, and I felt relieved to finally be doing something else other than getting shot with a Nerf gun. He put his Nerf gun away in the box, as there were like 100 bullets littered around his floor now. But then, in the same motion, he took out this Nerf sword from the box. I thought to myself, oh no, here we go. He then came up to me and started whacking me with it. And the sword was made of like plastic or whatever, so it didn't really hurt that bad. But it did hurt, and he was whacking me like as hard as he could. He would make sound effects and was also just laughing. He even hit me in the face a few times, and I tried to shield myself. I was so mad, but I knew that I wouldn't stand a chance trying to fight Tommy. He was a lot bigger than me. I also knew that he had me outmatched in weapons, clearly. I started yelling loudly for him to stop. He did finally, and he told me to shut up and stop being a baby. I was wondering if his parents heard us, and I wondered where they even were. I really wanted them to come in and stop Tommy from just using me for target practice. Tommy then walked away with his sword and put it back in the same toy box. Then he reached into it again, and this time he pulled out a Nerf slingshot. I was so mad when I saw it. I thought to myself, no, we're not doing this again. So I turned and I just ran for the door and left his room. I sprinted down the hallway. I heard Tommy come running after me. As I sprinted for his front door, a ball from the slingshot went shooting past my head. Of course, Tommy's parents were nowhere to be seen. I went for the front door and I left. I then sprinted down the driveway and into the street. I didn't stop running until I had made it all the way back to my street. Then I walked back to my house and went inside. My parents asked me what I was doing home, and I told them. I said Tommy was crazy and I never wanted to hang out with him again. I don't really remember what happened after that. I think my parents had to have called Tommy's parents, but I don't remember the outcome. I do know that I never saw Tommy again after that. He didn't go to my school or anything, and I'm glad. It still makes me mad when I think back to it. He was just using me for target practice, and if I had stayed there, I have no idea how many other Nerf weapons he would have took out of that toy box. Sometimes I wish I had punched Tommy in the face. In the end though, I'm just glad that I left when I did. This happened in the summer of 2020. I was 20 years old at the time and had gone on a trip to Moab, Utah with my best friend since high school, Kendall.
We had last minute joined her family's trip celebrating her sister's high school graduation. We lived a few hours by car from Moab, which had just reopened after being closed to the public due to COVID. They had plans to go skydiving and we were excited to tag along. Our plan was to drive separately, stay the night on the couch of her family's Airbnb, then go skydiving with them, and then stay the last night at a small cabin in a campground right outside of town, just the two of us as our added adventure. We had never been on a trip as adults staying on our own and were excited to have the independence. We had a great trip down there as well as a fun first night with Kendall's family. We all went skydiving in the morning early. After Kendall and I had a huge adrenaline rush, we decided to go for a hike to the watering hole. There we explored and even did a small cliff jump into the water. By the end of the day, we were exhausted physically from our activities and from the rush and now drop of adrenaline. We had checked into our campground, which was about 10 miles from the town. There was a general store at the mouth of the property with somewhat unfriendly older cashiers to check us in, but we didn't think much of it. The campground was made of different sections for tents, RVs, and small cabins. When I say small cabins, I mean room for 2 twin beds and a chair and hardly anything else. We stayed in one of those. Like I said, Moab had just reopened to tourists, so besides us, we saw one other family of 3 staying in the entire campground. We also noticed that we didn't have cell phone signal at the camp. By nightfall, we could hardly move our bodies, we were so sore, and we spent about an hour in camp chairs under the stars drinking. We decided to call it a night and grabbed our lantern to head to the communal bathrooms to wash our faces. We made our way to the bathrooms, giggling through the pitch dark with our light. We reached the hut that held the 4 separate bathrooms. Each had a shower directly across from the door and a toilet and sink against one side wall. We swung the door open, eager to get out of the dark, and flipped the light switch on. I entered the room first and immediately stopped in my tracks. Kendall stopped in the doorway. We were both silent. There was something off. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like an intense feeling that something was wrong. We started forward at the shower, which had the curtain half down closed. There was some kind of short stepping stool in the middle of the shower with the front 2 legs poking out from behind the curtain. My eyes started to rise, and I could just make out the faint silhouette of a person standing on the stool behind the thin curtain. We stood there frozen in shock, confusion, and disbelief. We were trying to figure out without getting any closer if there was really a person behind the shower curtain or if we were seeing something else. Suddenly, Kendall pointed at something, and I looked to my right where the sink was. Propped on the sink against the mirror was an iPhone with the screen facing us. The camera was out and recording. That snapped us out of our trance, and we both turned around and basically ran back for our cabin. We locked the door and tried to figure out what we had just walked into. We couldn't call anybody because we didn't have any signal, and this was our first time staying somewhere new on our own. We had been drinking, and we didn't feel confident that either of us could drive through the rocks and sharp turns and make it back to the highway. We turned the lights off because I couldn't get the image out of my head of somebody looking through the small window on the door leading to our cabin. We were all alone in this campground, completely exhausted physically from our skydive and hiking. I know it sounds dumb, but at the time we were so confused and tired, we just decided to go to sleep and leave the first thing in the morning. We pushed our beds together and laid there in the dark in silence. I started to think about the staff who worked at the campground and if they, knowing it was almost empty, had been the one in the bathroom or if we were just mistaken in what we saw. About 10 minutes into laying there, Kendall said, "You know what's weird?" I froze, waiting to hear something to add to this horrible situation. She told me about earlier when she had gone to take a shower. She explained that she just looked up and saw blinking blue light in the vent above the shower. We left in the morning and never spoke any about it again. Honestly, I know we didn't handle the situation well. If it were to happen to us today, there's no way we wouldn't have reported it. But we were young and scared, and we didn't know how to process what was happening. I used to work night shifts at this large manufacturing facility. The night shift consisted of a very small crew, including 5 security workers and 5 of us doing administration and packing. As administration staff, I sat with security as they'd switch between patrolling and monitoring the cameras. It was usually silent and boring. One night near Halloween, I was halfway into my shift on my lunch hour break. It was chilly, and I went to my car to grab my bigger jacket and have a smoke break. I was right outside the back door where this fence is closest to the building. It's maybe 10 yards off the back door.
The only light was motion activated, and I had to keep making grand arm movements to keep it on. It's all grass and shadows up to the fence, and the light doesn't really hit that far. I was watching videos on my phone, and the light went out from a lack of motion. I sat in the dark a bit, sipping my coffee and finishing my cigarette. As I was finishing, I reached up and waved to activate the light to find the ashtray, but as the light flickered on, I heard a noise on the fence across from me. We do get some animals out there, and they could get startled, but as I stood up, I heard the fence keep slightly jiggling. When I looked up, I didn't see much. The light didn't really illuminate much outside its circle on the ground. My first thought was to say hello, which I did in a questioning tone. When I spoke, the sound stopped for a moment. I squinted into the darkness trying to adjust, but it was hard with the light on. However, once the light turned off again, the light from the moon had a little bit more effect lighting up the area. The fence started jiggling again. As my eyes adjusted better, I saw movement. It looked like a person opposite me at the fence fidgeting with the links. I thought this must be a kid just trying to spook us. Maybe they were going to break in and explore, which some kids had done before without knowing the building never closed. But it wasn't common, and this was one person, alone. I was worried, so I radioed to desk security with my walkie-talkie. I informed security that we had a visitor outside the fence on the north end of the building. I've seen the monitors of camera feed, and I know this area is totally covered by cameras. They would be able to check the fence clearly. My walkie beeped back, and the security guy said, "We aren't reading any movement at the fence. Is it in the tree line?" I responded back no, and they were fiddling with the fence right in front of me. The next events all happened so fast. Security didn't even have the chance to reply to me when from the fence, I heard this massively louder thrash of the lynx, and all I saw was a figure full-on sprinting at me. I spilled my coffee all over as I rushed back inside the building. I pushed myself inside and held the knob in place, trying to keep the deadbolt in place. The knob was flicking down hard against my hold. I could hear and feel something moving against the opposite side of the door. By the time security got down to me, I had the deadbolt in place, and the knob of the door was still now. I didn't understand why the security workers weren't taking me seriously while I explained the story, until I saw the playback from the cameras. It was just me outside. There was nothing there. I immediately thought this was a big prank on me, but everyone else genuinely thought that I was the one fooling them. Upon watching the footage a second time more closely, however, we noticed the way the door handle kept moving even when I removed my hand from it. Both the inside camera and outside caught it. We also noticed right before I panicked and turned to run inside, the fence made a slight jolt as if it was pushed. There were no holes in the fence or any kind of cuts made where somebody could squeeze through. There were no creepy shadows or unexplained wisps of smoke or light or movement besides those. Nobody there wanted to admit anything happened to me. Everyone came up with logical explanations like it was tricks of the moonlight, an overactive imagination, or too much coffee. I didn't want to argue about it. They already thought that I was being weird about it. I went about finishing my shift, but nobody used the back door again that night, and it remained locked. The longest employed security employee was finishing up his shift at the desk with me in the office that night. A few minutes before clocking out, he cleared his throat and told me, "I never really liked that north end. It feels like someone's eyes are always on me." It's honestly the most he's ever said to me in the years plus I worked there, the most I ever heard him say. I felt like the statement held even more weight from that alone. I worked there another 7 months and never had another incident. I never actually went out there again though. I stopped smoking, took my breaks out in the lobby, or wasted time chatting with coworkers. I made any excuse not to go out by that door again. I've never before or since had any moments where I felt like my imagination got the better of me, and I truly believe that wasn't the case here. I keep thinking back to that door handle jerking down when I was not touching it anymore. That had to be proof I wasn't imagining the whole thing.
It was almost 1 a.m. one night, and I was out doing DoorDash deliveries in the late night hours. It had been a quiet night, just a few orders here and there. I had dropped an order at an address not too far from me, and everything seemed alright. The house had been dark when I pulled up, and I dropped off the food at the door, took a picture, and left. I eventually got another delivery soon after. It was a Taco Bell order, but when I looked closer, I noticed the address was the same one I had just been to. It struck me as odd. mainly because I don't usually see repeat deliveries like that, especially back to back. But I figured they were still hungry and I accepted the order. When I got to the address, it was still dark. The building looked more like a converted apartment complex than a house, with stairs going up on either side of the front. I had already made one delivery here, so I figured it would be easy. This time, however, the directions were to hand the order to the customer directly with special instructions to come to the upstairs door. I immediately got a bad feeling. Why would somebody order 2 small meals from 2 different places, especially so late at night, and pay double delivery fees when the restaurants were like 40 feet apart? That seemed off to me, but I shrugged it off, figuring maybe I was overthinking things. Still, I decided to approach the house cautiously. I decided not to climb the stairs to the upstairs door, and instead peeked through one of the first floor windows. I could see a muted TV flickering on in the living room, and a candle burning on a table. The whole place looked empty, but I could tell there was someone inside. The phone on the end table buzzed when I sent a text saying I had arrived with the order. Nobody came to answer the door on the lower level, or go check the phone on the table. I had a weird sense of urgency building up, and honestly, I felt like I should just leave. I set the food down on the steps by the door on the first level, since I didn't feel safe heading up the stairs to the second level. I quickly took the required picture of proof of delivery and turned around to go back to my car. As I walked away, I heard a man's voice from inside the building that sort of yelled, "Hurry up, she's leaving." Something about the voice sent a chill down my spine. I didn't wait around. I ran the rest of the way back to my car and locked the doors. I put the car in reverse and started to back out, but my car's position was all wrong. I had to make a weird 3-point turn to get out. As I maneuvered my way out of there, I glanced back towards the house. 2 figures were standing in the window, looking out at me. They were big, but it was too dark to make out details. It wasn't a good feeling. One of the downstairs doors was slightly ajar, I also noticed. I don't know why, but that seemed important. I wasn't one to get paranoid easy, but everything about that situation felt wrong. Why would someone leave a note asking for me to come upstairs when they had just ordered food a few minutes ago to the downstairs door? Why had nobody answered the door? And why did one of those guys inside yell out that I was leaving? It seemed like a setup, with maybe a person at each level of the house. I had a bad feeling that if I went up the stairs to the second floor to make the delivery, I would have been trapped with someone coming from the lower level and following me up. I had to call DoorDash support to let them know what happened. Thankfully, they took me seriously and would mark the location as unsafe in their system. From now on, if I get a delivery to that house or even near it, I'm going to decline it.
I've always been good friends with one of my cousins, Cole, who's the same age as I am. The 2 of us are close, and we always did get along very well together and were often found together both in school and outside of it. When we were 12 and in the 6th grade, I was hanging out with Cole one Friday afternoon around the later part of May. We were psyched for the start of the weekend. We wound up at his house since he didn't live that far from me. At one point, my mom called to say that our grandpa was in the hospital. While the issue with our grandpa wasn't expected to be life-threatening, he was kept at the hospital overnight for observation. So both my parents and Cole's parents were planning on staying with him and Grandma at the hospital. I was told that I was going to stay at Cole's house for the night, with Cole's 15-year-old brother Hunter being in charge while our parents were out. We ordered out for pizza and enjoyed our night. At around 9 or so, there was a knock at the front door, and Cole went to answer it. I was a bit curious as to who it could be at that time of night, and so I watched from a ways back. At the door were 2 older guys. They said that they were with the city and they had been investigating reports about the water pressure supposedly being bad in the neighborhood. They asked Cole if his parents were home, and Cole said they were unavailable at the moment. The guys started asking a bunch of questions about how the water pressure was in the house and if they could come inside to check. Hunter came over at that point and politely told the guys that the water pressure was fine and perhaps they should move on to check out other homes in the neighborhood. The guys seemed reluctant to leave, but turned and walked away after Hunter started closing the door. After the door was shut, we looked at each other and shrugged, but didn't think too much of it after that and went back to what we were doing. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. Cole and Hunter shared a bedroom, and we all agreed that I would sleep in there with them rather than me sleeping on the couch or something like that. They climbed into their beds, and I quickly crawled into the sleeping bag that they had given me. After talking for a while about random stuff, we eventually fell asleep. Early the next morning, I got up because I had to pee, so I quietly got out of the sleeping bag and went and did my business in the bathroom. On the way back to the bedroom, I heard something in the family room. This was at the opposite end of the house from the bedrooms and the bathroom that I was using. I didn't pay too much attention to it at the time, thinking it must be Cole or Hunter, until I got back to the bedroom and I realized that they were both still in there. Trying not to panic, I woke them and told them that I thought someone was in the house. They quietly followed me, and the moment we walked into the family room, we saw two guys from the night before in there, and it was rather clear that they were robbing the place. One of them started moving towards us as he pulled out a wicked-looking knife. The three of us promptly raced to the front door and somehow managed to get it unlocked and open, and we fled outside. As luck would have it, a cop was driving by at that particular moment. We quickly flagged him down and told him about the guys in the house. The cop called for backup, and within a couple of minutes several other cops were there and they proceeded to enter the house, and after some searching they caught the two guys. The cops figured that the two guys must have entered from a window in the laundry room that had a broken latch. They had probably targeted our house because while it wasn't empty, they'd probably realized that there were no adults there, and they figured that if we discovered them, we could be more easily dealt with than adults. It was a bold move by the robbers that they ended up paying for. Last year, I went shopping at a really large mall. It was a weekend, so it was very crowded and tons of other people were there. In some areas, it was hard to even walk through the walkways because it was so crowded. I was there for a few hours and did a decent amount of shopping. However, in the time that I was there, I was pickpocketed. At least, I'm like 90% sure that I was. I would always keep my wallet just inside of my back pocket, which was a terrible habit. Habits are hard to break though, but I obviously don't do that anymore. So anyways, I just know that when I left the mall, I realized that I did not have my wallet anymore, and despite me keeping it in a bad spot, it had never fallen out before when I sat down or anything. After realizing that I didn't have it, I quickly canceled my credit cards. Then I looked everywhere that I could think to look. There was really no use though. Surely somebody would have picked it up. And even if nobody did, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. I was disappointed, but luckily I didn't have much cash in the wallet and nobody had used my cards yet. I thought that I would never get it back, and so when I was home, I started ordering new credit cards. I also looked into getting a new driver's license. I was pretty disappointed, but what could I do about it now? However, late that night, I got a text from a random number I did not recognize. The text said, "Meet me tomorrow night at 11 p.m. and bring $100 cash to get wallet back." It also had an address which turned out to be a park near the city a ways away. I texted back asking who this was and where they had got my wallet. They didn't respond though. I wasn't sure what I should do. Had they stolen my wallet or found it? I was pretty sure that they had stolen it. I considered getting the police involved, but I figured that I couldn't prove that this person stole it and not just found it. The fact that they wanted me to bring $100 really made me mad though. After thinking about it, I decided that I would go and meet with them at the park. But I told my friend Marty about it, and he agreed to go with me to get my wallet at the park. I didn't know what to expect, but being asked to meet at 11 o'clock at night in a park sure seemed sketchy. I really wanted to get my wallet back though. So the next night we drove to the park and got there at around 11. I had never been to that park before. It was a parking lot off a quiet road surrounded by woods. Then there were a few trails, but it was super dark out now. When I arrived, nobody else was in the parking lot. Marty and I sat in the car waiting. At 11 p.m. sharp, I got another text from the number. It said, "Exit your vehicle and take the left path for a quarter mile." This seemed even more sketchy to me. For some reason though, I got out of the car. I just really wanted my wallet back. I had the $100 cash and Marty stayed in the car. So I began walking down the path to the left. It was literally pitch dark and I could barely see anything. I made it about 100 yards down the trail when I felt my phone vibrating. It was not another text from the number though, but it was a call from Marty. I picked it up. I heard Marty telling me to get back to the car now. Then I heard off in the distance tons of honking coming from a car horn. I also heard a car driving. I turned around and ran back to the parking lot. By the time I got there, I just barely saw an SUV driving off down the quiet road. I saw Marty in the car waving me over, still parked in the same spot. I quickly went back inside the car. Marty explained to me what had happened. He said that when I was a ways down the path, this SUV pulled into the parking lot. He saw at least 3 guys in it, and he claimed that he was sure he saw one of them brandishing a gun. They pulled up and parked a few spaces away. Marty figured that I was in trouble to get jumped, or maybe worse, so he started honking the car horn like crazy. This actually scared them off. I figured they thought Marty was me, and seeing how he was still in the car and making a bunch of noise, they wouldn't be able to rob him. If Marty had not been there, these guys would have ambushed me alone on the dark trail. Now, I know a lot of people will say that I'm stupid. Why would anybody meet a random person alone in a park at 11 p.m. on a random trail in the woods? And you're right, it was stupid, and I deserve all the crap that I get for it. But I was much younger, and I've certainly learned from the experience. At least I had the thought to bring a friend, which ended up saving me. Hopefully this can teach anybody listening to always be prepared in any situation. Many years ago, I worked at McDonald's for a few months. This was way back when I had recently graduated from high school and was attending a local junior college. I was living with my parents and driving to and from school as well as work. We lived in kind of a small town. It was quiet and calm, and not too many crazy things happened. McDonald's was one of the few businesses that we did have in our town. When I worked there, mostly I would be behind the counter taking people's orders, and usually I would work a shift in the afternoon until late at night. The McDonald's was open for 24 hours back then that I worked at, but I would get off of work at 11 because I was in school. And we didn't need quite as many people working in the overnight hours. The McDonald's never really got that busy. We would get customers at the busy hours, but I don't recall it ever being super crazy. After I worked the job for a few months, I was in a routine of work. I would work a few nights a week, typically getting off at 11. At that time, it would usually be very quiet. When I got off of work, I started to notice this one car in the parking lot with the engine always running and the lights on. It was a 4-door sedan, maybe 15 years old or so, nothing really standing out about it. I couldn't tell who was driving, but never really looked that hard. I just remember leaving for work a few times and seeing it each time. It wasn't a coworker because I would have known who it was. At one time, I sat in my car and texted a few people before leaving, so I was there for a few minutes. The driver never got out or anything. At times, I would get out a little early at maybe 10:45 and the car would be there. Or if I stayed a little late till like 11:15, the car was also there. It was there every time that I got off of work for like 2 weeks in a row. It was something that I always forgot about though. I would only really remember or think about it when I got off of work and noticed it again. I was curious and it seemed sort of odd, but then I would just drive home and forget about it. I thought maybe it was somebody just on a break at their job that was maybe not far away. Who knows? But then, one time, the car was there like normal. When I left for work though, the car followed me. It drove the whole way back home to my parents' house, which was like 10 minutes, but a few streets before mine, it turned off. It freaked me out a little, but it didn't follow me all the way home. Then, like the next 3 or 4 times that I got off of work, the same exact thing happened. No matter when I left, the car would leave right after me, follow me for most of the way, and then turn at the same spot before my house. I told myself maybe this person just lives sort of by me, but why would they always leave right after me? It was creeping me out quite a bit. Then, one night, I got off like usual. It was around 11 p.m. I left the McDonald's and walked out to my car. This time, I saw the creepy car was parked right next to mine. Normally, it was parked at least 5 spaces away and in the same general spot. I wouldn't always park in the exact same place either, because when I would arrive at work, sometimes the McDonald's would be busy. But this was the same general area. This car was always at least a few spaces away from me and had never been next to me. But tonight, it was parked right there, and this freaked me out even more. Still, I tried to ignore it. I got into my car and didn't look at the other one. Then I started the engine. After that, I drove away. Right when I did, the car left too. It followed me all the way back. However, this time, it did not turn at its usual place. It followed me all the way to my parents' house. When I arrived back, I pulled onto the side of the road out front. I was afraid to pull into the driveway knowing that it would take longer. I just parked, got out, and sprinted for the house. I ran inside and made it. When I looked back, the car was pulling over too, but at least nobody was getting out. I instantly found my parents and told my dad about it. He went over to the front door and the car was now parked out front of our house. My dad walked right outside towards the car. However, before he got halfway to it, the car very quickly drove away. The next time that I worked was several nights later. When I got to work that night, I brought it up to a few coworkers. I asked them if they had any idea who drove that car. None of them had any clue as to what I was talking about, though. That night, when I was working behind the counter at probably about 10 p.m., things were very quiet. Nobody was in the restaurant until I saw the doors open and a man walked in. From what I remember, he looked to be in his 40s, was somewhat short but large, and had a slight beard and was balding. He walked up to me and I got ready to take his order. However, when I asked how I could help him, he just said, "Tell your dad that he's a coward." Then he turned around and calmly walked away. He left the McDonald's, and at first I was so confused that I didn't say anything. Then, after he had left, I realized that it had to be the guy from the car. I quickly went to the back and told a coworker. We went out into the parking lot and just barely saw the guy driving away. It was the same car. My manager heard about the whole thing and she let me leave early. I didn't see the car at all. After that, I was given 2 weeks off. When I returned to work, the car never showed up again. I also never saw it at my house either. That's something that still gives me the creeps every time I think back to it. I used to work at Walmart many years ago. This was about 10 years back now, and I was much younger at the time. It was one of my first jobs, and overall it was okay. What I mostly did in my time at Walmart was to push the carts in the parking lot. This job might seem easy, but it actually got pretty tough sometimes. For one, I lived in a climate that got pretty cold, and I would be outside in the winter. But also, so many people shopped at the Walmart and used the carts that it was hard to otherwise keep up. The other workers that would push carts would always call in, and I would be stuck all by myself in the whole parking lot. At my Walmart, there was also some crazy drivers, which made pushing a bunch of carts in at once a challenge. Still, I feel like I did a pretty good job most of the time. One of the other problems that we had sometimes, though, was that people would not put the carts back where they belong. There were a good number of cart returns. Sometimes they would fill up and overflow, and other times people would just not put the carts back and leave them scattered around the parking lot. And even occasionally sometimes people would steal the carts. So one night I was out in the parking lot working. The weather was nice, so that was good. I was working until like 10 p.m. or something like that. At around 9 o'clock, things were pretty quiet. There were not as many customers at the store anymore, and I had just gotten the carts full again. So now I had a little more time, and I was going around the parking lot and getting the stray carts. I collected several from one side of the lot and then went to the other. When I was at the east side of the lot, which was generally the quieter side, I saw a man pushing a cart. However, the cart that the man was pushing was empty, and he was at the far back corner of the parking lot starting to go off the property. I was wondering if he was going to steal the cart. He didn't look homeless at all or anything, and again, nothing was in the cart, so I wasn't sure what he was doing. I started to walk over towards the man. He kept going and was soon off of our property. He went into a parking lot that was next to ours for some other business that was closed by now. In that parking lot, it was almost completely empty, but there were a few cars scattered around. There was also a U-Haul type truck that was parked there. The man kept going towards the truck. When I had finally caught up to him, I called out to the man. I asked him what he was doing with the cart. The man completely ignored me and kept going. When he made it to the truck, another man got out from the driver's seat of it. He met the other guy, and then right in front of me, as if I wasn't even there, they went around and opened the back of the truck. I asked what was going on, and the men glanced over at me, but I was once again ignored. Then they lifted the cart into the truck, which I could see had some other junk in it. After that, I yelled at them to stop and said that they couldn't do that. The men looked over, but still ignored me. I was angry now and felt disrespected. I started walking over to them, and they shut the door to the back of the truck, and then started walking to the front of it. I got in their way, and they kind of shoved me. When this happened, I thought about trying to fight them, but I thought better of it. I went back to the other end of the truck, and then tried to open the back door to get the cart, but it was locked. Then they started to reverse the truck, nearly hitting me, and I just barely got out of the way on time. They quickly drove off and were gone. It was very weird. I didn't know what on earth had just happened. I went back to the Walmart and just kept getting carts after that. When my shift was over, I reported the stolen cart to my boss, who said, "Yeah, you win some, you lose some. Tonight you lost." Something about the guys who stole the carts, though, seemed really strange. How did they just completely ignore me? And why did they even want to steal a shopping cart in the first place? For the most part, though, I decided to forget it. I kept on working at Walmart. A few nights later, though, I was working again. It became another quiet night similar to the one before. I was walking around the parking lot and collecting carts towards the end of my shift again. Then I saw that same type of U-Haul truck. Of course, I didn't know for sure if this was the same one as before or not. There are probably many trucks that look just like that around. Still, I was curious. The truck was parked in the far back corner of the parking lot at the end row pretty much by itself. As I walked over there, I decided that I would go and see. I got closer and closer and then approached the truck. I was heading for the passenger side front window. As soon as I got within maybe 5 feet, I could see the same two guys were inside. The truck suddenly took off, very quickly driving away. It was the same truck with the same guys, but what were they doing just sitting there? Were they planning to steal another shopping cart? I'm not sure. After that, I didn't see those guys again, so maybe they went to a different Walmart to steal carts from. I'm not sure, but it was pretty strange. I went to Walmart really early one morning at about 6:30 a.m. For those who don't know, most Walmarts open at 6 o'clock in the morning, so I was going there at a good time because the store probably wouldn't be that busy yet. This was before work for me and not too long after I got up. When I went inside the store, indeed it was pretty quiet. There were a good amount of workers though. As I made my way around the store, I was not there for that long, but I was there long enough to see this one guy who struck me as pretty strange. Because I remember as I was walking past some aisles, the guy was walking towards me from the other way. When he got closer, I could see that not only was he not wearing any shoes, but he had these really wide eyes. It was like he was opening them as wide as he possibly could. He was not looking at me at first, but when I got closer, he started to look at me. It just looked very strange. Other than that, the guy had sort of long blondish colored hair and was wearing a black t-shirt and black pants. He kept his eyes on me as I passed, and I looked away. I started shopping around for what I needed and hoped that I wouldn't see the guy again. However, when I was leaving the aisle to walk away, I saw him again. This time he was walking back in the direction that he had originally come from. He did basically the same thing as before and was staring at me with really wide eyes. Overall, the guy just looked very unsettling. Maybe he was on drugs or something. I left the Walmart and then went back home before going to work. As the day went on, I forgot about the strange man. Obviously, I didn't think I would ever see him again. Now, I can't remember why, but I had to go to Walmart again that night. I must have forgot to buy something the first time that I was there or something. Maybe the guy had creeped me out and caused me to forget. I just know that I went back to that Walmart that same night at like 9 or 10 o'clock. It was pretty late. I was just getting like one thing. When I was inside there though, I saw the same man again. He was wearing exactly the same thing, including no shoes. He walked down the same aisle that I was in with the same wide eyes. I was so shocked to see him again and also creeped out that I just left. I stopped what I was doing, put back what I was going to get, and just walked right out of the store. I haven't been back to Walmart since. A few years ago in the wintertime, I was at home. It was nighttime and I had gotten home from work a few hours prior. It was extremely cold, well below freezing. I was cozy though, and on the couch in the living room with a heated blanket and some hot chocolate. I was watching a movie and it was very relaxing. However, my relaxing night was interrupted. Out of nowhere, I heard a knock on my front door. I got up from the couch and walked over to the door. When I got there, I saw a man who looked very cold standing there. He was not wearing a coat, and I could see he appeared to be shivering. Still, I did not recognize him. I didn't really want to answer the door, but for some reason, I did. I opened it, and the man started talking immediately. He said right away that he was sorry for knocking on my door so late, and he didn't want to seem sketchy. Then he said that his girlfriend lived down the street, and she had just kicked him out. Apparently, he didn't have a car or a ride, and was literally freezing, so he came to my door. The guy told me that he already called his friend to pick him up, but he couldn't stand to be outside anymore. He was wondering if he could wait just inside my front door to get out of the cold. I wish that I would have said no, and I know it was stupid, but I said yes. I feel foolish about it. I should have known better than to let a random man into my house at night. But his story was very convincing, and if I said no, I would feel like a jerk. I didn't want him to get hypothermia or frostbite out there because of me. When I said yes, at first the man seemed very grateful and nice. He said that he wouldn't track dirt into my house and would just stand right by the front door the whole time. I stood a little ways away and asked him how far out his friend was. The man told me maybe 5 to 10 minutes. I felt better knowing that it shouldn't be very long. For the next bit of time, it was pretty awkward. On one hand, I had so many questions, but on the other hand, I didn't want to ask. Like, why did his girlfriend kick him out, and who exactly was his girlfriend? I mean, I knew some of my neighbors, but I didn't really know most of them that well. And did he live with her, or was he just visiting? I figured he didn't want to talk about that though, so I tried to just make some small talk about the weather. I said, "Boy, it's cold out there." The man with a red, frozen-looking face said, "I know," with a small laugh. Then we just kind of stood there looking around. He was mostly looking out the window towards the street, and I was standing on the edge of the living room also looking out the window, just hoping that his friend would get there soon. Then, finally, at last, I saw headlights and a car coming down the street. The car then pulled over to the side of the road. The man said that was his friend. I felt a wave of relief come over me, and I expected the man to leave my house finally and go back outside. But he didn't. He just kept standing there and watching the car that had already parked. I wanted to say, "So, you can leave my house now," but I didn't. A short time later, and I heard someone approaching the door. It must have been his friend, but I didn't know why on earth his friend would come to my door. And that's when everything changed. The man inside opened the door, and then not one friend, but 2 men entered my house. I was very confused to say the least. The 3 men then started to approach me. I knew at that point that I had made a massive mistake by letting this guy in my house. One of the guys demanded my cell phone and asked where it was. It was in my pocket, but I said I didn't know where it was in a panic. He yelled at me, and another guy grabbed my arms. Then, one of the men literally grabbed my phone from my pocket. When they got my phone, the guy sort of let me go. I'm not sure what they were planning to do, but without hesitation, I sprinted for the door. I quickly ran out and left my house. The men did not chase after me. In fact, after I made it out the door, they closed the inner door and I heard them lock it. I ran through the front yard and I sprinted for my next door neighbor's house. I was just hoping that they would be home and awake and able to help me. I ran all the way there and I didn't even feel cold from the adrenaline. As I got to the door, I loudly banged on it. Thankfully, my neighbor answered pretty quickly and he recognized me. He let me inside and called the police. I waited there for them to arrive and it took roughly 10 minutes. When the cops got there though, the men were gone. Their car was gone as well. In my house, several valuable items were stolen, but overall it wasn't too messed up. I was mostly just glad that I got out of there. I gave my best description of the men and their car. I'm not sure if they were ever found though. I was about 16 at the time, living at home deep in the mountains at my family's home. I frequently walked in the woods surrounding my home, but never really went that far out, either out of lack of curiosity or simply because I was lazy. One evening, I decided to take a flashlight and walk as far as I comfortably could into the valley behind my property. There are many deer, bears, and other animals near where I live, so I also brought some bear spray with me. I was about 25 minutes, maybe more, into my walk when I started to get an uneasy feeling like I was incredibly vulnerable or that I wasn't alone. I shrugged it off because I probably wasn't alone. I mean, there's a lot of wildlife in the forest, so it's not like I can just expect to be alone. I neared the creek that flowed around the property and I noticed some garbage. There were some pots and pans next to the water, as well as what looked like a tattered sleeping bag and some shoes. I didn't think much of it and I continued my walk, thinking about it every now and then and wondering if somebody was camping out near our house. It was almost completely dark by now, so I turned around and began to walk home. I kept glancing over my shoulder back towards the creek, worried that somebody might be behind me. About 5 or 6 minutes of walking in the pitch black, and I heard some branches snap a little ways behind me. My blood ran cold, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I turned around and spent a minute just shining my flashlight in every direction, wondering if a deer or even a bear was following me. Once I felt sure that nothing was there, I kept on walking. Not even a minute later, I heard running footsteps trampling behind me. I didn't even turn to look and see what it was or who was there. I just began running as fast as I could. I'm pretty sure I called out, pleading with whatever it was or whoever it was to stop. I desperately sprinted through the trees, trying to keep my flashlight pointed forward so I didn't trip or fall. I kept hearing footsteps stomping behind me and branches being snapped off the trees violently. I heard pained grunting and what sounded like someone violently growling. I began crying out of fear. I heard one loud growl or scream right behind me as whatever it was seemed to have fallen or slipped up, and I kept sprinting and never dared to look back. I eventually stopped hearing the running behind me. Once I made it to my property line, I saw the light of the house in the distance ahead of me, and I turned to see if I was still being followed. What I saw still torments me even now. A freakishly tall man standing about 100 yards away from me with my flashlight barely illuminating him. He was wearing what looked like a tattered hoodie and no pants. I stood there for a moment, struck with fear, waiting to see if he would move. As I was about to turn away and run the last stretch to my house, he started sprinting viciously towards me. By vicious, I mean he was almost on all fours, using the trees to propel himself further, grabbing at the ground, lunging towards me. I let out a scream and ducked under my fence and sprinted as fast as I could back to my house. By the time I got there, I was completely out of breath, my throat hurt, and my knees were sore. I shined the light back towards the woods and saw the man at my fence waving at me, his tall, slender figure towering above the fence. I quickly made my way inside and locked all the doors. I woke my dad up and told him what happened. I don't remember exactly what he did about it, if he called the cops or just let it be, but I don't think anyone else ever saw the guy again. I still never go out into the woods alone or any time near dark, and I certainly stay away from the creek. I don't know if he's still out there. Hopefully he packed up the camp, which I assumed was his, and moved on. This happened many years ago now, but it's something that I will never forget. It was in the early 2000s, and at the time I was a young single mother with 2 sons aged 7 and 4. There was a new video game system that my sons had been talking about all year, mainly my older son. I was planning to get it for them for Christmas, but I didn't have a whole lot of money to spend. For Black Friday, the local Walmart was having a huge sale, and the video game system was one of the things that was on sale. I knew that it was a great opportunity for me to buy it, and I made plans to go to Walmart. So for Thanksgiving, we stayed at my parents' house, and that allowed me to get up early and go shopping by myself the next day. Walmart opened at 6 a.m. that year on Black Friday, I believe, so I got up before the crack of dawn and drove there. When I arrived, the store had not opened yet, and it was still completely dark outside. However, the parking lot was packed, and I had to park sort of at the back of it. There were people lined up outside the store and walking to the front from the parking lot. I had never seen it like this before. I walked up to the store and got as close as I could, but I was still behind a bunch of people in line. I had only got there about 5 minutes before they opened. Camping out in a tent overnight or something like that wasn't really an option for me. I hoped that I would still have enough time to get the video games, and I felt confident about it. Soon enough, I remember hearing the crowd cheer and the doors opened. I watched countless people run inside the store and inched closer with the people that I was near. About a minute went by before I was able to enter. By the time I got inside the store, there were literally people everywhere. I remember that the electronics department was at the back of the store, so I tried to walk as quick as I could, but there were so many people that it took forever. By the time I made it there, I looked around for the video games. Unfortunately, they were gone. I looked around the electronics department for at least 10 or 20 minutes. I was just hoping that I would find it or that there would be one somewhere, but it seemed as though it had sold out. Finally, there was an employee available to talk to, and he told me that they didn't have any left. I was very disappointed. I decided to try another store to see if maybe they had a similar deal. I hadn't really looked in all the advertisements in the paper the day before because I had been banking on Walmart to work out. I was surprised just how fast the video games sold. So I left the Walmart store and the mob of people. I walked through the parking lot back to my car. However, when I got near it, I saw something strange. There was a guy with a large SUV and the back of it was open. He was standing there selling electronics out of the back of his car. He was parked at the way back of the parking lot, kind of in the corner where there was actually a little bit of space. I saw a couple of people standing around and talking to him, but there wasn't like a crowd or anything. When I realized this, it seemed kind of shady, but I thought that maybe there was a chance he had the video games that I wanted to buy. So I walked over to him. When I approached, I saw mostly other electronics, but I did see a few video games. When I walked up, he told me that he had stuff cheaper than they were selling inside. I asked him if he had any of the video game systems that I was looking for. He looked in the back of his SUV for a moment, which had a lot of stuff in it. There were boxes and wires and all kinds of stuff back there. He told me that he didn't have any with him at the moment, but he said that he did have some back at his shop, which was not far away. Now, the whole thing seemed sketchy, like I said. I didn't think this guy was supposed to be selling stuff, and Walmart would probably shut him down or call the cops on him. but I was angry for missing out after waking up at 6 a.m., so I didn't really care in the moment. I asked the guy where his shop was and what it was called. He said that it was his place, and he said that he would take me there quick. I was surprised to hear that. I thought maybe he would go back there and come back. I said that I could go to my car and just follow him, but he said no. He said that we could go there quick, and it was just down the road, and then he would drive me back to Walmart. The guy was bald, sort of strong looking, and had a bit of a beard. I told him okay, and then I went around and got into his car. This was a stupid idea to begin with, but at the moment it didn't seem that bad. The man got into the driver's seat and then started driving. He left the Walmart parking lot and turned onto a dark and quiet road. I told the man how crazy it was inside the store and how I really wanted to get the video games for my son. He said that he had several gaming systems and he would sell it to me for cheaper than the sale at Walmart. Aside from it seeming really sketchy, the guy did seem pretty nice. Things then went quiet in the car for the most part. He drove down that road and then turned. It was still dark out and I wasn't quite sure exactly where we were going. After we were driving down that road for at least more than 5 minutes, I started to get nervous. The guy made it sound like his shop wasn't that far away. After driving down the road for a while, he turned again. Then we went down that road for at least another 5 minutes. I no longer knew where we were anymore. I asked the guy how much farther away his place was. He just said that it wasn't much farther. Then he turned on this one road that was even quieter. I was getting a bad feeling that I should not have gotten into the car with the guy. We drove down this really quiet road for at least another 10 minutes. Now we were driving for close to half an hour. At that point, I just wanted to get out of there. Nobody was saying anything. I sensed a change in the guy's overall personality. I was now afraid to say anything. I felt like if I asked again, he would tell me that he was kidnapping me or something. The guy now almost seemed to be angry. We kept driving and came up to a red light. That was just what I wanted to see. It was this quiet intersection and there were really no other cars on the road. The area was more rural here, with woods off in the distance. As soon as the man stopped at the red light, I just grabbed the door handle. Thankfully, it opened. I jumped out of the guy's truck and just ran for it. He did not try to stop me. I went to the right in the intersection and noticed this small little gas station down the road. I saw the man's truck go straight, driving away from me. I went to the gas station and went inside. There I called my parents, who were able to come and get me. When they heard about what happened, they were just glad that I was okay. My parents and I ended up buying the video games for my son together that year at a higher price from another store. So I guess it all worked out, but I'm really glad that I got out of that guy's car when I did. I'm not sure where we were going. I should have never gotten the car to begin with. That guy was already being sketchy for selling stuff out of the back of his car in a Walmart parking lot. Two years ago, I went camping with my girlfriend. We had planned to go to this lake that was not really that far away. Surrounding the lake was a large amount of woods and trails, and some good places to camp. It was not an actual campground, but it was way out in the wilderness, and there was lots of places to camp out there. We had gone there once before, and it had went well that time. So we arrived at the lake and walked around with our backpacks looking for a good camping spot. We ended up going way off the trails and deep into the woods. We were way out in the wilderness, and we saw no one else the entire time that we were there. It was not a popular lake for hiking or picnics or whatever. This was a very quiet area, and that's the reason that we thought it would be great for camping. When we got to a little clearing deep in the woods, we set up camp. There wasn't much, but I had carried a small tent with me in my backpack. We had a little food and some other basic supplies. We then set the tent up and hung out for a little outside before going to bed. After we got into the tent and into our sleeping bags, we fell asleep rather quickly. I think we were tired from the long day of walking and being outdoors. I always sleep better when I'm outside all day. We also had a decent amount of experience camping and stuff, so it was never too hard to fall asleep. However, we were both woken up in the middle of the night. I just remember that it was completely pitch dark and I heard a noise outside the tent. Then I heard my girlfriend wake up and whisper to me asking what the noise was. To me, I figured that it was probably an animal. It sounded like it was just inside of the woods off the clearing. The sound was of leaves crunching, tree branches moving, and the ground being disturbed from somebody walking on it. But I quickly realized that the only animal this could be was a bear. It was far too large to be a deer or anything else, and we were not in moose country. This was known to be an area with bears. If not that, the only other explanation was that it was a human. But in my mind, it was more logical to be a bear than a human. Because like I mentioned before, we were way out there in the middle of the wilderness, not even remotely close to an area where people were. We were a good 30-minute hike off the path in this quiet park. The chances of somebody else being all the way out here was extremely slim in my mind. So I stayed lying there listening to the sounds. I couldn't quite tell what it was. The footsteps sort of got closer, and I reached under my pillow for the bear spray. But it was then that I started to think that this didn't quite sound like a bear. It really sounded more like a human. I wasn't quite certain though. Whoever or whatever it was walked a short ways towards our camp in the clearing. Then they stopped. We heard nothing for a good 30 seconds. But that silence was broken with this really creepy laughing sound. It was one of the creepiest sounds I've ever heard in my life. The laughing was of a man, seemingly insane or else trying to sound insane. It wasn't funny, but just downright creepy. The laughter went on for about 10 seconds and then stopped. Then we heard the person walking away. He went back into the woods, but the footsteps stopped again. My girlfriend and I were thoroughly spooked. After a couple of minutes, I decided to go out and look around. I was hoping that he was gone, and we hadn't heard the guy in a while. I took a flashlight and left the tent. As I walked around the clearing in the woods, everything seemed fine. I started looking off into the woods a little bit. When I looked around, at first I saw nothing. Then I noticed something. A little ways into the woods between some trees, I saw a man. It was a tall but thin guy, and he had a beard and kind of long hair. He was staring right at me with a creepy grin. But far more creepier than that, he had really wide eyes. It was so creepy that I quickly shined the flashlight away from there. I went over to the tent and told my girlfriend that we were leaving now. We hurriedly folded up the small tent, packed up, and then left. The whole time that we were doing so, I was listening for the guy. Thankfully, I didn't hear him. We then left through the woods on the other side from where I had seen the man. We basically jogged most of the way or else walked really fast. Eventually, we made it back to the trail. Then we got back in the car and went home. We didn't see or hear the guy for the rest of the time that we were out there. In 2003, I had met a guy that said he would take me on adventures and make my life exciting. I lived in a small town and had never really traveled outside of my state. We were kind of sheltered from the big crime and other things that happen in our country. My now ex-boyfriend took me on a journey of being a cross-country truck driver. In a lot of cases, this was a great experience involving fun times, and I got to see most of the US. But it wasn't all great. Life on the road is much different now than it was when we were trucking. People now have more technology than we did, as the only forms of entertainment we had was either watching one of the dozen or so DVDs, reading yet another book, or talking on the radio to other truckers. We often opted for talking on the radio, and we met this one trucker who we originally viewed as a friend, whose trucker codename on the radio was Maniac. We talked to him over the radio whenever our paths would cross, as we frequented the same interstate often. On the trucker radio, there had been lots of talk about murders happening at truck stops along our interstate route. Nobody really knew if it was real or just stories truckers would make up to pass time on the radio. We had kept hearing about these stories and even brought it up to our friend Maniac, and he just laughed. Maniac said, "It must just be a story, because if it's true they would have caught him already. With as bloody and messy as the murders are, I bet he wants to be caught." It seemed like a weird thing to say, but he was a very weird guy, so it was totally in character for him. One night after dinner at a truck stop, my boyfriend and I walked down the row and saw a truck parked in the parking lot about 6 spots down from us. It was dark out, but the truck was maybe a dark black or blue. I don't remember seeing what type of truck it was, just that it was kind of menacing in the dark. Old school trucker code was if you were looking for company, the driver would park and leave his reading red light on to tell lot lizards, which are hookers, that the driver was looking for entertainment. The guy was sitting in the passenger seat, and he had the red reading light on so I could see his face. It was a little distorted, but he gave me the creepiest smile and then quickly shut his blinds. I could see his truck from ours, and I remembered looking back and seeing the red light still illuminating the porthole window in the passenger door. There was a small slit down the curtain that showed a dark spot, which meant he was still watching us. Even with as warm as it was, chills shot down my spine and I got a very uneasy feeling. We finally got back to the truck and turned on the radio for our night entertainment. The chatter for the night was all about an incident which had happened. People were saying there was a dead lot lizard. One driver started trying to explain what happened, but he had been told that he had to keep his mouth shut by a police officer. Being the nosy people we were, my ex and I jumped out of the truck to go investigate. We dodged in and out of the trucks and managed to wiggle our way up to the scene. You know when you hear the phrase that some things cannot be unseen? Well, this was one of those things. The lady, what was left of her, had been tied to the trailer and the truck. Basically, when the truck pulled away, she was torn apart. The driver, who was now sitting in the back of a police car, was crying big, heavy sobs. It was a rough scene, and we could hear them through the closed door. He was wailing that he had nothing to do with the woman being tied up to his truck, and he was praying to God to be forgiven for what he had done. The poor driver had obviously not done his safety check before he had just decided to pull out of his space and ripped her right in half. I ran away from there, and on my way back to the truck, I passed by the spot where the truck with the creepy guy from earlier had been parked, but he was gone now. Police later came by our truck asking for a statement and if we had seen anything. The only thing worth mentioning was the creepy guy whose truck was now gone, and I gave the cops his description. I just kept seeing the image from that murder for days in my mind, but after a few weeks, I finally got the image out of my head. Fast forward to about 3 months after the incident, and we were heading to New Orleans. I was super excited to see the area and hopefully get in to see Mardi Gras. We parked in this little truck stop, which wasn't really more than a hole-in-the-wall type of stop with a small dirt lot and a flickering light pole on one end. But it was within walking distance of the French Quarter, which is where I wanted to go. After we parked, we heard our good friend Maniac calling out to us on the radio. The voice on the radio was loud, so that meant he was close by. There were only 2 other trucks in the lot. We figured our friend was one of those trucks, and we had never actually met this guy, and thought maybe we would all finally meet. We asked Maniac if he wanted to meet up and grab some dinner. Maniac refused our offer, and with a chuckle he said that he rarely leaves his truck, and he's always worried about getting caught. My ex-boyfriend immediately questioned him on what he meant by getting caught. Maniac responded and said, "Don't you worry about it, just keep an eye on your girl. I'd really hate for something bad to happen to her like all those other girls." We watched the radio as he spoke, and the signal was so high that it had to be in the same truck stop as us. Maniac spoke to us again. "You know, with all the bad things I've been doing at the truck stops, I like to play with the lot lizards before I torture them and destroy them." My ex and I stared at each other in the silence as Maniac continued talking. He said, "They shouldn't be defiling themselves with what they do. I will continue to rid this world of the diseased ones that plague humanity." By the time he was finished talking, he was yelling, and it didn't help as his voice became louder and louder as a truck just then was driving past the truck stop. That was the only time I'd ever seen anything like fear in my ex's eyes. Tears began to well up, and for the first time I was truly scared as we sat in our truck together. A dust cloud came rolling up on the road by the truck stop, and a dark black menacing truck with a cattle guard and brow came rolling by slowly. We saw the driver as he went past the nose of our truck. It was that same creepy guy from the truck stop months ago where the lot lizard had been murdered. He smiled that disgusting smile at us as he put the mic to his lips, and over the radio he told us to be safe out there before driving away from the truck stop. Pinstriped in his driver's door it said "Maniac" in bright red letters. As far as we knew, there were 7 total murders. There could have been more. Who knows how long he had been at it for? I don't know if that guy was ever caught. I assumed that he had to have been caught since we told the police what type of truck he drove, but who knows? My ex-boyfriend and I took a break from trucking, but we ended up doing it for 1 more summer. The second time around though, I wasn't making friends with anyone on the road, and I always kept a 6-inch blade with me just in case I ever ran into Maniac. This happened to me in the fall of 2020 during the COVID pandemic. My friend, who for the story I will call Jay, and I were on our way from New York to Michigan. We were going to do a couple of flooring jobs and also scout some potential properties to renovate and flip. We were using his work truck for the trip, which was a Ford F-150. We decided to leave in the evening and make the drive all night to get to our destination. Some of our trip was on a 2-lane highway that passes through the mountains of Pennsylvania. The highway is far from safe, with elevated mountain terrain with constant turns, and it snakes around a lot. Anyways, I was driving while Jay tried to get some sleep in the passenger seat. I stopped at a gas station to refuel and ran into the store really quick to get some drinks and snacks for the road. It was a little past midnight, and I noticed one other car refueling a few pumps away from us. It was a red or burgundy SUV, but I paid it no attention as I ran back to the truck. Fast forward 30 minutes later, and I was cruising in the left lane going 90 miles per hour. I noticed headlights behind us, and it was the same red SUV from the gas station. I first didn't think much of anything about it, but it dawned on me that this guy had been following me since the gas station. I decided to do a quick test to see if I was being tailed or not. Since I was going 90 miles per hour consistently, I slowed down to 70 and waited to see if the red SUV would pass me. The guy in the car also slowed down with me now, and I was on alert of being followed. I woke up Jay and told him of the situation. Jay is an ex-Army Ranger who is a lot more vigilant than me, and also crazier. Immediately he said, "That's the car from the gas station. I noticed the guy was looking at you extra hard when you passed by him." Jay, being who he was, wanted me to do more tests to figure out what was going on. He told me to switch lanes, so I did, and immediately the red SUV did so as well. Jay advised me to pull over to the shoulder of the highway and come to a complete stop, which I did. And once again, this psycho who was following me slowed down and parked behind us. Jay was fairly confident that this man had a firearm on him, because of the fact that he was confident enough to pull up behind us on the side of the highway. I quickly took stock with what we had in the truck that we could use as weapons. We had a hatchet and a machete, and each of us had a folding knife with us, but no firearms. Jay instructed me next to pull out quickly and gas the car back up to 90 miles per hour. I pulled off the shoulder and stayed in the right lane as I pressed down hard on the gas, but the SUV stayed right behind us now. Jay wanted me to brake check the guy so that he would crash into the back of us, then charge the SUV with a machete and a hatchet and hope for the best. That was very hardcore for me, and I told Jay we weren't going to do that. At this point, the man behind us wasn't an active threat yet, but if he tried to ram our truck or shoot us, then it would be a different story. I asked Jay if he could think of any other way that we could get this guy away from us. Jay looked around inside the truck and grabbed a high-powered handheld spotlight. He opened the back window of the truck and tried to get a good look at the guy. He turned on the spotlight, and I guess it shouldn't have been too surprising, but the guy's front windows were heavily tinted, so we couldn't get a look of his face. I had an idea, and I quickly swerved over to the left lane. As I did that, Jay turned on the spotlight again, hoping to see the man through his side windows. I briefly turned my head at the same time that Jay shined the light at the side of the SUV. For like 3 seconds we had him illuminated, and I will never forget the look of this guy. He was tall, at least 6.5 feet, because he was hunched over the steering wheel. If I had to describe what a crazy serial killer would look like, it was this guy. Just crazy hair, crazy eyes, and the most disheveled face I've ever seen. The light and darkness could have made it look worse than it was, but this guy looked very dangerous. Once the man saw that I wasn't alone, and he knew what we looked like, he exited off the highway at a truck stop rest area. To this day, me and Jay get into a debate about whether I should have brake checked the guy or not. He's under the impression that the guy was a serial killer, and that he would just end up finding another victim. I still stand on the side where purposely getting into an accident with a guy like that could go wrong in so many ways, and that it wasn't worth it. However, I agree with Jay that this guy's intentions were evil. Probably robbery at the minimum, kidnapping and murder at the worst. I'm just glad that we never had to find out, and I hope that nobody else has to deal with him alone. I'm a respiratory therapist that works at a local hospital. I was on my way to work, about less than a mile away from work, when a car in front of me quickly merged onto one of the emergency lanes as if something sudden had just happened. Then he just sat there. No hazards going off, nothing to indicate he planned on moving. I still had 20 minutes before I had to be at work, and assuming this individual may be in distress or have car problems, I decided to be a good Samaritan. I parked on the side of the road and turned on my hazards. We exchanged eye contact and I gestured a wave. I rolled down my window and asked, "Are you okay?" He seemed to have either not heard me or ignored me, but he did seem to realize I wanted to help him. He got out of his car at this point. I was in my work scrubs, which tends to help people relax knowing that they're with a healthcare professional. When he got out of his vehicle, I assumed he would have told me that he was in some type of pain or something that caused him to pull over abruptly. He had been driving fine the entire time that I was behind him prior to that. So I casually got out of my vehicle and walked over to the back end of his car. This is when I officially started a conversation, asking if he was hurt or if something was wrong. I was asking him all basic questions, but his eyes were cold. He had this body language to him that almost made him seem a little bit unhinged or skittish. He had not answered any of my questions, so I tried once more and asked, "Hey man, we're in the middle of a busy road. Is there something wrong with your car or something going on with you?" He simply replied, "No." I started to feel this sensation of discomfort, like he wanted to do something to me but was restraining himself. I continued to play it off. He didn't seem drunk or high, and he had these black beady eyes that I couldn't stop looking at. It was as if he was just a vessel into something dark. I tried to continue the conversation and asked him, "Why'd you stop, man?" He replied, "I don't know. I don't know where to go." I didn't know what he meant by that, so I questioned further by saying, "Do you know what city you're in right now?" I told him if he was lost, I could tell him where the nearest highway was. His reply was a little chilling. He said, "Anywhere but here." I was now confused. He didn't know where he was, but felt this urge to get out of the area as quick as possible. So I asked, "Well, what direction are you wanting to go? 75N will take you to Dayton, and 75S you'll head to Cincinnati." He asked me, "What would you do in my position?" Now, I had no idea what he meant by this. I simply said, "I don't know what kind of position you're in, man. Can you drive? The hospital I work in is within view, and we don't have to go in." He agreed to follow me, but once I turned on my blinker to turn into the hospital, he completely stopped following me. He pulled a U-turn and sped off. This wasn't the scariest experience in the world, but I just can't forget how foreign and strange this behavior was. Each time we engaged in conversation, it was as if he was contemplating to tell me something, but ultimately remained silent. From the looks of it, he didn't have a broken down car, and it didn't look like he was a substance abuser. He just seemed incredibly nervous, and his fast motion gestures and twitches of all his body language has left me puzzled. It still gives me shudders when I think about how he moved and talked, also not explaining a single reason as to why he just decided to park on the side of the road. A simple, "Oh, I'm just lost," would have even been enough for me to feel better about the entire situation. He just seemed incredibly paranoid and hesitant. On top of that, the entire conversation led nowhere to his situation or why he was acting so strange.
Ben invited us over to his house one night. Ben wasn't really my friend. He was one of those kids who was always around, but never really part of the group. There were 6 of us that slept at his house that night. Why we all collectively chose to go to Ben's house is still beyond me to this day. He invited us over for a sleepover and said we'd watch horror movies all night. It sounded fun, so we all agreed to go. Ben's house was normal enough, kind of old but not creepy or anything. His parents were out of town for the entire weekend, and I still think it was a bit irresponsible to leave a bunch of kids in a house for an entire weekend, but they were kind of rich. They left us tons of snacks and said they'd be back on Monday. That was the first red flag. Honestly, like I said, who leaves a bunch of 13-year-olds alone all night? Ben had set up everything in the living room. He had a big couch, tons of blankets, and a stack of old horror DVDs. We watched some cheesy old slasher movie, throwing popcorn at the screen and making fun of the bad acting, and Ben started off not saying much at the start of the night. After the first movie, Ben started talking about how real horror wasn't what you saw in movies. He said that it was about the things people don't see and the stuff that happens when no one's paying attention. I looked at one of our other friends and he mouthed the words WTF, and no one said a word. And then Jake told him to shut up and put on another movie, and we all laughed it off. The second movie was darker, slower, and honestly kind of boring. Tyler and Sarah started whispering to each other, talking about school drama, while Emma scrolled on her phone. I noticed Ben wasn't watching the movie anymore. He was staring at all of us, one by one, like he was angry. I asked him what he was looking at, and he just smiled and said, "You'll see." By the time we got to the third movie, the vibe had completely shifted. This movie was about this creepy old house, and Ben kept making comments about how it reminded him of his own. He said weird stuff like how houses could keep secrets, and you should never go around looking for things you aren't ready to find. None of us really knew what to say, so we just continued to ignore him. Then, during one of the quieter parts of the movie, Ben stood up and said that he had something perfect to show us. He told us to pause the movie and follow him upstairs. I didn't want to go, but Jake and Tyler were already getting up, so I went along. Emma and Sarah looked nervous. Ben's room was so strange. The walls were covered in posters for old horror movies, but what really stood out were the shelves. They were full of these weird trinket type of glass jars and old books, and these creepy dolls that looked way too realistic. The dolls were not store-bought, he had told us. They were homemade, stitched together from scraps of fabric with mismatched buttons for eyes. Some of them were missing arms or legs as if they were torn off, and one had a weird red stain across its face. Sarah pulled me aside while Ben was showing everyone the dolls and asked if I also thought Ben and everyone in his bloodline was just weird. I started laughing because Sarah was always good at lightening the mood, but as we looked over, Ben seemed proud of it. He picked up one of the dolls and started explaining how he made them, saying how each one had a soul and they were all his friends. We all kind of laughed nervously, but I think we all started to feel the same thing, and that was that we didn't want to be there anymore.
Then Ben said he had something really special to show us, and I thought to myself, oh, it gets worse? We walked over to his closet and he opened the door. Inside was a life-size doll sitting in a wooden chair. It had button eyes similar to the smaller ones, but its hair wasn't fabric, it was real. Long, dark human hair sewn onto its head. The strangest part was that no one in Ben's family had that color hair. Its hands weren't fabric either. They were rubber gloves, stuffed with something heavy that made them look eerily lifelike. Tyler and Jake started backing up to the door to try to sneak off, and Emma and Sarah both whispered that we should leave. But Ben just stood there, smiling. He said the doll was different, and that it was alive in a way the others aren't. He then added almost casually that it doesn't like strangers. That was it for me. I turned and walked out, and the others followed. Ben didn't try to stop us, but as we all headed downstairs, he said something like, "You shouldn't leave too soon. It gets mad when people leave." We all kind of walked out of Ben's room awkwardly, trying not to look. He was still standing by the closet where the creepy life-size doll had been sitting. I couldn't tell if he was watching us or not. No one said a word as we walked downstairs. It was late, past midnight, and the only light came from the TV in the living room. Nobody said much as we settled back onto the couch and floor. It was so awkward. Jake was the first to finally say something. He said something about how weird Ben was being. Emma and Sarah nodded, both agreeing that the whole night had been uncomfortable. Nobody really laughed or made jokes like we usually would. It wasn't funny. We set up sleeping bags and blankets in the living room. The TV stayed on for some light, and one by one, everyone started drifting off. I couldn't fall asleep right away though. My mind kept going back to the doll, the way it looked so lifelike with its button eyes and that real hair. Everything I've known about Ben was wrong. An hour must have passed before I started to feel myself almost falling asleep. Ben still hadn't come downstairs. I figured he must have stayed in his room, which was fine by me. The less I saw of him tonight, the better. I don't know how long I was asleep before I wake up, but it couldn't have been too long. The TV was still on. At first, I didn't know what woke me up, but I just did for some reason. I sat up and glanced around the room. Everyone else was asleep. Then I saw it. Something in the corner of the room. It looked like a shadow at first, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized it wasn't just a shadow. It was Ben. He was standing there, perfectly still, wearing the doll suit. The rubber hands filled with tan liquid hung limp at his sides, passing his knees. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, staring straight at me. I didn't know what to do. My glasses were sitting on the floor next to me, so I reached for them slowly, trying not to make any sudden movements. It was Ben standing in that suit, staring at me like he was waiting for me to wake up. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. I couldn't even breathe right. I just sat there, gripping my blanket, trying to convince myself that I was still dreaming. But I wasn't. The way the suit sagged around him was disgusting. He didn't move. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring for minutes. My mind was trying to understand how he even got into the suit. It had been so big and heavy when it was sitting in his closet. I didn't think it was possible for him to wear it, but somehow, here he was. I don't know how long I sat there staring back at him. Then, without a sound, he took one step forward. That's when I lost it. I scrambled to my feet, tripping over my sleeping bag, and practically fell onto Jake. He woke up, asking what was wrong, but by the time I turned back to the corner, Ben was gone. The suit was gone. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but Jake just shook his head and said I was seeing stuff. Tyler and Emma woke up too, asking what was going on, but I couldn't get the words out. I felt terrible. When morning finally came, Ben was acting like nothing had happened. He came downstairs in his regular clothes, eating cereal like it was just another day. I didn't say anything to him. None of us did. We all just packed up our stuff and left as soon as we could. On my way out, I glanced at Ben, and he looked at me and winked.
This is the craziest thing that's ever happened in my family on Thanksgiving, and it was just a couple of years ago in 2023. My family has a very strong tradition for Thanksgiving that's been going on for many years. We live in Detroit, and if you're a football fan, you probably know that the Detroit Lions play football every Thanksgiving Day. The game starts at 12:30 p.m., and it's always a home game in Detroit. This has been going on for many, many years. Starting with my grandfather, he used to have season tickets to the Lions, and then my uncle did as well. My dad would go to a lot of games also, and starting in the 1990s, we would always go to the Thanksgiving game. It became a group of us, up to 20 people, most of them family members, and sometimes we would bring friends as well. We usually sit in the same area and we carpool to the game. Most of our family lives just outside of Detroit, and we're only like 15 minutes from the stadium. So the tradition is to go to the game, and then afterwards we all go to my uncle's place and have turkey and watch the Cowboys game. A couple of years ago we went to the game as normal. We went there in 4 different cars, all packed full. I don't remember all the people that went, but there was a lot of us. Not everyone in the family goes, but I know that I was there with my wife, and my brother, dad, and uncles were there as well. So fast forward through the game, we lost again for like the 10th year in a row, but it was still a great time. Anyways, when the game was over, everybody was leaving the stadium. Ford Field, where the Lions play, is in downtown Detroit, but kind of on the edge of it, so there's a lot of places to park, but sometimes it's a bit of a walk. After the game, there's just a massive crowd of people pretty much all leaving at once. They'll walk through the city to wherever they parked, and it's easy to get lost from the group in this time, and every year we seem to. But we always find our way back to the cars and then leave. That year in particular, I did not have driving duties, so I was more relaxed. My wife and I walked back to where our car was without a problem, which my brother was driving. We were the first to get there, and soon enough, everybody else did. The car was a large SUV with 3 rows of seats, so there were 7 of us total in there. Some people I guess changed who they were going with, because it was a different group than we went to the game with, and everybody else had parked in different spots. The reason for that is because it's very hard to find parking close to the stadium on game days, and everybody has their own preferences of lots. Anyways, everyone soon called and confirmed that we had all the people. Well, I remember that there was this one guy sitting in the back of our car who I didn't recognize. I literally had no idea who he was. He was sitting next to my cousin Elise and her boyfriend James. For some reason, I assumed that he must be the friend of them, because James was sitting next to him and I was sure that they were talking. Then the guy put up the hood of his coat and I remember put in headphones and sort of looked like he was going to go to sleep or something. I didn't bother to ask who the guy was. Then we just left. No one questioned the man at all. We went back to where the Thanksgiving gathering was at my uncle's. Most of my family lives near the Indian Village area in Detroit, which is not that far away. So we all arrived back, and some people were already inside at my uncle's house. His place is pretty nice, and the house is large with 2 floors and a basement. We all left the car, including the guy that I had never seen before. Then we all went inside. When we did, I remember watching the guy, and he went right over to the stairs and walked up them. Nobody else seemed to really notice because he was kind of slick with it. It just struck me as really odd though. He didn't talk to anyone and just made a beeline for upstairs. Nobody seemed to be questioning who he was, but to be fair, there was a ton of people there. It's not uncommon that a family friend joins us to the game who's not always there, or joins us for Thanksgiving. Still, something seemed off to me. I mentioned it to my wife, and she said that she was also wondering who the heck that guy was. I said I assumed he was James's friend, and she said that's what she thought too, because he seemed to be talking to James. So we went over to him and asked him who his friend was. James said, quote, "I have no idea. I was wondering who he was and why he was sitting in the car with us." When he said that, I was shocked. Now, James was pretty new to the family with dating Elise, and it was only his 3rd Thanksgiving with us, so it's easy to see how he assumed the guy must have known us. I started going around and asking people, does anyone know who that guy was that went upstairs? Nobody knew who on earth I was talking about. I was describing him, and everybody thought that I was making it up as a joke. For a moment, I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone, but eventually a few of us decided to go upstairs and confront the guy. He hadn't come back down yet, and it had been a good 5 to 10 minutes. And there was no reason to go upstairs anyways. There was nobody else up there, as there were only bedrooms up there, and the whole Thanksgiving gathering was on the main floor. So me and my brother decided to go upstairs. We walked up there, and when we did, at first we heard nothing and we didn't see the guy. There was a long hallway and we started to walk down it. Soon we heard footsteps. We called out asking who the guy was and why he was up there. There was no response. We heard some noises coming from one of the bedrooms. So we got to the door and then we opened it. When we did, we saw the guy. We asked him who he was immediately and what he was doing. He did not answer. He was standing at the opposite end of the room and by the window. The next thing I knew, he quickly opened the window and literally jumped out of it to make his escape. It wasn't that high up, but still kind of far to jump it. We ran over and the guy had landed all right and he was now running through my uncle's backyard. He quickly left and took off into someone else's backyard. Very quickly, he was out of sight. We went back downstairs and reported what happened, and some people said they had seen him running away. My uncle went upstairs and soon after came back down and said the man appeared to have stolen a few things. So we called the cops and reported it. It was really crazy. That made for one of the most interesting Thanksgivings to date for us. I don't know why the man decided to go back with us. Was he at the game, or was he just walking around on the street and saw an opportunity? The whole thing is really crazy, but I'm glad that he didn't get hurt jumping out of the window and that he didn't hurt anybody else. I feel bad for my uncle though, who had some things stolen.
This happened when I was a kid, about 10 years old or so. Halloween was one of my favorite times of the year. I would always go trick-or-treating with my best friend Aaron, and we lived pretty close to each other in the same neighborhood. On this year in particular, on the evening of Halloween, Aaron came over and we got ready to trick-or-treat. I can't remember what our costumes were, but we set out and first hit all the houses on our street. We lived in a large neighborhood, but our street was really small. I think there were like 10 or 12 houses on it, and surrounding it was a large park and a golf course. Then to get to the rest of the houses, you had to cross a busier street. We got all the houses on our street within like 15 minutes. Then my mom told my older sister to drive us to the other neighborhood. We obviously wanted to go there so that we could get more candy. And one spot in particular had nice houses that were really large, and so the owners gave out way more stuff. My sister was 16 or 17 at the time, so she could drive, and we got in the old minivan that she drove to school. She drove Aaron and I to the nice neighborhood, and we began going to all the houses. Our plan was to just go to as many houses as possible until it got too late. We each had a pillowcase for our candy, and we ended up getting a ton. My sister would drop us off at the street, and then she would drive to the end of it and just park. Once we got to her, she would drive us to the next one. This routine went on for a few hours. Eventually, it was getting late. Aaron and I were planning on calling it pretty soon. We got to this one street, and as we were approaching the end, I remember seeing this guy. We were walking up the front yard to one house to go trick-or-treating there, and I glanced over a few houses down for whatever reason. These were houses that we hadn't been to yet. I saw the guy dressed in this creepy costume. He had sort of baggy and torn clothes, and part of his face was painted. I'm not sure if he was supposed to be someone specifically, or if he was just supposed to look creepy, but he was standing in his driveway and just looking at us. I guess that's why I noticed him. But then I just looked away, and Aaron and I reached the front door of the house that we were going to. We got candy there, and then went next door and got candy at the next house as well. Then we reached the house that I saw the guy in the driveway. He was no longer there, and I assumed that he went inside. We were considering not going to the house, because all the lights appeared to be off. That was usually a sign that nobody was home or that they had gone to bed. But I told Aaron how I saw the guy in the driveway just a couple of minutes earlier, so I knew that he was home and probably still up. I figured that he could give candy to just one last group of trick-or-treaters, so we went up and knocked on the front door. At first, there was nothing, but like 10 or 15 seconds later, I heard somebody walking to the door. Then it opened, and the same guy who I had seen was there. He answered the door, and we both said trick or treat, but the guy didn't have any candy with him. He looked really creepy with his costume or whatever it was. He just stared at us for a few seconds. Clearly this guy knew that it was Halloween, so where was the candy? I thought that maybe he had run out. He then told us to come inside. He didn't say anything else other than that. Aaron and I didn't want to. We knew better than to enter a stranger's house. When we just stood there, he once more told us to come in. I said, "No thanks, we'll just take some candy and be on our way." The man said that we would have to enter the house and that there was nothing to be afraid of. I remember looking into his house and considering it. Maybe there was a creepy decoration he wanted us to see or something. But when I looked in the house, I saw no Halloween decorations at all. It just looked like a sort of cluttered and messy house, and all the lights were off. I said, "We'll just go then." Aaron and I started to back away to leave. The man told us again to come inside, this time more demanding. By now, we both really got creeped out. We turned around and started walking quickly away. That's when I heard the man start to leave his house. Then we both just took off running. We sprinted through his front yard and into the street. As we were running, I heard the man going into his yard and running after us. I figured that it was a joke and that the guy was just trying to scare us. But I didn't know for sure, and it was still really weird, and I didn't want him to catch up to us. So we kept running and made it back to the street. When we were running down the street to my sister's van, we heard the guy stop. He seemed to not leave his yard, which made us feel better. However, we kept running and didn't stop until we reached my sister's car. Thankfully, it was not that far away and just around the corner. We got inside, and when we were back in the car, we told my sister all about it. She said that it was a good idea that we didn't go in the guy's house and that he sounded like a creep. Then we said that we were done for the night and she could go back home. So my sister pulled a U-turn and began to drive back.
This meant that we were going to drive by that guy's house again. I remember that as she drove past, we all looked in the direction. What I saw was the car that was parked in the man's driveway now running. As soon as we passed by, the car left the driveway and pulled onto the street behind us. We looked and saw the same man was driving it. Aaron and I started freaking out and told my sister to get away from him. We went down the street and my sister turned. The man went the same way. My sister then started driving faster and we went to a busier street. By now, though, all the roads were pretty quiet. He followed us to the busy street and trailed us for a little while. Then my sister randomly turned to another street. He turned as well, and my sister then turned at the first option. The man behind us did too, until my sister turned quickly again. Then the man did not. We then drove to the end of that street, which connected to the busier one. Then we went back to our street and arrived home without seeing the man for the rest of the way. After getting back, we were all pretty creeped out from it. We went inside and were afraid that the man would show up at our house or something, but he didn't. Aaron went back to his house, and my sister and I didn't see the man at all. It was a crazy experience. We never trick-or-treated on that street again purposely to avoid that guy. Looking back, I'm not sure what his intentions were. It could have just been a prank to scare us, but it seemed a bit much to me. I'm just glad that we didn't enter his house and that he stopped following us. Last year, I went on vacation with my girlfriend Zoe to Florida. We flew down there and we got a pretty decent hotel that was close to the beach. It was only a couple of blocks away and we could walk there, which was nice. We were staying there for like 5 days. A few days in, something crazy happened. So we had been enjoying the vacation to that point. We spent a lot of time at the beach and at local restaurants and attractions. One night we got back late and we were both tired from being gone all day. I went to take a shower, and while I was in there, I heard Zoe say she was going to get some ice. So she left the room, and I finished showering. Then I went back over and sat down. About 2 minutes later, Zoe came back into the room rather quickly. I noticed that she shut the door really fast and locked it behind her. Then she said that some creepy guy had been following her. I asked her to elaborate, and she said how she went down to the second floor for the ice machine. She stated that when she started walking down the hallway of the second floor, she saw this guy kind of standing around. She went into the room to get ice and heard the man start to walk over. He got to the small room where the ice machine was and entered. Zoe thought that he was waiting for her to be done so he could get some ice. But when she was done, he just stood there looking at her. She walked past him and left, and then he started following her down the hallway. Not wanting to wait for the elevator, she took the stairs, which the man did as well. When she got back to our floor, she walked as fast as she could for the room. The man was described as maybe 50s with a grayish goatee and somewhat tall and thin. I decided to go out into the hallway to see if he was still there. When I got out there though, I saw no one. It was completely empty. I walked around a little and figured that he was gone. So I went back into the room, and soon after we fell asleep for the night. I figured that was the end of that. The next morning we were leaving the hotel. Right after we got out and were walking on the sidewalk, Zoe said she saw the man again. She pointed to a guy who was just across the street on a sidewalk. I looked over and saw the man. He was not looking at us and appeared to just be kind of standing around. We kept walking and then turned at the next street. We were out for a long time. Later on in the day though, we were a long ways from the hotel in the city. We were walking down the sidewalk and we both noticed the man again. As we were waiting to cross the street, we looked back and noticed the man standing about 20 feet behind us. There was a good amount of other people walking on the sidewalks and stuff, so he blended in fairly easy, but we still noticed him. I didn't know if this was just a crazy coincidence or not. I had a feeling it wasn't. I wanted to get away from the man. We decided to turn and take this odd route. When we did, it seemed like we lost him because I stopped seeing him. Later on, we went to a restaurant and sat outside. As we were there, I noticed the same guy standing across the street. He appeared to be looking at us, or mostly at Zoe. The guy was really creeping us out now. It appeared as though he was trying to follow Zoe around. I thought about getting up and confronting him right there. However, I decided not to. The man continued to look in our direction for probably 5 minutes. Then he walked away. We didn't see him for the rest of the night as we were out. When we got back though, we saw him again. As we were walking into the lobby, the man was already inside, sitting on a chair sort of in the corner. We walked to the elevators, and as the doors were closing, we saw him get up. He did not walk over to try to get on the elevator, but we were suspicious of what he might do.
We got up to our floor and then quickly went to our room and got inside. After getting in, Zoe started looking out of the peephole. She thought that the guy might try to go to our door or something. Like a minute later, she told me that she saw him. I was angry and decided to confront the guy. Zoe said that he was just standing around sort of by our door. He did not knock on it though. So I went over to the door, opened it, and went out into the hallway. Now it was just me and the man there. Sure enough, he was standing there. Now it was just me and the man there. Right when I got out though, he started walking away. I told him to stop, and I asked what his problem was. The man stopped and turned around. He had a very angry look on his face. I asked him why he was stalking us. The man did not say anything. He started walking over to me and then pulled something from his pocket. At first, I didn't know what it was, but within a few seconds, I recognized it to be a stun gun. The man kept going closer to me and then lunged at me with it. I jumped back and thankfully did not get hit. I took off running as I didn't have anything to defend myself with. I went to the stairs, ran down, and was not chased. When I got to the lobby, I reported the man to the front desk. They ended up calling the police. I stayed down in the lobby until they arrived, and I called Zoe and told her to stay in the room. The police showed up a short time later and looked around the hotel for the man. After a while, they found him and left the hotel with him. I'm not sure if he was arrested or not, but I know that he got trespassed from the hotel for sure. When I got back to the room, Zoe told me that after I had called her, she heard a knock on the door. She knew it was the man and did not answer. She also said that he tried opening the door, which was locked. For the rest of the trip, we did not see him.